I'm running.
Oh, are we good?
This is spots. We're in. Cassis is spots. We're in. We're in the game, everybody.
Oh, we are here.
We're
wow.
in. Discord's back up. Something. I think maybe TeamSpeak hopped in the call and sorted it out for us. Not sure what happened there, but we're back in. Points been unlocked. Points been capped here by GGPeps. Thread's pretty low. Suzu coming in just safe and just in time. Psycho and the rest of Space Station Gaming rotating in as Psycho 10% towards that, or 10% away even from that duplication. Really good rotation. GGPeps with the sound barrier could come back in at any moment, Rose.
Yeah, but this duplicate's gonna go so hard, especially with Fadiastro as a sound barrier.
Oh, look at that damage. Tread super low. Had to receive the Suzu That devastating beam coming through from Psycho almost eliminated him instantly. The barrage taking down Landon's not a good start for Space Station Gaming, and in fact, that's going to be a flip for GGPeps.
Yeah, I mean, that's too bad. Funny Astro had to use that sound barrier when Backbone was already dead, and it only hit 3 members, excluding Hottie from that one. So it just wasn't quite enough sustain to be able to work through that. But they got so many valuable ultimates out of Peps. That bar barrage is now off the table, but this photon barrier could be really difficult to work through when you don't have this cage.
Oh, this wall as well sucks for Space Station to fight into. And that Malga duplication merely used to escape rather than actually get any value, unfortunately, for Psycho. Looks like Space Station just waiting this wall out and have got a wall of their own in 2%.
Wall's going to be really nice, too, to have, because now it's going to just be like a lot of shields. So look for the picks that you can, maybe from Psycho.
Yeah, Tread's going to get focused down here. Wall comes through. That cage now. Non-factor for GGPeps. Space Station just running in, using their wall almost perfectly. Space Station in general, and even when they were London Spitfire, right, so good at using the symbols to block off damage. No, like, splitting the point at all. They mainly use it as just a big grind shield, pretty much. As Space Station flip again, and Hardy now with cage advantage.
It's just part of their identity at this point, but it's not even just the cage advantage. They're also going to have sound barrier advantage, so they should be able to just win out this next fight. Funny Astro, as long as he's able to grab like enough members with this sound barrier, there should be plenty of sustain to get through this. FD God not super far behind.
You're going to get so much damage to start off with. There's the cage. See Yoham as well trying to fling Offida through the shield wall, but unfortunately it just bounces off and they just fall to the floor. No healing for Tread and the rest of the team. As a Space Station, they find a nice fight win there, and now can reset and use both support ultimates for this next fight and make it last if it lasts for too long.
Yeah, I would worry, though, about this Naga Fire Barrage. There are not too many shields left on the table here for Space Station. You would have loved to have something like that Photon Barrier to be able to deal with this Fire Barrage, but Naga's got that ready to go, so it might be a big boon here for GGPeps to try to get back into this one and really make this a competitive round.
Around the world, and one teleport there from GGPeps as they TP behind Space Station Gaming, use the barrage to insta-kill Hardy. Psycho trying to make up for Hardy's death here by copying the Malga, but it's quite easily dealt with the charged up Stim Beam from Exodial. Even a giant wall available here for GGPeps. Space Station don't want to use anything else, trying to get out alive. 65% or so now for GG. There's a Space Station Gaming turn tail and run with one ult, well, 2 ults actually to spare, with Backbone just getting wall.
Yeah, exactly. So as you said, you can use the rush to re-engage here if you're Space Station, and then you have the Photon Barrier on top to continue to split up that damage. You're only really worrying right now about the Photon Barrier on Exodial's side, and they're going to come in here quick with the teleporter.
Where's the rush? Which side of Space Station going to get on the side of this wall? Looks like everybody kind of ignoring them for the time being. Naga trying to focus out Exodial here and Johan. They do end up retreating back to the rest of their team as Hardy lands a big slam in the backline, but already landed and Funny Astro go down. Both TPS dead for GGPeps over the low fading health bars of them, as Johan just attempting to get into LOS range of Exodial Naga, but unable to do so, just chased down by Psycho. Tread on the point, pops the cardiac overdrive, but Space Station Gaming sustaining through a lot of that initial burst damage coming through from Naga. I think Space Station now just trying to live through this barrage. It's a little bit too easy, though, when you got that cardiac overdrive and the Suzu. Looks like a pretty easy round. Exodial last to die on the point. Now just for FD God. This is just about it. Space Station with round number 1.
Really great team coordination there at the end, especially because Space Station, when you took a look at having the Photon Barrier, dealing with that, you just rush, get past it, and then Space Station are able to just clean up the rest of those fights. It's just so fun to be able to watch them play around with this Backbone Symmetra, and I wonder if Exodial is going to continue to feel comfortable having to match that. We don't typically see Exodial play any of these non-hit scan heroes, even though, like, very well known for being able to play multiple flexible DPS roles. I just feel like Exodial has always been the strongest when being able to play something like the Cassidy, like the Tracer. So I'd love to see if maybe we get to see that at some point. But if Backbone's going to keep playing the Symmetra, maybe a little too difficult to get those hit scan shots past something like a Photon Barrier, or even a wall, actually, if Backbone's going to switch over to the Mei.
Yeah, complete comp swap up here for Space Station. Just sick poke now. Pretty easy to deal with Naga if he's not careful. It's exactly the opposite of what GGPeps want to do. They want to get in your face. Even got the Venture Rose. trying to disrupt people, dislodge people with that drill dash. They spotted their target. Here's Land, and he's a hop, skip, and a jump away from the front line. Just gets pushed out of his lamp. That's the big counter for Venture there. You just drill dash as soon as the lamp comes in. Baptiste can't get back to it in time. You just insta-pop the backline. As GGPeps do lose Exodial, but the main key tool to keep Space Station in these fights being Landon gone first. That's an easy point cap there for GGPeps.
Landon has been really comfortable playing the Kiriko, so maybe that is a way that you could counter having all of this Venture pressure, is just go back over to the Kiriko and see if you can get into the fights a little bit faster. But you want to have that static backline if you're playing this Pope comp, so a little counterintuitive.
Space Station almost getting a free cap there. You see how close it is to actually flipping. Psycho kills Naga, pretty easy prey for the Ashe. But it is GGPeps just holding on to the point for now. Fabone saying a little bit okay, a little bit cheesed down maybe by the Exodial Venture. FD Gods out, Space Station do get the cap in the end. Very fast flips here, considering we're playing a poke comp versus a rush comp. Normally fights take a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes it's like, it's all about maybe not letting this poke comp get too up close and personal to you, right? Because that's where the Mei can be really effective. If you get the slows onto something like the Mauga, the Venture, they're way easier to take out. So you do have to play a little bit far back, I think, if your Peps slows down the pace of a lot of these fights more often than not.
Flux hits too. FD God is gone. Actually, out of there. Curious where Yoham's Suzu went. FD God ends up just going down. Did FD God fall off the map from the Flux? Surely not. Not sure what happened. Astro looking for some additional environmental kills there, trying to get the last bit of damage, but unable to do so. Good Flux from Hardy. Sets them up really well for this next fight.
Yeah, it does, because now you're just able to roll through something like the Bob. It's going to end up being able to just kind of get a lot of pushback here onto the GGPeps team, but they're coming back in with 4 ultimates of their own, especially this Tectonic Shock. Actually might not find too much value versus something like the Sigma, so we'll see where GGPeps can actually lead through that.
Bob comes in, sound barrier from FD, got a little bit too late there to save treads. Naga having to deal with this backline now. Funny Astro caught off guard, and now they're once again turning their attention towards Psycho. Avoiding the Bob has been quite annoying for Naga and the rest of GGPeps. Hardy's caught out off guard on the left-hand side as now the Tectonic Shock ripples through Space Station Gaming's front line. A lot of damage, but no actual kills here. Eventually, the damage is followed up with Yoham on the flank. Everybody looking Exodial's way. The menace in the front line with the Tectonic Shock. But really, it was the Kiriko you had to worry about. GGPeps with the point cap.
Yeah, that was just great coordination there from Exodial and Yoham just to be able to jump on those targets together. But I think it's always going to be difficult for this Venture to find Tectonic Shock value. You have the Sigma Shield, you've got the Maywell, you also just have the Exo Boots. There's a lot of ways to just be able to get out of that damage. So it's not too bad to have invested that into that final fight. But Space Station now, if they've got 94% capture progress, they also have 3 ultimates. They should win this. Window.
These windows and walls just trapping people in front of the oncoming damage. Landon and Psycho just taking down Tread there. Naga just dueling with Exodial. Any kind of a big stagger kill here is going to be perfect for Space Station. It is 99%. There was a touch, but there's no real bodies here from GGPeps to get another one. And that is Space Station Gaming taking the first map.
That second round looked even cleaner than we saw on the first one. I feel like that was just a really good understanding of how to play that specific poke style comp that they wanted to bring out and how it was going to end up countering GGPeps. Like, that's a new look we haven't really seen from Peps before. The Venture plus the Pharah plus the Mauga, we don't get a chance to see this double flex DPS from them very often. And I wondered then, how comfortable are they really feeling with this matchup if they're trying so many new things?
Yeah, maybe it's something they've been hiding away for a little bit. I mean, coming away with a 3-0 against Space Station Gaming to knock Space Station down into the lowers, you're feeling so confident coming in. And even Johnny was saying, like, I'm gonna have to pay mad respects if her Peps end up winning this one. But Space Station Gaming always with a small little trick up their sleeve. I love the Sigma comp, especially on that map. You have to use so many cooldowns if you're GGPeps to get onto the back line, even for the Venture, to be fair, who is very mobile. They've got the drill dash, the burrow, they can get into the back line without too much hindrance. But Space Station Gaming, a lot of the time, they're either splitting up, making sure there's damage coming in from Psycho and Hadi on 2 different off angles, or they're just taking these fights a little bit slowly, and then just forcing Tread to get in there, use his charge, use the overdrive, just cardiac overdrive to get his teammates in there, and then is caught out, and then it's just CC to death, basically. Really nice stuff. Oh, FD God did fall off the map.
Oh, there it is.
He didn't manage to get back on. Wall riding there at the very end. There's no sound barrier for their team either as he was flung off the map. I mean, that is just a small small misplay there. Your movement just taking you off. You're like, okay, I'm chilling on the side of the map here, and then you're caught. You're like, well, okay, well, rest in peace.
At least he didn't Ajax, right?
Yeah,
like, at least there was no Ajax there. FD God, like, held the composure, didn't use
you could hit the beat in midair there, but, like, maybe he's a little bit too scared. Like, okay, we've kind of lost this fight already. Real rough spot for FD God to be in, but perfectly positioned Flux from Hardy. Looking great on the Sigma so far, and Space Station Gaming wanting their revenge. They want to match up against ENCE in the finals, of course, Rose. They're a map up already. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We got map number 2 up soon. Space Station Gamer already blasting off with a win there against GGPeps on Nepal. Little 2-0 as we jump onto Hollywood for our next map, Rose.
Really excited about this one. I feel like this is where you and I were kind of wondering, like, do we still see the Malga here from Tread? We've already seen GGPeps try to pull out a couple of different looks when it comes down to the double flex DPS and not really opting to want to put Exodial on something like the Cassidy. But I think we could see that on a map like Hollywood, and we'll have to see whether or not Tread feels like they want to run the Malga here.
It's facts from Hattie. Spitting facts. Big dogs don't mute.
They're so focused.
Exactly. Look, if you're typing, suffering builds character. So true. Hardy with some inspirational quotes. Put it on a mug. There you go, Space Station. New merch.
New
merch idea for Space Station, actually. Put inspirational quotes from Hardy's match chat on mugs, but it's just a screen cap of Hardy's text chat here from the stream, so it's like all pixelated and stuff.
Oh my god, it'd be so good.
Perfect.
That'd be so funny.
So perfect.
And plus, the players would get commission for that.
There you go.
Right?
Match chat
Sure,
bug. No, I think GGPeps are just muted. All right, rolling into map number 2. I love it, absolutely. Space Station with Hardy on the Sigma to start off with by the looks of it. And yeah, GGPeps running with Tread on the Mauga. Space Station are going to be able to change if they want to. Spark it in as well for Space Station, of course.
Yes.
So a lot of Cassidy, no more backbone on any kind of funny character.
Well, that makes sense, though, right? Because you're expecting that Exodial is going to be on this Cassidy, like we were mentioning, and then you also just are running the Sigma.
Good damage onto Tread. Astro down, all good. We haven't got the Lucio, not a problem. We killed the tank player already, so we can just push. Double DPS for GGPeps on this high ground. It's going to be quite annoying to kind of deal with. Oh, not double DPS, sorry, it was Johan. Well, Kiriko kind of a DPS. There we go, easy kills for Space Station. You saw Tread there again, Rose. They're being very proactive, something we saw in their previous series. They want to get in your face. They want to like push all the way up. They did it in their series versus ENCE, but I mean, Space Station very much prepared for that. 4 faces sticky bombs headed his way as soon as he got onto the front line.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like when you take a look at just Tread opting already to switch over to the Winston on the second point, Hardy's like, I see your Winston, I raise your Ramatra. This is the type of counter swapping we're going to end up seeing even more of as we progress through this map and this series. You know, Winston nice here to be able to take the verticality of this map, but also Hardy's Ramatra, you have to come fight to him, and he's just going to walk through your Winston bubble and kill you.
Slowly but surely, Space Station now moving the point. Yeah, Tread's going to have to kind of juggle this here. Exodo has been quite hot off the mark on the Cassidy. Definitely the biggest rising star in EU, bar none, I think, at this moment in time. Naga with the barrage. A lot of ultimates coming up right now, and Hardy kind of struggling to move the point right now, especially with Exodio just putting down so much pressure. Oh, double headshot. One from Exodio, one from Johan. Taking down Funny Astro. Was just having a little cheeky wall ride on height.
Everybody's going to fully back off here, though, if you're Space Station, because you're still hoping to maybe take a fight right here. But look at that, still using ultimates.
High Noon, splitting the team up. Oh, surely Landon dies there. Yeah, easy kill for Tread, but once again, that goes too aggressive, and Sparker just sits there, picks up a 4K. I mean, this is what we've seen over and over again from GGPeps. They love to play aggro, but Space Station, they're reading him like a bedtime story right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of classic wait in the wings and try to jump on them as soon as they overextend there. And they definitely overextended. They used way too many ultimates, got really greedy there with the High Noon, and then ended up getting punished for it. So Space Station, they have 3 more ults heading into this next fight, having used nothing there outside of the Amp Matrix to just keep pushing them back. So Sparker's got high ground control.
Rush, Hardy in a little bit of trouble, but gets the sound barrier. FD God is going to match it in this high ground, High Noon. Doesn't end up netting any kills. A bit of damage there onto Tread, forcing the retreat, forcing him to get off of high ground, and this is the go button right now for Space Station. As soon as Tread is a non-factor in this fight, as soon as he ends up having to back off, I mean, it is all go signs. And Space Station, they're capping second. Lightning pace as well. 4 minutes and 40 seconds rolling in, Rose, into third.
I mean, they just had the ultimate economy advantage there in that final moment of that point. And yeah, this is going to be a quick pace that they've set here to try to enter into the third. This Ramatra even better in these close quarter fights. So we're going to see Tread switch tanks once again over to the Mauga to try to match that rush.
Ooh, okay, not great. Not great if you're a Space Station there. Landon swiftly ejected from the team fight. Hardy's still existing on high ground is very annoying, though, for GGPeps. Not providing much of it. What is FD? I don't think FD God was even looking at Hardy there. What does he do? What is my guy doing?
I mean, I guess it got Hardy off the high ground, though, right? Because if there's anybody that's going to be able to access that high ground and boop him off, it is definitely going to be FD God's Lucio. But Hardy's got an annihilation. How do you fight against this? FD God is not even close to having the sound barrier yet as a response to that. So maybe it's Naga trying to open things up with a pulse bomb here. Look at how he's waiting.
Yeah, just playing a little bit of prop hunt. Turned into a box. Ready to rock and roll. Spots Landon. Hopping a skip and a jump around on the low ground. Perfect target for it. Naga now gets found out. Pulse bomb on the... We'll ignore that one, okay. Sound barrier comes in. It couldn't be quicker for FD God right now. He needs something to save this team because Peps are getting run over right now. They needed some sort of support ultimate. Space Station Gaming, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Just a disgusting time bank on Hollywood. They just rolled through Peps like a 4-ton tumbleweed. Match chat check.
Match chat
Peps,
check.
are you there?
Any match
Muted,
chat
potentially?
checkers?
Still broken.
Oh no.
Still broken.
Wow, like, I mean, that's how confident and comfortable Space Station are feeling in this match right now. I think the 3 minute and 15 time bank is definitely going to be something that even amps up their confidence ever more. Like, yeah, that's lightning quick. What are you supposed to do against this if you're Peps? Like, they didn't have a sound barrier. FD God was at 45% of progress when you actually saw Space Station run at them. So there was nothing for this annihilation, absolutely nothing for the overwhelming force that Space Station had in those close quarters. So like, Space Station coming out of defense here on the Sigma. You got the Sigma, you got the poke with Psycho on the Echo, Cassidy for Sparker, but did GGPeps just run the Mauga again? I feel like Winston's usually the counter we see to Hottie's Sigma or just Sigma in general. I don't know, they look uncomfortable here, Jack.
It very much feels like that. A little bit uncomfortable, that being GGPeps. They needed a support ult at the end of that fight too. They needed the beat. They needed a rush. They needed something. Because Space Station were just going to literally roll all over them, especially with the annihilation against the Mauga comp who also wants to get in your face. Tread with the hog. Probably just a TP hog hook, we'll see. Yeah, okay. Shield up for Hardy. Can't do anything. Okay, they're going to try and go for mirror here, at least on the tank roll. Hardy versus Tread on the Sigma.
Well, I mean, there is that. You also have Johan that's going to be playing the Baptiste, so it's poke across the board. The biggest difference here is Psycho on the Echo, Naga on the Pharah. Echo usually going to be the hero that ends up getting the better of the Pharah like 9 times out of 10.
Ooh. Well, it's actually Naga getting the better of Spark on the Cassidy. All right, can the Space Station recover now? Astro is pretty low. It's just skirting away. Zodio's got to hit those shots. You just got to hit him because Landon is fighting back. A double kill for the Baptiste. And then Psycho with that focusing beam is going to finish this one up. And in fact, yeah, adding insult to injury there. Staggering Tread just a little bit.
Hello there.
That's just whittling time off the bank here. Chris is so mean.
Stir in the pot.
Wow, actually stirring the pot right now, yes. But, you know, Space Station with that team fight win, they are going to start building up to these ultimates a little bit faster. So I would worry if I'm GGPeps how they're going to deal with this duplicate from Psycho. It's coming online so quickly that you could see Psycho just kind of get in there, maybe even try to duplicate the Sigma, get a Ground Flux, anything. That buys even more time off the clock here for Peps.
Duplication for Psycho available. FD God down. No Lucio. Don't want to overextend here. Being Space Station and now playing with Dupe. Wait for them to come in. Dupe the Sig. Or honestly, Dupe Naga. Go for it. Send a message.
Good.
That's not in text chat.
That is actually like the biggest ego pick, I think. Of all the things he could pick, just pick the Pharah, play the Pharah to the Barrage and Barrage better. Like, yikes, maybe.
Fox will come out first. Hits Johan Exodio. A little bit vulnerable, but all good. The lamp was there to save him. Still pretty low, however. Psycho on the sidelines there, getting past that window. And with Psycho copying the Sigma, could be a free flux as well. Look at that. The pressure on the backline is just immense. FD God just struggling to keep Johan alive. Oh, it's just a small little firework there, showing off the DPI. The Psycho gets a free flux thanks to Tread. And they're staggering him again. This is all time off the time bank, Rose. Space Station not here to mess around.
Tread has the match chat open.
He's bleeding.
He says, let me kill.
He's pleading with the team, please. This is my rank up game, please.
Let me get a kill, please. No, we do not. We do not hold any prisoners, I think, if we're on Space Station. This is a minute and 10 seconds left here for Peps. They have 3 ultimates to try to push through this with, but you have to deal with this amplification matrix from Landon too. With this amount of ultimates, you think that Peps should be able to do this.
Oh, that's a lot of skulls on screen. Oh, funny, Astro caught by that one. Most of that was absorbed by Hardy, but there's the flux. There's the kills you wanted, Tread. Whether it was given to you or not, you definitely deserved them. GGPeps still have to cap this point. Hardy is very much alive right now. A lot of HP, 900 almost there with that over health. And speaking of being alive, Spark is still on the high ground. Someone has to deal with him too, you know. FT God does land the boop kill, but with Hardy staying alive for so long, it's just allowed Space Station to re-engage into this fight. Any more stagger kills here for GGPeps is pretty much all over. There's one in Johan. Naga doesn't want any of this smoke as Hardy chases him away. FT God also falling super late. 18 seconds to go as GGPeps supports are nowhere to be found, and Hardy knows it. A flux in the small room, trying to find Tread. He lands it, and there comes the damage. Any supports? Johan's got the window. FD God no way near this sound barrier, and that's all over, Rose. Space Station Gaming with match point.
3 minutes and 15-second time bank for Space Station after they push in a full hold on their defense. This is... this might just be a 3-0. I think we're all preparing ourselves for a 3-0 at the end of this next map.
The amount of mental warfare that's happening in the match chat is unreal. And secret quick hack for you, by the way, if you mute match chats, you can still speak. It doesn't like delete your message when you send it. So potentially that's what Trev was doing there. Like, I've got match chat muted, but I can still type and you can see the message. It's a little ridiculous. Even I think Psycho or someone put in a little ASCII art there as well. I mean, they are fully in their heads in this current moment in time. 2-0 for Space Station. Coliseum up next, Rose.
I know that Zoe was giving some credit as the most valuable player to Crocs for all the mental warfare, but I think you gotta look at Space Station as kind of the OGs for the all chats, the OGs for the all chat mental warfare here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I think, like, how do you not have earned that for yourself? Just taking a look at how they played through Hollywood.
It's honestly what some of the British do best, you know. It's just send a little bit of smack talk, honestly, and you can see a lot of them have kind of picked it up. It's looking good for Space Station, that's for sure. Also, that's what EU Ranked will do to you after a while. Oh, my word. I've had too many years of experience with EU Ranked Overwatch. It's rough out there. It's the Wild West, it feels like. And they were born and bred in it, and you can definitely tell just by the comments they were making in the chat. A few more expletives, I would imagine, if they were actually playing Ranked, though. We're jumping into map number 3 in Coliseum, Rose. I mean, where are you thinking Space Station go from here? I mean, honestly, Reinhardt seems like the most obvious choice. It's been exciting to see the new Coliseum with how open it is now, how the checkpoint is like, oh, we're just standing in this corner ready to get booped as a support. Like, it does feel real good. Do you think Space Station just going to run it down here?
I think they could totally just run it down. I think if you wanted to see them come out the gate swinging, I think Reinhardt makes a great choice for that. But I think you also have to wonder whether or not they just want to keep forcing Tread off of comfort. The Malgas look so good for him, and when Tread has been forced to play different main tanks, like we saw the Malga, the Winston, back to Malga there from Tread, and then we ended up seeing the Sigma on the attack, just wasn't able to really find the same type of value. I feel like maybe you just keep running the Sigma, knowing that it's a good counter to the Malga. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, to be fair with you, it feels like they can play anything at this current moment in time. GGPeps, of course, have had a lot of success, especially with Exodio Naga showing up big on the Farah and on the Cassidy. And with these Cassidy changes too, you're thinking Exodio is just going to pop off even more. But it seems like, I mean, Space Station just have their number. Like, a blip on the radar, that loss against them in that upper bracket semi-final, Rose, and it just feels like the same old Space Station again. The very best in the West, if you go by Dallas rankings, like, they were the team to come out and try to bring it to some of the Korean teams. Like, it was rough out there for a lot of the Western teams, but
got the furthest, though.
They did get the furthest in the very end, yeah. I mean, GGPeps, you know, thinking they can take them down once again. It's looking like a very different story. The mental game does have to be very strong going into this next map. You're in reverse sweep territory, and to be fair, the amount of reverse sweeps we've had that have gone all the way or have been denied, a little crazy with it. So there is potential here, but this is Space Station Gaming picking Coliseum. They know what they want to play. We know what they want to play, and we'll see how they get it done.
I feel like you just like expect Exodial to come out here on the Cassidy. If you're keeping Sparker in the lineup, I would expect the same thing. And then it really comes down to whether or not there are going to be adjustments made across the board here for Peps. I think when it comes down to just the compositional differences between these two, you got to give the leg up there to Space Station, I think.
Yeah, it does feel like, especially with the style of GGPeps too, that aggression, like we saw in the ENCE game, they were very willing to every single time, oh, you're stepping up, we'll push you to your spawn, like we want to be the team that goes first. And that's just not working against Space Station at all. Like Space Station clearly looking at the VOD against ENCE, and you're like, okay, well, it was a 3-2, went all the way. It felt very winnable for GGPeps a lot of the time. ENCE just slowly slogging it out, obviously denying the reverse sweep and then making it to the finals. And Space Station basically just had so much time to VOD review it. Just take as many notes as you possibly can. We know your game plan. We know how you want to play. We know how you like to play. Tread especially on the Mauga. So it feels like they've got them red, but that could all change, of course, on Colosseo. But it's looking very much a Space Station win. I think most of the Despre did 3-0. Maybe I think there was a couple of 3-1s in there, but there's at least one person.
There were a couple of 3-1s.
There was one 3-0. Obviously, the audience too.
I think that was
very much in Space Station's favor too.
Yeah, I think that 3-0 was Zoe, and then I think Jake had like a 3-1. But yeah, I think SSG. I think it's going to be a 3-0 here. I would be very, very surprised and pleasantly surprised if Peps are able to just super lock it in, bring this to another map in the series, extend it. But I just think that it feels like the writing is on the wall here. Yeah. And Space Station, they really want that another match against ENCE.
Yes, it is the classic EU Overwatch moment at this point, Space Station versus ENCE. But if you want to get smacked down by Space Station Gaming or ENCE, you can sign up. The sign-ups for Season 2 are now open on the Face It website. So yeah, go sign up. Tons of different leagues as well, so you don't have to go in the same league as Space Station and ENCE and GGPeps and like all the other phenomenal teams. But if you choose to, you can. But there's also lots of other different tiers in there, including an open, which is open to everybody. It's always a good time playing with your friends in a very different environment as well. It's different from the ranked games. It feels a lot better when you lose, trust me. I've been subbing it. I subbed in for Overwatch in one game. It was pretty good. We lost. I played Alari, but it was fun. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
That's good. That's good.
It was a good time. I blame Scott. He wasn't trying.
I would be excited. Oh.
Mr. Custer wasn't trying that game. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was my aura. Not sure. My troll
Scott
aura.
catching a stray.
I mean, you got him. I got
feel like Scott and J3 like catch the most strays on our broadcast.
J3 has caught more strays than I've ever seen. Like that guy.
Poor guy.
Come on, man. It's not fair. It's not fair.
It isn't.
But I will be throwing out the most strays on him, to be fair. That's my bad, honestly. All right. GGPeps, what have you got for us here? You need something special coming out. Space Station Gaming, maybe harder, yeah. Locking in the Sigma, like you mentioned, Rose. That counter to the Mauga. You want to come at us? That's fine. We got a rock, we got an accretion, we got everything we can possibly throw at you. Got a ton of sticky bombs too. We're not using them for poke. We're using them for when Tread gets in our face, and then you get instantly deleted. Yep. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to see here. The Mauga versus the Sigma.
Yeah. So definitely something that Space Station have been expecting. This is something that they've really prepared for in this Mauga meta. But I think you also look at just like the pieces are not too different than what we've already seen between Space Station and Peps. But it's going to be then about how they approach it, right? That's just a bad start here for the Pharah. Like, unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but they do end up trading. So 1-for-1. Exodial with a lot of room to maneuver here, of course, without this glass being in the way.
Yeah, but Space Station are pushing the point here. Like, they're just going to keep pushing the objective. I think this does make it a little bit easier to see progress on this bot in the midpoint because you can play around these pillars.
Good boot by Funny Astro there, getting FD God away from Landon. Unfortunately, you can't boot that. An unmovable object is Trev when he hits that charge. Gets the headshot with it too. I believe that's slamming down a little bit too tough there, but I would be pretty mad as well if I were Tread. I want to pummel them into the dirt after our last two maps. All right, GGPeps with a decent win here. They're going to gain the lead and get this bot moving.
They're also going to have the rush, so that's going to be a really important tool here. If ewcow can get that ready to go before Space Station move back in, they can use the rush to initiate on this next fight, and it just makes the Mauga way more powerful. Same thing with Exodial. I mean, you could just high noon rush into their faces, and then you're like a super speed demon.
Yeah, it's a little insane. A little like break Overwatch moment. Speaking of which, Suzu comes in. Oh, yeah, Psycho messing with him a little bit too long there. Potentially wanted to go for the copy, but Exodial surviving with that Suzu, with the amp speed and amp heal. FD God ends up falling. They are still very split here at GGPeps. They need to find a handler onto this fight. Naga unleashes the barrage, but I think that was about one missile that hit the ground before that flashbang was sent careening towards him. Psycho calling out this cage soon. Well, unfortunately, yeah, Troy's got 30%. Rough.
I think that's the point, though, actually. Like, if we want to just kind of give it to...
Insult to injury, Rose, carry on.
Space Station BM, maybe that's what it is.
100%. 100%. When they AJ, it's like, they got sound barrier soon, guys. They got beat.
Yeah, so
They
true.
got beat, surely clueless.
Oh, no.
All right, Rush, like you mentioned, Rose, is going to be a... It's going to help Shrek get towards that cage, that's for sure. High noon, Naga spotted out. Oh, way too close to the sun. Even FD got going down too. A twofer for Sparker. And some additional punishment layered on top there for Hardy. Oh, you're even going to dupe? I mean, sure, why not? If it's going to force the rush like that. This is looking like it might be checkpoint for Space Station Gaming. GGPeps investing so much into this fight. FD God holding on to that beat. Sneaks away a kill onto Sparker. You take those any day of the week, but Space Station's still getting a lot of bot progress.
Yes, I mean, this very well could be the checkpoint. You also have ways to be sure that you can get it over the line. Like, you have the sound barrier here from Funny Astro, but you're worried a little bit about putting yourself into a position where this Pharah is just going to have free reign over you. So that's why you see Space Station just back up here. You don't want to be vulnerable to all of this fair rocket spam down those windows and doors. So you're just going to take the long range. And also just like a little bit more territory for you to run away from a high noon.
Oh, Astro hits the beat at the perfect timing there. Might end up going down. No, not at all. Landon says not today. Throws out the lamp to help his Lucio. Hardy has made his way to the bot.
Hardy's pushing the bot.
Yeah, sure.
What?
He's going to checkpoint too. He just goes checkpoint.
Oh, nobody can touch it.
Oh, that's rough. That is real rough for Peps, GGPeps there. Little boot kill onto Astro. Again, you take that, you take the goods, you take a kill, you take anything at this point. Hardy was like, well, if you guys are just going to be squabbling in the mid, I'll just run to the bot and end up pushing it, and they're going to get some additional space here as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can play that aggressive take because you know that Funny Astro has a sound barrier. You also trust in the rest of your team to just give you the space to do this.
Oh, there's the Naga I know and love.
Oh,
nice
Naga.
triple kill with the barrage. You got 5 minutes.
That was
Space Station with 92 meters on the board as GGPeps find their first team kill here.
Yeah, but they have so much fight left, right? Like, I'm super impressed with their composure right now, even in the face of having to deal with some of these smackdowns that Space Station are giving them. Like, Naga is still able to get like a triple with that Pharah barrage. Exodial is still finding so much consistent damage on this Cassidy, but there's still 5 minutes left. I don't want to call this over until GGPeps like really see like the finish line, I guess, for Space Station in their sights. But Hadi does have a grab flux here, not a whole lot to contend with that on
Matt
Pep's
healing
side.
that was thrown in onto Exodial, the heroes. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. That's a lot of fan the hammers. Here comes the flux from Hardy. He is pretty low. He could get taken out, but no, dodges around the corner. With that healing from Landon, that regenerative burst, keeping him alive and well. A duplication on the Sigma as Exodial pops the high noon, dodges one rock, but can't dodge the bullets of Sparker. There's 4 minutes to go, and Space Station Gaming in quite a firm lead right now. Oh, and Psycho stopping. And he's typing Sig Gap.
Oh no. They are truly feeling themselves. I think this is the type of confidence you need to have, knowing that you have to play this match and then you immediately have to play a 1-to-4 series for the grand finals. You just you have to be on that all-time high to make sure you can roll through it. But Hadi's on the Reinhardt. We've got Hadi Ryan.
Well, luckily tried to escape that with his ult. Hardy's the main focus, trying to get him to land on his head, but unable to do so. The lamp's going to come in just in time and land in on the high ground. Oh, FD God! Oh, no. Adding, oh, that was rough to watch.
Yeah.
That's an AJ, and GGPeps with no support ultimates now and no hope of securing this spot. Space Station going to continue to push. 100 meters for Space Station. Is this going to be a full cap? Signs point to yes cap right now, but GGPeps can still come back in. Naga's done it once. Can he do it again? He's got a barrage coming up, Rose.
He does, but this high noon is going to be so deadly, especially when you got this Reinhardt shield as well, and Naga's dead!
Oh, Spark, right in the face of Tread. Oh dear. Well, that's Exodial dead, and unfortunately, I think GGPeps, this might just be a GG. 3 minutes to go. Someone's got to touch. There's 4 meters. Tread's jumping onto the bots. They got to survive, but Hardy's closing in on that shatter. He's 30% away, but it's now Psycho's chance to prove that he can diff another tank. Looks like he's actually just going to dupe the fire at the end of the day. A high noon is going to take care of the copy, but that focusing beam quickly dismantles Exodial. Tread is alive and well on the point, using that rush and the cardiac overdrive to regenerate enough health to survive at least a little bit longer. That was close. There was, what, 2 meters in it? Maybe? 2 meters to go. This is GGPeps trying to find a comeback, but with only 24 meters on the board, they are looking at a miracle, and then maybe a new game plus miracle as well, because this is looking slim.
Yeah, it is looking quite slim there. I mean, Psycho killed like 4 people in the extended portion of that fight, especially with that duplicate. And Space Station still have ultimates to spare. You got the Earth Shatter coming up from Hottie. You've got double support ultimates here for Space Station. If it wasn't a full cap there, this is just keep away at this point. Space Station can just play on the defense, and they should just win out this map in the last 2 minutes.
That shatter for Hardy as well. They got double support ult. We're just going to chill in mid. If you want to come to us, that's fine. We've got a shadow, we got a beat, we got a window, we got everything. Your move, Peps.
They are quite literally trying to bait them out into the open here. And with every answer in the book, like, this is about to be a rough.
All right, they find an opening. There's the shadow. Oh, it is big. 4 men on their backs as GGPeps are just routed by Space Station. The pin misses, but it doesn't matter. Space Station Gaming easily dealing with the aggression from GGPeps once more.
Oh, you just like set it up to knock him down. Like Hottie should have the biggest Earth Shatter of his life there, and that's all they needed alongside the sound barrier. That's 3 more ultimates. They're just gonna push right back up to this choke point, this long straightaway, get those fire strikes, all this poke damage. Yes, Tread is a cage, but it extends this map for how long? And can they even pick up everything when they've got the duplicate here too?
There's a cage, couple of people trapped. Asher jumps in there to help his fellow comrades, and well, this high news gonna be pretty deadly. Yeah, Tread regrets that cage, I would imagine. Psycho duping into the Malga. Exodial onto the side. Well, unfortunately, there's 3 people looking at him. Naga might be getting a little damage in here, but that is a C9. What a way to end a series. Astro just C9s the entire team. You see the desperation in Naga too. Dash pops the blade, resets with another dash, and that's it. Space Station Gaming with a 3-0 over GGPeps, securing their revenge and a place in the finals. So he's looking at me like...
all in this series. We have had it all in this series. It wouldn't be EMEA if we didn't have at least one C9, and it wouldn't be a Necro broadcast if it wasn't the C9 to finish the match.
Oh my god. That's a little rough.
I don't know what else to say.
I mean, look, it's a little rough.
Desk, take it.
I think we've said enough. Now the desk can take it away, and they can, they can break that one down.
That was not a C9. They were dead.
It was.
They were dead.
Naga had blade, and he was dashing.
I mean, their whole team was white.
Their whole team was dead.
No.
It was an enforced
He walked it in.
C9.
Funny
Astro spared us like 5 seconds of additional defense from a 1v5 Genji, but
Yeah.
He's a
But
real MVP. That's what I'm hearing.
that being said, because that was not a C9, I'm worried about the Rose powers in the grand final. She's saving it for the best.
Yeah, it's
we
just
might get some C9s. We might.
Please shush your mouth. sir.
Shush. Ooh.
None of that talk, none of that C9 talk. We can end this strong. We do have the two best EMEA teams meeting in the grand final. Just like most people would have expected, it's going to be coming down to ENCE and Space Station Gaming, two teams which have already qualified, of course, for EWC prior to this qualifier. So they're just fighting it out for the big dimes. Let's see how they got it done, though. I personally am ever so slightly disappointed by what we've seen from GGPeps. I generally would have expected them to put up a little bit more of a fight. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Well, we were hoping for this to be more competitive, but in the end, I mean, this was worse than I expected, to be honest. I
that's what I'm saying.
I thought
that was a beat
Peps
down.
would give us something, but I think, to be honest, I think Space Station really just validated what they were saying. Yeah, they were experimenting before, but can you beat us when we're actually playing what we think is the best, actually playing our strongest look? And it's a resounding no. I also think, Space Station getting a little bit energized by some of that trash talk. I think this might have been the shortest reign of, quote, we're the best in the West I've ever seen in my life. And it lasted for 2 matches, guys. Rest in peace.
To be completely, transparent as well with the viewers, we did not call Peps the best team in the West. They did.
By their definition, best in the West.
Yeah. Maybe hold your horses a little bit next time. That was a beatdown. That was SSG displaying just the incredible team play they have and understanding of the game as well. The way they're able to take angles, the way they disengage whenever GGPeps utilize the Kitsune Rush, for example, the way they can work around Deadeye is coming through, Psycho here with a great performance, of course, on the Echo a lot of the time.
Just a 9 KD.
I mean,
so
just brutal. But I think you really saw, the way that SSG are able to utilize their teamwork and work around what the enemy team is trying to do. So, in Hollywood, for example, GGPeps, whenever they would utilize a Kitsune Rush, for example, you disengage and maybe you re-engage when Funny Astro decided that now dropping the sound barrier is a good move. If you saw that, for example, Sodial was trying to step up with a Deadeye, we can work around that. We can let you push up and then we can hit you from all sides. We can surround you. It's just incredible positioning, working off the angles, and finding a way to not let Peps get momentum in any of these fights.
I mean, I think SSG, this is them really making their mark as a team that wants to be at the top in the world. We saw when they played even Crazy Raccoon in Dallas, they kept swinging. They kept, brought out the Sigma on map 3, made it the closest map of that series. And so I think this is SSG continuing their arc to be a team that wants to compete on the world stage, far from a rush one-trick team, right? They're bringing out a ton of the Sigma, slowing the game down. Very uncharacteristic of them in the past, but this is the new SSG that they'll play whatever gives them the best advantage to win. Right? You look at teams like Toronto Defiant in North America, you see a similar story, right? They have their strengths, but they're pretty much willing to do whatever it takes to get the biggest advantage since their players can handle everything now.
I mean, and that's what you have to. In the current meta, there is no one size fits all. You can't just rely on one comp and be really, really good with it. I feel like that was flying in the past. Not anymore, really. So the flexibility is needed. And I think every single player of SSG has stepped up to that task. So yeah, they're continue to dominate. They continue to establish themselves as the top team in the world. Yes, they fell to the lower bracket on the hands of GGPeps, but they got their revenge. It was a resounding revenge as well. A 3-0 victory. It was a statement piece. That's exactly what they promised. That's what we've been given. And now they're moving up into the grand finals against ENCE. And that match will be coming up in just a little bit. So we will be breaking that down for you as well. First things first, though, we will be heading into a quick break. Give the teams and the players some time to get ready, to set up. And after that, we're back and we will be breaking it all down for you on the other side of this.
Honestly, I don't know what happened there. No. What happened was there are a lot of minor misplays. I think positionally speaking, the supports were also not where they were supposed to be from. I'm talking about GGPeps, by the way, especially on that Hollywood map, getting caught out at times. And as far as the DPS players go, I think there's a noticeable difference in terms of the damage output. Sparker's consistently landing headshots. Exodial, not so much. Yes, GGPeps has had some decent DPS ultimate usage, but for the most part, as far as the primary damage output goes, it took way too long for GGPeps to get anything done, to get picks out. And yeah, sure, they had some juicy plays here and there, but there is a lack of cohesion. I think Trident didn't really make his mark. He wasn't really dominating the space, whereas Hottie was constantly adapting, playing a huge range of tanks. I mean, we're so used to seeing him play Reinhardt, but we saw Sigma, we saw Ramatra. I feel like there was another tank that he played. I can't remember now, but my goodness. And then Landon. I feel like Landon really is the glue to it all in terms of Space Station's match progress. He really ensures, he really enables the team to get picks. He's always in the right spot for healing, getting the best off angles. So if you want to see the best, if you want to learn how to play BAP exceptionally well, Landon is probably your go-to. Hands down. He's, I think, the best Baptiste player I've ever seen in the landscape of Overwatch esports. So he's your guy. For real. Yeah. But I think GGPeps might have been overly confident from their last win, and they probably started getting a little bit complacent. They didn't really take it seriously enough. So this is the turnout of this match, and you know, if you really want to compete on the World Cup, you've got to give it your all. You've got to level up. And not just say it, but you got to walk the talk. You actually have to consciously walk the talk. So, up next, we're going to have... Ooh, I can't remember now. I got to look up my... Oh, ENCE versus SSG. Okay. This one's going to be... I'm going to really look forward to this one. This one's going to be rather exciting because I'm a big fan of both tank players on both teams. So it's hard for me to pick a side, especially with these two. I'm just going to stay on the fence. But as far as a prediction goes, I think SSG is going to win this one. ENCE is solid. However, Vistola only primarily plays Sig for the most part. So with Hottie being a lot more flexible these days, being very efficient with this flexibility, I don't know. I think they're bound to secure this grand final qualifier win. But correct me if I'm wrong. Could go the unexpected way. But give us a hard-fought match regardless. Both teams better fight it out.
Welcome back again to the EWC
really well.
Qualifiers here in beautiful, sunny Burbank. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. Still not sold. I haven't sold you on the Burbank ads yet.
No, what are you talking about?
You look disappointed every time I'm...
No, I've already told you. Big fan of Burbank. So much life to this city.
Johnny is a dyed-in-the-wool Valley girl, and you can't take that away from him.
No, can't take the Valley girl out of Johnny. That's It's true. It's fact. Also, happy anniversary, by the way. I don't know why that...
Thank you.
Up there. But yes.
Very kind of you.
Yes. Yeah, of course. 1 year anniversary. Make sure to congratulate Johnny and Steph over on Twitter. For now, we're diving into the action of our grand finals in the EMEA region, though. Lots to talk about, lots to break down. We did see those two teams facing off against each other, of course, in Dallas, and SSG had the upper hand there, but it was a different ENCE. ENCE is showing us some different looks now with Chase in the mix.
Yeah, an ENCE team that has flexed their muscles here in the Face It League playoffs score, having shown us a lot of different lineups. Not only has it been Chase in the mix, of course, showcasing some of his Doomfist here, but also they've been mixing back and forth between Ghost 91 and Sky Reap as well as coming into this team. So it's been pretty interesting to see ENCE so far dealing with their opponents here in the upper bracket, obviously disposing of Peps here with Chase playing the Doomfist in a really close series. I mean, that went 5 maps and could have gone either way, but also reverse sweeping Virtus Pro. A team that we put a lot of emphasis going into this tournament, that Virtus Pro had looked really good. But ENCE found a way to work around their Sigma compositions, playing Chase and utilizing these dive heroes. That has been a strength so far for ENCE. But going into the grand finals, I'm questioning, can you really win here in the grand finals against SSG playing these dive heroes? Or how do you plan to work around Hadi? I think this will be two teams that flex around their opponents, that will try to kind of get an advantage compositionally against their opponent, but there's no denying ENCE, they prefer the dive hero so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, SSG, doesn't even matter what they prefer. We know they're good on Brawl and Rush kind of comps, but they can play it all, and they've showed that on the highest of levels. They also have implemented more Symmetra into their compositions again as well, which is a very different look. So can ENCE deal with that, Jake?
I think the real strength for SSG is that not only can they match ENCE's flexibility in terms of the heroes they play, but they do it without relying on roster changes, right? With ENCE, it's going to be very telegraphed. Chase comes in, okay, we know what we're expecting. If it's Vesola, we also know what we're expecting. For SSG, it's all Hadi, and he's just bringing all these different heroes, showing tons of flexibility. So as much as you might, okay, Hadi plays Sigma, you come out on Winston, I mean, Hadi's going to be switching right back over to Ram or Ramatra, and Chase could find himself in tough spots here. So to be honest, I think SSG has an edge there. Even Psycho, I think, playing the hit scan on Ashe, on Nepal in that last series, I think him showing that he's got that prowess on hit scan is another valuable thing. Yeah. Even when Sparker's out of the roster, you can't just think you're going to get away with, oh, we'll play far. They don't play hit scan. No, like Psycho can just play hit scan. So for me, that value that you can be flexible without roster changes is a big strength for SSG, a big feather in their cap.
Yeah, I mean, especially the fact that they have now 3 damage players that they can rotate freely across all these different maps. And especially when we have this format, you know, there's map bans, map picks, they can really play around in this map pool and consider what damage players will we utilize? Are we going to play a double flex kind of thing like we saw with Psycho and Backbone, for example, even with, like you mentioned, Psycho being able to play hit scan? Are we going to center our composition around Sparker, or will we integrate more, maybe like Backbone for Mei, Symmetra? A lot of choices here for SSG, and that really allows them to put the pressure on ENCE, who might prefer to play their own style and might single out one style that they like to play, with Kai, of course, playing the hit scan, and Kevster playing some more projectile or flank heroes like Tracer, for example. We
also have to keep in mind, if we're looking at their road through the EWC qualifiers thus far, ENCE in their victories, they played it really close. 3-2 against VP. They had a 3-2 against GGPeps in the upper bracket to get to the actual finals. Whereas every victory SSG had was a convincing one. Like, they crushed their enemies in the upper bracket and then in the lower bracket once they were kicked down there because unlucky, gotta be a bit experimental here and there. Anyway, their performance thus far has been incredible, of course. And if you are watching right now and feel like, I want to play on the big stage too, I want to take it to those guys. Well, maybe you can, because the signups for the Face It League Season 2 are open right now. And if you're wondering what it's all about, take a look at this.
$60 million! You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. we've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice. So we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man. There's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back, beautiful people. The EWC qualifiers are still going on. It's the 6th and last day of it, and we're now heading into the grand finals of the EMEA region. SSG will be facing off against ENCE, but before we diving into the action, we actually have a quick interview with Coach Christopher from SSG. Christopher, always great to have you in for a quick chat. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. So polite. Always so polite. Christopher.
I am British.
You are British. That is factual. Christopher, you and SSG, obviously, you had to run it back through the lower bracket, whereas ENCE was flying through the upper bracket. However, they played really close matches. They got pushed to map 5, not once, but twice. Do you feel like they've shown every card in their hand at this point?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think for both us and ENCE, we took this tournament with a grain of salt. You know, like we obviously both qualified through the major, so we both use it as an opportunity to try new comps, like integrate new lineups, stuff like that. I think the big problem ENCE are probably going to have to overcome is every comp they play, we play it better, which is like a slight problem that maybe Crimzo is going to need to figure out how to deal with.
How locked in are you guys right now? Because it felt like night and day. Obviously, the Peps match, you know, different practice going into that match as well. And now in the lower bracket, you've just been dominating your opponent. So what's like the spirit of the team right now? Are they like on the path to revenge, just like dominating the rest of the bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I have to shout out Peps, you know, like if they hadn't been a little bit cocky and typing so much after getting a lucky win against a team that was on break, then maybe we would have chilled, but, you know, they bit off more they can chew, so we actually decided to give 50% last game, and maybe now that it's the only 2 real teams in Europe left, we might even give as much as 75%.
That's big words. I mean, I'm curious if you think the inclusion of Chase into the roster, Chase, well, of course, wasn't there in Dallas. So, I mean, I think ENCE, fair to say, was kind of hamstrung by that, you know, playing almost all Sigma comps, Diva comps, not optimal on a lot of maps. Now they can kind of hit the full range. Is that something you've thought about in terms of your prep work here, or are you just coming in to kind of play your game and not worry so much about what the opposition can bring?
I mean, Chase is a good player. I think he has a good hero pool. Chase only has one tiny issue with his gameplay, and that's he massively chokes every time he plays an official. But apart from that, he's super good. Like, if he plays today, I'm sure we'll see good performances. He just gets over that one thing, you know?
You know, it's kind of unfair since we only have you in, so Crimzo can't shoot any shots back at you. What do you think Crimzo would? What would he say if he were with us?
I don't know.
Maybe you could just put some words in his mouth. Can you just put some words in his mouth for us, please?
I don't know. I mean, Crimzo, nice guy, but there's no aura on him, you know? Like, he doesn't really have, like, that inspirational tone. So he's probably just going to say, okay, guys, they're going to talk their shit. Let's just go out and beat them. But, I mean, it's not going to work.
Honestly, that sounded just like him.
I think he disagrees. I think he would disagree,
so career as a voice actor for you there as well, Christopher. I will let you get to it. Best of luck in the grand finals. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you, guys.
That was Christopher from SSG. Well, I mean, sorry, since Crimzo couldn't join, I wanted to give Christopher an opportunity to be Crimzo for a second.
Okay. Well, maybe I think maybe slight bias. Maybe you should have asked me or Jake. I mean, we got Jaws over there. He could, you know, maybe give it a go.
That's way funnier and clippable, so there is that.
The content.
It's about content. That's what I'm here for.
Right.
Part of content is, of course, predictions. We have a tendency to not be right. Let's see.
So you're just right. What are you talking
for yourselves? I've been right a lot. The last couple weeks.
Actually,
I've been hitting these upset Preds.
Oh.
That's true. I am still the reigning Pred queen. So Johnny, you're slacking.
I literally won last year.
1 year. Congratulations.
Mom and Dad, stop fighting.
Well, I'm feeling confident about this one. SSG, they got all the right pieces to work with. They've had very, very dominant performances when they actually won, and I think the one slip up just means nothing.
I also had to go with SSG here. To be honest, as much as Christopher, pretty cocky, pretty confident, I think he's kind of right. I think honestly SSG are maybe stronger at all the comps that ENCE plays. Maybe ENCE has the edge in like a dive mirror, but I don't see that many maps in the pool that are actually going to force that. I feel like Hottie can probably still win those matches with a Ram or a Mauga. And so I think the way the meta is right now, I just don't see a road to victory for ENCE, barring some sort of like unbelievable individual pop-ups. But I mean, we know the SSG players can match that. So I can't call them the favorite. I did think they might get a map or two, but honestly, I'm a little worried about that. I think SSG might be on a tear right now.
Yeah, at the risk of sounding like a moron, I don't feel like ENCE have been tested properly at all. I mean, they play their drive composition into Virtus Pro. That was really one-dimensional with the Sigma. Then they got to play Peps, who beat an SSG that was barely trying. So now it's like, this is actually a test. You're going to play SSG again, who want to win this thing. So I think this is going to be really tough for ENCE in this matchup, and I actually think SSG should be favored. I could even see this being one-sided, so I have like a 4-1.
It said 4-3, so your entire spiel.
Okay,
Your hopium for ENCE is like,
I did say 4-1, but...
Okay, well, it looked great on the graphics since I'm 4-1, 4-2, and then you're 4-3. I was like, wow, Johnny really believes in ENCE. Well, 40% of the audience is with the prediction you've never made, because they also think that ENCE can take this one. That's actually a surprisingly big amount. Why do you think it's so many people?
I mean, all right, to be fair, I think the individual strength of the players on ENCE super, super high. I think they can definitely hang in the series. It's going to be competitive on like the deathmatch level. But where I'm worried is I feel SSG's execution is just really, really clean. I think they're going to have better swaps throughout a map, right? I think ENCE can bring the different looks, but it's going to take roster changes. And within each map, SSG is going to be punishing them for whatever choice ENCE makes. They're going to feel some heat from counter swaps.
Yeah, I think SSG just has shown us and proven time and time again that they don't get rattled by anything. They're eager and willing to switch things up quickly as well. They're on their toes at all points of time. So it's going to be an uphill battle for ENCE. How are you guys feeling about this one, Necker and Jack?
Yeah. Rose, how you feeling? Good?
I'm still sick, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
fine. That's not what you asked, but you know, it is happening today. I hope that this match is going to be really good. Like, I really want to believe that this could be like a six map series. I could totally see ENCE taking a couple of maps, but I think at the end of the day, it is Space Stations to win. And yeah, I want a good match.
Yeah, feels like Space Station's region as well, right? I mean, ENCE, there's a big potential there for them to come and just show up big in this series. They had a very close game against Peps the other day, of course, going all the way to map number 5. This is Space Station's starting roster for the first map, Rose. So we are seeing again Backbone in for the team. So Sim, May.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, like May, Sim, I think that's all a possibility. I love what Jake brought up too, is that we did see Psycho actually play the Ashe. So there is a possibility here to actually play Hitscan if you are expecting ENCE to come out with something funny. You know that Kevster can play the Pharah, the Echo, so that's not an easy DPS to be able to play when you know there is at least something that can mark you down on the other side.
Yes, and ENCE, they've been playing a little bit of Sojourn recently, but Kai now stepping kind of back, saying, hey, we're going to play a little bit of Widow. That will sit here, but could come out depending on the map. We're seeing the Cassidy and a lot more of the Ashe as well, coming from both regions. Of course, Kai and Kevster, Chase starting in the roster as well as Ghost and Marsa to round out ENCE. So, not seeing Vestola just yet, but they have a tendency to flip him in when on maps like Hollywood and maps that you can play the Sigma on. But, I mean, Space Station Gaming, happy to play pretty much whatever comp is in the meta and whatever comp kind of fits them, fits the map, and fits what the enemy team are kind of running too. So, you can expect a lot of switch-ups here from Hardy as we go into this series. It's going to be a close one, always has been between Space Station and ENCE. Of course, Christopher is just, you know, he's going to be smacked now, like least BM British person alive, like Christopher. So as we load into map number 1, Samoa, what do you kind of expect to see? Paraíso actually is our second map, not a map we see all too often. Coliseo Survasa and Route 66, and then a few more maybe if we go even further than that 5th map.
Well, honestly, Jaws, I'm just proud of you for saying Paraíso right. I'm so proud of you.
I try. I try. The British vocab and the British way of saying things doesn't always lend its hand to a lot of words like Spanish words, Portuguese words, and like any kind of any kind of South American language. It's not happening. Like, sorry. I do try. Though. I do try.
No, you did amazing. And yeah, I'm excited to see what Samoa is going to hold. I think this is, I think a lot of reason why we end up seeing Chase slot into this ENCE roster more often than not is because of the flexibility that he does provide. You talk about Hadi, how he can play the Sigma, the Winston, the Reinhardt, the Ramatra, but I think Chase can also play a similar level of counter picking that's going to be really, really valuable. I mean, you could take a look at the whole map pool here, and I think in more cases, more often than not, if it's not something like Midtown, I guess Circuit Royale is not on this map pool either, but like any map like that, yes, I think we see Vestola come into the roster, but otherwise I feel like it's just Chase this whole map set.
Yeah, I'm curious when we do see Vestola come in. map pool, yeah, without Circuit, I do really like seeing Circuit. A lot of the time it is really just down to the Sigma duels and like, you know, we're going to pick Sigma, that's just how it is. But it seemed like Space Station doesn't mind a little bit of silliness on those kind of maps, maybe subbing Backbone, but yeah, not in the map pool, unfortunately. Rialto and Junkertown are also really fun maps to view, but we might end up going all the way. Of course, the desk, I'm not sure what Johnny's prep was in the end. He got it wrong, or the draft's wrong. Someone was wrong. It was probably Johnny, to be honest with you.
I think he said 4-1.
Nah, it's probably him. Dude, he puts a pred in, and then in the Discord, and then it's like, oh, yeah, actually, I burned something else, guys. I've had a change of heart on the desk. Like,
no, you can't be too harsh on him today. It is his anniversary. Congratulations to Johnny for the anniversary. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So
I will still go hard on him. It's fine.
Hope we get you good
He's not here.
matches to
The desk
celebrate.
was empty now. They've gone to the green room, so I can say whatever I want.
I'm sure he's heard it anyway, so say
good.
Congratulations.
Exactly. Yep. Grand finals here for the Face It Master League, and Space Station Gaming and ENCE. Kind of the predicted finalists, you gotta say. Of course, both teams have already qualified for EWC through the Dallas Major OWCS, so they're not fighting for that spot, but a bit of extra prize money, of course, is always nice to have. They do end up winning this series. Of course, ENCE was always the team that people look to kind of upset Space Station Gaming and take the crown of like EU's top team. We'll see if they can do it here. And obviously with the new season of OWCS coming up in a couple of months or so, we'll see if they can maybe even retool their roster a little bit, or maybe just kind of work on a few different things. And with big patches coming in, like the big patch coming in just before obviously this weekend was a little bit crazy. We'll see if that has kind of any effect at EWC as well, because there were a few changes. Sojin kind of got destroyed in the patch. Like, good luck playing that character now. Cassidy got a massive change, and I wonder if the meta is going to shift in any kind of unexpected direction. But I think both these teams are more than well equipped to deal with that kind of situation. But here we go. We're going in. We're going to Samoa for the upper bracket grand final here at the Face It Master League. Samoa being the first map is quite interesting, I think, Rose, because a lot of teams have had the tendency to run the poke, but it has been more of a amalgam map here.
Yeah, I think it just also depends on what stage of Samoa we're going to, right? You got a brief pause coming through here. But listen, right? We're trying to make sure that we're giving Space Station enough time, right? They did just have to play a match, so give them a little bit of a break. If you saw the all match chat, Chris is asking, like, why weren't you part of the interview earlier?
Yeah,
would have been nice to hear from Crimzo too, but
looks like there's a small bug in the lobby, so we're going to toss to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals coming up just after this. Space Station versus ENCE. Here we go. All right. We're back. Pause, finished, ready to rock and roll. Here on Samoa, in the upper bracket, well, the grand finals, Space Station versus ENCE.
All right, this is going to be a first to four series, so it's going to be a little bit of a longer rodeo, we hope, than our more previous series that took Space Station here to the grand finals. But we get a chance to get a bit of a first look here, Jack, on what kind of compositions these teams want to run out with. And Space Station seems pretty locked in right now. Going to be the Malga on top of the Echo, the Symmetra. I think Backbone could very well stick on this hero. But for ENCE, it's the Doomfist look that they want to bring out with first here on Downtown.
Yeah, Doom, Chase, Hardy on the Malga, okay. Two very different looks. Of course, we saw Chase on the Doomfist yesterday versus Team Peps. Just somewhat decent success. Doomfist pretty good at kind of locking someone down. If you can get a slam, land a little slow, then punching people. We saw a nice collap from Kai the other day too, actually, with the Railgun. That was on Esperanza. The point is being contested right now by ENCE, with Space Station have a decent portion of the cap. There it is. All right, Chase can't quite get in there quick enough. No power-up punch, so no immediate kill onto Funny Astro. There.
I mean, you just have to kind of back off right now at this point if you're ENCE. You gotta wait for those cooldowns to come back online, and you still have to set up for this dive, but this teleporter makes that so tricky.
Yeah, really tough. There's the Doomfist here. Even to the turrets, if those turrets are planted in weird spots, it's tougher. Chase to really get in there. Nice first kill by Space Station 2. I mean, Landon is closing in on this rush. This has been a nightmare for ENCE to find just a single pick. They've found some decent damage. Psycho took him pretty low, but this is a rough game so far for ENCE. Can't make headway at all.
No, I mean, this is just a couple of stagger picks. It's going to be 50% by the time that ENCE are able to come back. And it's just so difficult because as soon as you see the dive in from Chase, there's a symmetric teleporter down from Backbone to get everybody out of there. And then it just messes up the rotation and cooldowns that this Doomfist can use to actually get in. At least ENCE have ultimates now, so you can use the Meteor Strike to reposition.
Well, pops the Meteor Strike, but instantly there, Landon pops that rush. Real high ground control from Space. Oh, I mean, it was worth the attempt. It would have looked pretty cool if he landed it. A Meteor Strike from Chase, trying to take out the Echo high in the sky. Here comes the wall, though, from Space Station. How do ENCE really deal with this? You can see how his position splitting off the point, and the whole of Space Station just tunneling behind it. I mean, now Chase has to get away from his healers pretty much to find an entrance into this fight. Eventually, Landon is brought down by Kai as Psycho takes the size. Killing his one for what is like for like there in Kevster with that beam. Very slow fight here from ENCE. They're eventually finding kills, but Space Station are at 99% after this point flips. Psycho taken down, only Astro left, and there it is. It's overtime already for Space Station, and it's barely been a fight.
And the fact... Yeah, it's been barely any fighting here. Space Station have been able to win so many of the previous team fights just off of first picks alone. And the fact that they come into this one now with the cage from Hottie as well as this duplicate from Psycho, we got to hold on to that. This should just be a one and done here for Space Station unless ENCE are able to have a major pop-off with a first pick.
Teleport? Oh, yeah. That would have been a big punch, too, from Chase. Pooping everybody away from that TP, but the entirety of Space Station managed to take it. A lot of ultimates coming up for Space Station now as well. Cage comes in. Oh, Masa jumps straight into the cage. Instantly deleted by Funny Astro. Good duo punch there into the wall by Chase. Hits Hardy square in the jaw. That cardiac overdrive, not enough healing to heal him back up. A teleport away there for Backbone as Space Station once again cap this point. Without a tank, though, it's going to be hard to stick around.
Oh my gosh, Kai has just been having such a good performance here on the Tracer. This is not a hero that we know him for very often, but has been able to keep them in this fight until Chase gets taken down.
Yeah, Psycho with the duplication onto Chase's Doomfist. Here comes another dupe. Kevster on the sim. If you can charge up, you're going to get that wall so fast, but it's actually getting there is going to be the big problem. Sound barrier, wall, everything thrown in from Space Station. One fight is all they need, and ENCE aren't even gaining percent. They end up losing the point halfway through this fight. And that's Space Station winning that one out. Chase's Doomfist not quite hitting the mark there versus Hardy's Malga. I was going to call him Ram, but Malga.
It's bigger Ram.
Yeah. Chunkier Ram.
Chunkier Ram. Let's not. It's probably not the nickname we would use there, but yeah, it's so interesting because I feel like the Doomfist, like, I understand the thought process. Like, Chase obviously feels very comfortable with this pick. We've seen ENCE run this Chase Doomfist in a couple of their most recent series, but I feel like it's always fallen a little flat. Unless you're having some of those, like, ridiculous setups, like Chase got the Doomfist punch into the double collat there from the Sojourn from Kai on Esperanza. Like, outside of that, it just feels like the Doomfist by itself isn't setting up nearly as much. So when oftentimes we see these tanks that have this flexibility, if you expect to see Amalga on the other side, they will run the Sigma. So it's exciting to see Chase on that hero now to see what he's able to do on this pick that we know Vestola in this roster for.
Yeah, completely different pace setting now. ENCE clearly not ready for that one. Little TP into the back. I like the Ashe pick, I really do, from ENCE. Just does so much damage. That Dynamite too, just giving that DPS debuff to everybody that's afflicted with it. And then Kevster can maybe follow up with a beam, but Space Station, they got two different styles completely when it comes to the slow Sigma play, and then their Mauga with the TPs. So hard to play around. You can see how aggressive they're going here too. And ENCE just not knowing what's hit him. All the way up to the spawn doors.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see how aggressive Psycho is able to play knowing when that cardiac overdrive is active. Like, he's at the front lines. He's a tank. Like, we thought we were in Overwatch 2 with just one tank now, but Psycho is able to make that a second one. Especially when you have things like Duplicate online, you're just able to get even, like, more aggressive towards the spawn. They can't come out of the spawn right now, and they're having so much trouble. And they're going to have to walk into a rush here from landing.
Yeah, they're going again. Pop the rush. Get some kills. Well, just another day in the Space Station camp. Might be able to kill the BAP as well. Yeah, Ghost is dead. Backbone at least goes down there. ENCE coming up with a small win. Space Station going to have to back off. If he wants to, he can use that wall from spawn almost. So could be a little bit extra cheeky, I suppose. But it will be ENCE now pushing up, knowing that they've got a man advantage. And the Bob too, so...
Yeah. That'll help. I think the Matrix helps here as well, but I still think that Space Station have the ultimate economy when they have the cage, and they also have this photon barrier and duplicate.
Fakey TP, there's the Bob, a duplication onto the Baptiste of all things. Yeah, Psycho's just going to dual Kev. Deal with the lamp. You can't. Cage comes in, Hardy dead, but I mean, once again, we're looking at final fight. A two-man sound barrier from Marsa. The duplication is going crazy for Psycho right now. This is final fight for ENCE.
That's it. I mean, like, Ghost is switching potentially over to the Moira, thinks about the Kiriko instead to get the Swift Step, but this is not going to be a cohesive retouch here by ENCE by any stretch of the means.
Well, there's a Flux, there's a dupe. Got a lot of things to use in this fight. And Melandon did, that's a good start. They throw everything in. Mauga in for ENCE. But look at that, Hardy dashes straight to the back and just cleans Ghost up. At least ENCE end up getting a cap here, but the wall can come through for Backbone. He's fully charged on this beam as well, so everybody's just gonna get microwaved. Master just running for his life, and Chase instantly chased down. I mean, look, Space Station, they know the targets they want to focus, and they focus them with pure precision. 99%, who's there to touch? Oh, a boop onto the Tracer, and just like that, Space Station just demolish ENCE on control.
That was not close. That was not close at all. I do not think that ENCE knew what hit them when it came down to some of these comps, but we heard Chris talk about this. This is a match that has very low stakes for either of these teams outside of the glory and a couple of extra $1,000 here for first or second place. They've both already qualified to the Esports World Cup. So I think for now, it's really looking at, can ENCE pick up the pace a little bit? Can they figure out something that might be able to trip up Space Station, who is going to be one of their biggest oppositions heading into the Esports World Cup? Let's remember that ENCE did really well when they were at this Dallas International Major. So, like, this is their proving ground. This is where they can really test stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, testing stuff out, especially on this new patch, although it's looking rather samey, at least in pro play. In like ranked, quick play, etc., it's looking quite a bit different in terms of what people are picking, but in pro play, it's looking quite same old, with just a little bit less Sojourn. You can see some highlights from this game, but don't really need to see too many, to be honest. I mean, look at these fights that they managed to extend. It was tough for Chase to get anything done on this Doomfist. He's going in, hitting the slams, you know, getting the meteor strike in. You're maybe picking up 1 kill, but I mean, Space Station are staying in these fights until the bitter end, and they're forcing out 99% before one big clean fight has even happened.
Right. I mean, a lot of that, too, comes down to the symmetric teleporter plays from Backbone. You see the Doomfist go in, you immediately teleport out of your space station, and then you just have so many answers, even if that Meteor Strike is online. Suzu's from Landon, they've been so good. It is exciting to see Landon be able to show us this Kiriko, even though we know Landon to be this superpower Baptiste player. I think that's really stellar, and you can see just how well practiced, like, Space Station are to deal with a kind of aggressive dive in.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to map them 2 in just a second. That was maybe a blip on the radar for ENCE there. Just, you know, it was a 2-0. We'll chill. It's all good. We're going to go to map number 2. We do have a substitution as well for Space Station. Sparker coming in. Backbone stepping away. Who's really surprised at this point? Okay. Nobody. Backbone coming in for these control maps to play the Mei, to play the Sim, and now we have Sparker in, and he's definitely going to be rocking the Caster here.
Yes, for sure. I think these Cassidy changes almost feel like they've done Sparker a lot of favors. I know we're kind of still on the fence whether or not overall these Cassidy changes are a buff, a nerf, but I think for Sparker, they definitely feel like a buff in a lot of ways. Yeah. He's already been able to play so aggressively with those high noons. He gets even better angles, being able to play so far forward anyway with the speed up that you get in the high noon process. So I think, like, it makes a lot of sense to just bring him in, let him play to his strengths.
It's definitely a net buff, I think, overall. I think that's definitely the consensus now. Like, people are still on the fence, like you were saying, but the net, like, roll was nerfed. The high noon is kind of buff, kind of nerfed, but it feels like a buff in a lot of senses now, especially how fast you move with the Deadeye, despite you losing the damage reduction over time. And the flashbang, especially in close quarters, is going back to his same old, same old. You're hitting traces, you're hitting anything that wants to kind of get up closer, even tanks at this point, and it's not a stun, but the hinder and slowing that much, you're going to guarantee yourself that kill more often than not. If not you, someone else is going to be able to follow up and get the smack down. We're going to go to Paraíso next, Rose. Here we go. So a map we don't see all too often, especially in the EU region. Much prefer in Hollywood, much prefer in Eichenwalde especially, which has been perma-picked. So yeah, getting a little practice on this map. What better than the Grand Finals to do so?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was an ENCE pick, if I'm not mistaken. So I feel like you end up going to this map a lot just to be able to play Chase on the Winston. Because I don't think we're seeing any substitutions for ENCE. So if they want to lean into one of the biggest strengths in their team, I think you have to look at the map pool and go, well, yeah, we would love to be able to play Winston on basically every single point on this map.
You definitely can play the Sigma, but I do agree. I think the Winston is definitely better, especially on second. Second is just so painful. Like, you have to, in an ideal world on attack, you stagger some players on the defense, stagger some defenders when you cap the point, so they're not fully regrouped as 5 and they can just surround you on high ground. It's very easy to kind of push up the left-hand side if the enemy team aren't running spam, but if they're running any sort of spam and like kind of cycling Winston in and out, it's just so painful moving through that small street and everybody just peering down on you and like, well, that's a lot of dynamite. That's a lot of cast nades. That's a lot of cast bullets. Everything kind of thrown at you. It's real rough. If you get a clean team wipe, though, it can be, yeah, like I said, lead to a couple of sticky situations where you're kind of stalled out trying to fight for that high ground. It can be really rough, but that's where Winston kind of band-aids that a little bit. And the prevalence of Echo and Farah, too, kind of helps you push through that streets phase. All right, let's jump into it. You are right, Rosie. It was ENCE picking this map, so it makes a lot of sense. They're going to run Chase, not have Vestola come in, the Sigma specialist. Going to Coliseum as well, which will definitely be interesting. I'm still interested how the map is going to evolve over the next coming months and how teams end up playing it, because we aren't seeing the giant stall fests anymore.
No, we are not, which is super, super nice for just the viewing experience, I think.
Oh, 100%.
And the entertainment factor.
The entertainment value of guessing the amount of time before someone lands a kill was quite fun, I will say. And there was that one time I was casting with Matt, and he perfectly predicted it down to the second when the kill would come in. That was absurd. I mean, yeah,
that
not
was
sure
so
how
funny.
he did that, but, you know, reading the tea leaves or something.
Yeah, that's super, super funny. I mean, listen, I think we're still gonna end up seeing a lot of like the similar types of compositions on Coliseo. I just think that a lot of the time those fights will end up going a lot faster. So I don't know. I think I'm okay with it. I think the rework was super necessary.
Yes.
And I think as well, when we actually start to take a look at a lot of the fights that take place on those first checkpoints, they're not super one-sided anymore. There is a lot of comeback potential when you do actually go through that first point.
Yeah, we're just going to quickly toss to break. Do not go soon after this.
Hey heroes, Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Hey heroes, we're back. Space Station Gaming and ENCE here in the grand finals. So sorry for the brief pause there. We're just getting something kind of sorted out with the players, but we should be good to go now. Paraíso is the map. ENCE's pick as we jump on in.
So if ENCE pick this map, we can expect to see Chase in this roster probably play something like the Winston, like the Doomfist. I'm not sure how much of a Doomfist believer I have been in the last couple of matches, so I would love to be able to see Chase play something like the Winston, just be really comfortable with that. And sure enough, they are going to be coming out of this defensive spawn with the Winston.
Yeah, Winston and Kai on the cast, Kev on the Tracer. Very classic comp, it feels like, for ENCE at this point. Very good for the map as well. I do like the static holds, like the kind of poke style angle you can play on this point. But it can be rough, especially when the other team is also playing Winston. You have to play quite passive. You don't want to give up too much space. Let's get a quick space station listening though as they roll out the gates.
He will be a monkey this map.
Yeah.
It's like honor matchup.
Taking a grapple shot. It's like you go circuit and you have to have double flank.
Yes,
like you
need to play monkey on this map. You need to play monkey.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Kill free spark, okay?
Don't see them, they're not peeking.
Don't see.
Monkey.
Then
Blue.
I do one scouting here.
Monkey.
Chilling. I can peek aggro. Ready spark, I just peek 1. 3, 2, 1. Monkey with them.
Low one.
Use double care that timing.
We walk under. Next timing.
Monkey no jump.
Where's the cat?
Push. Jumping out, Cass. Can you come top? Can you Cass, breaking. Cass, all behind. Cass, group with me. Bubble.
Carry. Oh, nice. Only trade. Just trade. Get pulse soon.
All right, okay. See, Hardy screaming for care there. It's a good fight for a space station. Booping Kai off the high ground was just so important for them. It was just such a menace up there with a Hinton A. There will be a chance for ENCE to recontest. Of course, Kai and the rest of the gang kind of piling out of this small doorway. Pulse bomb for Kevster could be quite deadly as Hardy, just focused out completely. Pulse bomb on the ground, didn't really need it, landed dead. Kevster holding firm on this point. Space station with 45%.
There was still a pretty good amount of progress there to get after that first engagement. I love the comms that we heard. They were very focused, like, oh, very honorable duel that we have on our hands here with just the complete mirror match and the Winstons. But the great callouts too, like when you watch Hottie jump in, you can tell he's calling out like a target is actually won. So we'll see if they can follow it up this time.
High noon in the rush, everybody all scattering. Luckily for Landon there, managed to get out of cover just in time, or getting covered just in time even. Sparker's going to use his high noon now, just going so low. Nice little boop there to try and boop him into the bubble to stop that high noon from going off. They managed to get the damage in anyway, regardless. How do you even pop in the Primal Rage here? Feeling he can turn this fight around. I mean, with Master low, might have been able to secure the kill, but he slipped out of there, and Ghost very quick on the heels. 19 HP. Oh, again, went back down to 19, but Hardy gets out alive. So a lot of time bank now missing for Space Station. Only a minute and 40 to go, and that Primal Rage would have been a big tool to open things up with.
Yeah, but you don't have it anymore, so you're really looking at those raw picks coming through from someone like Sparker or Psycho. The onus right now on ENCE, see if they can get something done with Chase's Primal.
Good pulse bomb there onto Hardy, knowing there's no Primal Rage to kind of back him up with, and the Kiriko a little bit too far away as well to Suzu, so Hardy was easy pickings for ENCE.
Now there's a clean team fight win coming through from ENCE, and that's still no extra progress on the board here for Space Station. They still have some time though with a minute in the bank to work up to some of these ultimates. Really gonna want like the Kitsune Rush here from Landon, hope to get that to allow Space Station to get back into the mix, and maybe Psycho with a pulse bomb here would be able to make a difference as well. But I think it's gonna be Ghost and Landon getting these rushes up online to duel over this point.
Well, they've got a spot Kai. See Master and Ghost there to the rescue. Hardy forcing the Suzu out. He'd end up hitting 3 as well. So a lot of value there for that Suzu and a lot of healing. Speaking of which, both rushes coming through. A lot of additional healing, but unfortunately now Chase is dead. Ghost is going to get focused down as well. Psycho knowing exactly where Ghost TP to. And Psycho losing Kai there a little bit, but all good. Kevster needs to die, and there he is. Goes down, and Space Station, like the skin of their teeth, end up capping at this point. 20 seconds, but that will turn into about 2 minutes and 45 as they get the payload moving.
Yeah, it's almost too bad Chase went down there because Masa did have the sound barrier advantage over Funny Astro. So if you were able to prolong that fight enough, Chase doesn't go down there. I actually think that this could have been a full hold here for ENCE. But unfortunately, after missing that tank, I don't think Chase was quite expecting how much damage was about to come into his face. So at least they get this high ground setup, right? Everybody wiped pretty quickly, so you do able to take this building control.
High noon for Kai. Kind of wrap around this building right now. Oh, Psycho. That box looked like it was helped there. Gets his revenge, though. Nice work there from Kai. You may have dodged the high noon, but you can't dodge my bullets. As Chase with a nice little double kill. A little bit of a messy fight here. The payload's moved a little distance, but nothing too considerable. Sparker just holding the fort down on the high ground, though. Yeah, no heals, only the Lucio to back him up. Kevs is still at least trading out Sparker. Very messy still, but Space Station, they're spawned so close to the payload, so they're chilling.
So the trades are good for them because it allows them to just keep this card progress moving forward. You know that ENCE are just going to have to back up and regroup as a full team of 5, so they still get to push this pressure. Take a look at Sparker even just being able to come back out from the spawns. You're able to just get around this corner a little bit more. If your Space Station is set up to use some of these ults here, looking at like the high noon, this is a great way to push people back here from ENCE and follow that up with something like the sound barrier. It's on both sides now.
Sparker in a little bit of trouble. Oh, Kevster more so though. My word. Entered and exited his brain so swiftly, Kevster didn't know what hit him. Nice kill onto Chase. Using that Primal Rage, but when you're forced into that small room like that, it's just so easy to hit the monkey. And without a nano, you're not surviving all too long. Space Station with double support ultimates, rounding this corner to the second point. Unfortunately for Landon though, didn't end up dying during that fight, so Hardy can't stick around too long as ENCE are on the respawn.
Yeah, so this is a rough position for Space Station to be in. Hadi took a lot of damage. He has to back up. So ENCE, this is where they're going to have one of their strongest defensive points. But you've got both Kasune rushes here. See if that's going to be swayed one way or another.
Later rush coming here through from ENCE. The high noon is decent, good for one. Sparker stuck, rolls to stop that damage coming in. They're still cleaned up by Chase. That nerf really coming into full effect there. Kai dead with a high noon. I mean, maybe ENCE can kind of stall this one out here. And with the kill onto Landon, they should just be able to do it. 3 meters to go for Space Station as Kai comes back. Could be a big zoning factor here as Space Station, their time bank draining. 10 seconds to go as overtime approaches.
Yeah, you just need a Winston bubble up here from Hadi. He's going to take the long way around.
Ghost, Suzu, high noon. It's moving quickly. Psycho in danger. Oh, doesn't quite get it off, but still the kill comes through. Trace it down for Space Station. There's still a Primal Rage for Hardy to be the big difference maker. And unfortunately for Chase, a little bit too low. Was dodging around Hardy's bubble for the majority of that one. And Hardy with the only environmental spot on this point manages to boop Kai out of there. And once again, in OT, or close to OT, managed to get that point in. But with only a minute and 20 seconds to go, this full cap looking more and more unlikely.
I mean, that Primal Rage was so good there from Hadi. Like, could not have come up at a better time. You were able to stall at the point long enough that you were just gonna end up winning out that war with ENCE having so few resources to use in this fights. But still, a pretty tremendous effort on the defense
this pulse.
here with
Suzu.
the time bank only being a minute.
Suzu used Kevster in. Suzu comes in. You want to just get in there and use that pulse bomb, but it doesn't look like he's actually going to need to use it. Landon TPing back to the point 2 safety, or apparent safety, but Kevster knew exactly where he went. Of course, with the Kiriko, when you do Swift Step, your like shadow, the little like puff of smoke, it kind of goes in the direction. Kevster knows exactly where you went. Exactly that. 30 seconds now, Rose.
Final fight then. Space Station, they have to win here if they want to keep extending this map. It's going to be up the back of this pulse bomb and maybe even this sound barrier.
Still got to wait for that Suzu to come in. Very aggressive right now, Chase is it. Trying to lock Funny Astro into the spawn room, but hitting that juggle. Astro gets out of there. Chase doesn't want to stick around for too long, but in fact catches out Sparker, who was very late to exit the party there. High noon for Kai, burning down the time bank once again, but there's the Primal Rage. Kai, oh, he's going to suffer the same fate. Pushed all the way back into the spawn, and Funny Astro finds the kill with a boop. There's going to be a touch here for Space Station. No need to worry about OT not even triggering. Sound barriers come in for both sides as Hardy has to exit stage left. A high noon does send Sparker to the grave, in fact. Press Q to die. Normally a fire ability, but this time it's actually on Sparker. The descending members of ENCE were able to isolate him and easily pick up that kill, and now Master trying to run for his his life against Psycho. Almost winning out the 1v1 in all honesty, but Psycho eventually comes up with the damage, but his team were just cut to ribbons before his very eyes. He spent too long chasing Master there, wasn't really a factor in the rest of the fight, as the payload gets stopped just after that first corner after seconds. Very clear wink on now for ENCE, and what has been a very strong map for them so far.
It has. I mean, those defenses, there were still worlds where ENCE gets the full hold on first. They are able to hold on second. But I feel like it's just like in those final moments of these points, Spacestation comes up with the biggest clutch with some of those key ultimates coming online. Like something like the Primal Rage that can help extend a fight and get them a little bit more say in terms of those DPS, just dealing out damage. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely a winnable map for ENCE. If they can attack this attack push for themselves with the same level of aggression and confidence that they had on the defense, surely this is a win for them, right?
Wow, camera's really, that spawn camera's really cool. Really nice. Yeah, it's again, honorable duel like they were talking about in the spawn, right? We go to Astro was saying like we go to Paraiso, you play the Winston dive, you go to circuit, you're almost bound to play double flex. Like, come on, guys, play double flex here. Come on, no main supports. Play some Zen, maybe play some little Brig here and there. You know, it's kind of an honor system at some levels, but
true.
Normally the best comps to do it with. We kind of spoke about it before. Rose, you were mentioning that Chase is definitely going to play Winston here. Very good map for that pick. And very good for their team too. It's what they've had the most success on. So here we go. The gate's unlocked. No cheeky shot here from Kai. Just going to roll out on the Cass. Business as usual.
I know, like, I understand the Widow pick there, but I think they know also that Spacestation is not going to fall for something like that. You just want to get in and try to attack this objective and get as much time as possible in the bank to make it to that checkpoint. That's going to be the big condition here for ENCE is have enough time.
Astro just not with his team there at all, like stuck on that low ground, just dodging behind that side. That's super rough. Yeah, of course, can't really jump away there either because he's going to get tracked by the Cassidy. This fight is breaking down, but it is ENCE coming out on top, especially with land and falling. I mean, Astro going down so early, so far behind in ult charge too. At least one tick available. Space Station going to have a reattempt here getting in, but it is Psycho that is stuck in no man's land currently. Can he get away? Keps has got to look around. No way he loses that duel. Yeah, there you go. Easy 180 for Keps to pick us up the kill on the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the help of your Lucio, Masa there to get that backup, but this is going to be a really difficult retake here for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is about it, surely. Really early Suzu too to try and keep everybody up. Of course, Sparker comes out with kills though. Of all people, you'd always expect Sparker to at least come up with something. They might want to chase this down as well. He's pretty low. Yeah, easy kill. Good attack from ENCE. 5 minutes in the time bank. Complete opposite of how Space Station ended up running their attack. They almost had OT when they ended up cupping.
I mean, this type of time bank is what ENCE were fighting for, because this is enough time that you're almost assured to be able to get through the second point. You have enough time for 2 full ultimate rotations. So if this, for some reason, doesn't stick for you, then don't worry. You still have the ability to get back to more brute force to push this payload over the line for that second checkpoint. But ENCE at this point, like, they have 4 ults here. Like, Kai's High Noon is not too far behind this Primal Rage either. And then Masa is still outpacing Funny Astro on that sound barrier, but I don't think that I would expect Masa to have a sound barrier advantage when these two come online.
Yeah, despite that very early death from Astro, luckily he's managed to catch up. Primal Rage from Chase. Still got a clear Sparker off the high ground. He's just been free shooting him this whole time. Primal Rage from Hardy now. Oh, it's a duel of the Winstons. He jumps the mega health back, does manage to get it. Receives a Suzu too. He's looking for Chase, maybe getting a little boop. An epic duel of the Winstons there, one out by Hardy.
All right, so a good defensive hold here from Hadi, but they do have to expend 2 ultimates on both sides. So it comes down to like layering these Kitsune rushes for both. You can match the high noons as well, but having this high ground advantage for Space Station makes this high noon just a little bit better here for our Sparker versus Kai. Unless you can bully them off the high ground.
Oh, Just got absolutely crunched in that small room. You see Amasa insta using the sound barrier, and Space Station just overwhelmed. It was like a tidal wave of players and of bodies just launching on you. And Chase was Tesla canneling everybody there, looking like a Sith Lord. Space Station, well, at least they've got a sound barrier to re-engage, but are they going to be able to do it in time? Oh, no, they are not. And they even use that sound barrier. High noon from Kai to chase everybody away. 4.5 minutes to get around this first corner. I mean, this is ENCE's game to lose here.
It absolutely is. I mean, this is what we were talking about at the very beginning. They want the larger time bank. This is plenty of time to push this over the line. If they don't, that is a miracle for Space Station at this point, because here is where this time bank comes into play. There are no ultimates online right now for ENCE outside of this pulse bomb, but they're gonna have plenty. Even just wait like a minute and a half, and that should be another full rotation of ultimates online here for them.
Because Mars used that sound barrier so early, Rose, look at that. 40% versus Astro's 20.
Yeah.
It will just be them getting run over again if they're not careful. Astro needs to get in and do some damage. Of course, definitely one of the best Lucios we have in the West is going to be matching Master in a mere moments. All right, Chaser's already in. He's in deep too. Landon dead again. First. Space Station Gaming just unable to keep their Kiriko alive. And now it's only Astro to heal the team up. Well, not any longer. Cursed him a little bit there as he gets chased down by Kevster. Chased with the Primal Rage, just trying to deal with the tricky Tracer, but he's got the hands and he's swinging them. And there's the payload, just so close to that blue box of victory. Hardy chased down, there's no Primal, and there's no hope left for Space Station Gaming. I mean, maybe someone gets there in time, but limited bodies, limited health pools, there ain't no way. ENCE with a beautiful attack on Paraiso, tie up the series.
It was almost flawless. They didn't even need the time that they had in the bag, even though it was a good failsafe for them to have. It was just push after team fight win, super well executed, and this could be ENCE's key to victory over Space Station. Force them to dive.
Force them into that Winston matchup. It's like, okay, we go the Ram, we go the Mauga. Okay, maybe we can't match up against Hardy in that regard, but if we go the Winston, like, hey, that's something we're willing to fight you on. And with Kai on the Cassidy, it looks super clean. We'll have to wait and see how we end up going for this Colosseo map. Of course, that was Space Station's pick. Jumping into some highlights from that previous map. Very different map too. I mean, look at the way Samoa went. That was a Space Station game through and through. That was not a close game whatsoever. Completely on the flip side, it is all ENCE. And this is kind of what you expect from the two of the best teams in EU. I mean, Space Station have been getting the better of them the majority of the time in OWCS, even at Dallas, right, Rose? But right here, we're seeing ENCE, well, they're showing full force here. No stakes, like Chris was saying. A little bit of extra prize money with both teams locking in a place at EWC, but ENCE still want to bring it. They still want to be the best in EU.
Yeah, and this is still valuable practice, knowing that you may be facing Space Station during the Esports World Cup. There's so much money on the line during that tournament. That's where you want to make sure that you are well practiced, you are confident. That's $1 million for Overwatch alone. So this is still valuable practice in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, $1 million. Pretty nice sum of money, that is for sure. Obviously, locking your place in it's got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief, you've got to imagine, especially going into Dallas. Like, okay, made it here, we've got our placings, it's all good. When we come to the Face It League and then we end up playing these playoffs, like, we're locked in. No matter how well we do, we've still got that space, and now playing in a position which they're pretty familiar with at this point against ENCE. Like, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves, and like you said, maybe trying a few things here and there, and maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of Paraiso as well. Colosseo up next. Let's chat about that one. What do you think we're going to see? Chase still sticking on the Winston, perhaps?
I do not think that we will see Winston here. I think it would be really weird if we did, just because Colosseo is not known for being a Winston map. We have seen a couple of teams try it, but I feel like more often than not, a lot of teams are relying on poke or they're relying on brawl to just make these engagements really clean. I think both of these teams could do that. I almost have wonder if we would see Vestola slotted into this roster, but I think that in some cases, the Sigma is just so vulnerable to counter picks. Hadi can run Malga, or Ramatra. Very comfortable on both, and you kind of sandwich what the Sigma is able to do.
Yes, Push is such an odd game mode too, in the way that it's like so swingy. It does leave a little bit of room to kind of counterpick and like, hey, okay, you're running this tank, we want to run this. Okay, we kind of got rolled here. We'll switch, but then you're severely behind on ult charge. You're normally behind on ult charge when you lose the first fight anyway, but more so when you end up switching off the tank. And if that snowball starts to happen on Push, it could be really hard to recover, especially if they get first checkpoint. And on Coliseo especially, even with the removal of the glass and everything kind of opening it up, it can be real tough. Like, fighting into that high ground advantage is always going to be a nightmare. I mean, Esperanza's a little bit worse for it because the checkpoint is like right there and you're just looking at it.
Yes.
But Coliseo definitely suffers from that in terms of map topology. So yeah, it's going to be interesting what they want to run out with straight out the gate. I'm getting word though, Rose. Chase is out and Vestola coming in, so Sigma is on the board for ENCE, I'd imagine.
It sure is. Yes, it sure is. I mean, like, this makes a lot of sense to me. This is still a roster that can play poke super well. I think you could think about Kevster going onto the Echo, whether or not Kai wants to run something like an Ashe or a Sojourn, maybe still up in the air. I think we're all starting to tend towards, okay, maybe not the Sojourn, but Kai is one of the best Sojourns in the entire world, so I leave it up to him.
Yeah, okay, Soj. Do you remember, I don't know if this is a long time ago at this point, like, it was like alpha, beta kind of time, where Soj was just like, the hitbox of the rail was bigger and you could one-shot headshot. I looked like a
so
god.
Powerful.
I rocked up, made my own little montage with Soj when she first came out. I'm like, I am a beast. And then they narrowed the rail hitbox and I'm like, I am the worst player to ever touch the game. And she's been obviously through some very interesting iterations of her kit, like one-shot headshotting in the neutral, then requiring a mercy pocket, and it was like perma mercy pocket kind of meta. And then we went back to, hey, we're now in a more balanced version of Sojourn where she doesn't one-shot headshot, and now we're fully in the, okay, she's definitely not getting played. We're playing the Ashe, we're playing the Cass. We'll have to see, of course, what they want to run with. Kai has had a little bit of dabblings in the Soj, but Coliseo up next, Rose, and with Vestola in, all poke for ENCE, I would imagine.
Yeah, so I think this is where like the Echo and the Ashe makes a lot of sense, just because we have seen both of those heroes, and we aren't actually seeing any substitutions then from Space Station. So it will be Psycho and Sparker as the DPS in this lineup. So Sparker Cassidy, maybe even Psycho Echo. That would be kind of neat to see. Kind of a bit of a run back of what we ended up seeing from Samoa, but in that matchup we did have Backbone.
Yeah, and obviously this map being changed too, it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was like super solved before, but it was way more like one-dimensional in like how you played Coliseo. It obviously opens up a lot more, and eventually it will get kind of solved in like what kind of comp is better, whether that's poke, whether it's rush, dive, etc. But for this, especially with Space Station keeping Sparker in, we're not seeing any kind of like TP rush, like we're going to go crazy with the Mei in the back line. Like, we're seeing Sparker and Psycho, so it's going to be the hit scan, it's going to be the Echo, or even maybe a little bit of Farah, but probably Echo.
Could be Tracer.
Yeah. Oh, Tracer, yeah, as well. There's a lot of avenues Space Station could take, yeah.
Yeah, but I think like if you expect to run like the Sigma or the Reinhardt here, it makes so much sense to have the Echo. Like, Psycho's been so dominant on this hero as well. I know it's not going to be backed up in the same way as like having a Malga with the cardiac overdrive, but
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Oh my goodness.
They were just checking there that ENCE had their match chat on. Of course, Kev's got it on.
They sure do.
Guy's got an iron mental, Kev, so yeah, not messing with that. Okay, so no crazy TP flank, kind of crazy, wacky plays here from Space Station, but they are running the Rhine because they know Vestola's playing poke. They know he's in for the Sigma.
Yeah, I just go swing past the shield. Go get him, Chatty. Like, we're so excited to see this from you.
Well, I don't think ENCE are excited. I'm going to be honest with you, Rose. I'm going to keep it 100 with you.
Maybe not, but hey, at least the Reinhardt shield is big. These fairy rockets could just chunk it down. That's going to feel really nice, but take a look at the fact that Hottie is able to just fire strike past the Sigma shield and still get damage. That's insane, honestly. Like, unfair that Sigma can't do the same.
Okay, don't give Sigma more abilities. That guy's, feels like he's got too many as it is. Ryan is rectangle, man. I walk with shield and I swing with my hammer. Honest Overwatch. All right, they're kind of juggling
Synchronized geometry,
covers
man.
here. Hardy just dodging from column to column, make sure he's not taking too much damage, and fire striking where he can. Of course, ENCE playing the poke. They are on the back foot in regard to setting the tempo for this game. They just have to hope Hardy gets chunked down enough where they can kind of make a small push in or wait for a pick. Early window here for Landon. Fire strikes not available there for Hardy, but it's actually funny. Astro that goes down to a rocket from Kevster. A rocket for a window, bullets through the window. Doesn't matter what it is, to be honest with you. It's still going to do a lot of damage, but Psycho manages to pick up a key kill onto Ghost. Those sticky bombs just landing straight and true. And a messy fight from both sides, but Psycho just taking over the game.
Yeah, Psycho and Sparker are dominating. They're the only two players alive right now, but it just speaks to how much trust they have in each other to follow these picks. Whether it's Psycho on the Tracer, Sparker on the Cassidy, you just got like Psycho's landing a sticky bomb. You see the burst damage come through from a headshot from Sparker. It's just insane how well these two DPS truly work together. So they're able to maintain the lead here as we are now like 2 minutes off the clock. Got Sparker is trying to engage with this high noon. Doesn't even need it though.
Man, that barrage is going to come in, but yeah, through that barrage, boom, hit them with the stickies. A copy from Psycho too. That's a free barrage. I mean, hey, don't need level 94 mage for that. 4% to go, and I don't think he's even going to need it, to be honest. I mean, can fire it from super far away if he so chooses, but there you go. A cosmetic ultimate from that range. And Space Station continue to move that bot. They got the beat, they got the Shadow Rose, and checkpoint in their sights.
I don't know if there's a cohesive push ready for ENCE here. I think they can come in. Vestola's actually on the Malga, by the way. Did swap off of the Sigma, was getting a little too bullied.
High noon for Kai. Oh, he was. I mean, come on. You couldn't have expected anything less from Hardy. I think Kai set himself up for failure there, jumping in front of him. That's checkpoint, Rose. Bot has been stolen, but not for too much longer. Master's going to get chased down by Astro. Ooh. Nice little kill. Psycho left him there as well. Astro doesn't need help in the 1v1.
No. Let Astro have the honorable 1v1s here. Kai did switch off of the Cassidy just very briefly there to go over the Widow, see if there would be an opportunity here to get ENCE back into this fight. But that bot moves so quickly to try to grab this checkpoint, and now they get to play so far forward with Landon having this Amp Matrix. They have this beautiful straightaway here to shoot down.
High noon, window available. Master in trouble. Oh, gets shoved on. That's a bullet. Can they finish it up? Yes, of course they can. Nice headshot from Sparker to finish off the Lucio. And now we can just round out on the high ground again. Just pure dominance from Space Station right now, and I wouldn't expect anything less when they're running the Rhine. Even got the window too. I mean, how do ENCE even approach this fight with no ults?
They can't. Like, you would hope the sound barrier here, cardiac overdrive, but oh, Vistola's is so deep.
Has to get out of there. Like you said, pop the cardiac overdrive, but he didn't get any damage in. And now he's just getting lasered by Psycho. A free kill for the Echo and a duplication as well. Charge into the backline. He may be pretty low, but it doesn't matter. They're continuing their run. How many full caps have we seen recently? This is absurd.
We have seen so many. This is good. This could very well be another one. ENCE have a lot of ultimates though, so Cage coming through. There's not a lot to answer this from Space Station.
Save my man's Astro. Oh, he ends up going down, locked in the cage, and here we go. Okay, ENCE. They finally got a grasp of this game. Vestola just scurrying for cover. Unfortunately, again, Maga a little bit too thick behind that large shield. He will respawn. He's quite close to the rest of his team, but they're on 0 meters, and Space Station have 127, and we've reached the halfway point of the game.
Yeah, this is like as close to a shutout as we've seen from a lot of just meterage differentials at this point in time. But luckily for them, ENCE, they have another shot at this, and they still have half of that time bank. Vestola, though, another hero swap for him, going over to the Ramatra. Just another way to potentially bully this Reinhardt. But it's been so tough for Vestola to feel like maybe he's found the right answer to this chatty.
Deadeye for Kai. Takes a couple of shots there from Astro. Sped all the way up. But look at that. Space Station have already left the building. They are long gone. Sparker's got a Deadeye of his own now.
Though. Look, Sparker has high noon.
Psycho 1 HP. There's the high noon. Now ENCE have to do the same thing. Just end up backing off. A couple of body shots there onto Sparker. Oh, that was a skull straight on Vestola's head, but didn't end up clicking in time. But it's all good, because once again, ENCE have recoiled, and Space Station, they're just burning down the clock.
They have so many ults to do that too.
Nice shield too. On to Vestola. Hit the shatter, shield the body, no heals, no Suzu. Ghost rips the rush, and rest in peace ends. 3 and a bit minutes, and Space Station Gaming don't need to take the lead, but they're probably gonna.
Yeah,
the lead. They've already got the lead.
They could still.
But they don't need to full cap, is what I'm trying to say.
Complete the map, actually.
Yeah.
But they could. I think like that's like the mental warfare, right? It's just they want to send a message that would be total dominance in this case, but they can't push any further forward. They were waiting for Landon and Funny Astro to come back. Funny Astro was taxing him, and they still have ults to spare. I'm looking at this animation from Landon, and once again find the problem of how do ENCE approach this.
There's the window. Vestola needs to get out of there ASAP. You can see the heals coming through. Oh, it's the beat. Vestola 1 HP, receives the overhealth from the sound barrier from Master just in time. A return beat from Funny Astro is now Hardy just surges on forwards. And it's just an overload of power here from Space Station. Nothing more ENCE can really do. Full capture in their sights. They want to make a statement. They are the best team in EU, and they want to make sure everybody knows it.
They have a High Noon. They've got the duplicate as well. Psycho could play so close. This is an annihilation waiting to happen here and potentially to finish out the map.
I mean, Kai's 1H too. That's to back up. Oh, that's a lot of floating bodies in the air. Kai Masa completely decimated by Sparker. And Rose, that's going to be yet another full cap on Colosseo. And what more a dominant way to show it too. Only 6 meters in ENCE's alt bank, but meterage bank, whatever you want to call it. Space Station just running away with that one. That was not the ENCE team we saw in that last map.
No, I mean, with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left on the clock as well, that's actually crazy. I think they could have even done it if ENCE didn't have those ultimates at the end to actually block them from getting the first full cap the first time. So yeah, I mean, it's just lights out there. Space Station, they look so different than what we saw in Paraiso, and I hope for ENCE's sake, they have more dive maps in this pool, but I don't think we're going to another dive map on the next one. I think we're going to like Suravasa.
Yeah.
Right?
Not much of a dive map. You can still play Vestola though. I mean, Vestola coming in and suffering quite a devastating loss on Colosseo. A little bit of a rough one. I mean, now Space Station very much in a commanding lead, 2-1 in the series. It's been so like back and forth, very dominant from ENCE on Paraiso, but Colosseo couldn't look anything different as we jump over to the desk, breaking those last few maps down. What is this series? What's happening?
Yeah, what is happening? Well, I'll tell you what's happening. Looks like ENCE pretty good on dive maps. Outside of that, rough time out there, if that's what you're relying on. They did try to force other stuff. Vestola coming in here on the last map, obviously. So let's go in chronological order, though, starting on Samoa. I mean, this was all SSG. This was a very, very dominant showing.
So aggressive too, like constantly opening fights aggressively with the Mauga, showing it's another very, very comfortable comp in SSG's pool. And to be honest, I mean, this was way more dominant than I think ENCE were suspecting. I mean, ENCE came into this as the high seed. They would have picked this map. And to just get completely blown out of the water, I mean, this really sets the tone of the final.
Yeah, I told you. This is ENCE not really truly being tested, and now they're going up against SSG. They're really exposing them in this regard. We've seen a lot of looks so far from ENCE. Like we saw the Sigma composition on Samoa, then they tried the Doomfist. This Winston look, really good for them, of course. This is what Chase does best, but then also bringing in Vestola on Colosseo. You feel like, okay, looking forward, rest of the series, finals is not over yet. We're weighing our options, like how do we move forward here? And I think it's quite clear that SSG are dominant in so many of these compositional matchups. So it's going to be incredibly tough for ENCE to bring this one back. You know, especially you mentioned this, Jake, that like Paraiso was a really good map for ENCE, but like where do you go from here really? There's not a ton of maps left in the pool that could favor that kind of Winston composition. So as much as you go like, oh, just force the Winston area, well, how do you do that? You can't force SSG to play Winston in that way.
Let's take a look at the map pool if we can to go over that, because as Necro already mentioned at the very end of the cast, Suravasa is coming up next, and I mean generally in the pool there is only so many moments in time you can actually force that Winston mirror, and even if you get to force it, it's not like Hardy can't play it either.
Yeah, I think it's got to be maps like Busan, maybe Route 66. We've seen the dive be effective into some rush comps. You know, I think there's ways to make it work, but I think the challenge for ENCE is actually getting that mirror match that they're hoping for, right? Like, there's these maps, like, as much as you could play Winston on them, you could also play Rush, you could also play Poke. And to be honest, on the Rush and the Poke matchups here, SSG has ENCE cleared very, very convincingly. Not competitive. So it's going to be on ENCE to find a way to either radically change the way those matchups are going. To be honest, I don't see that happening. I think they have to find a way to make Dive win. But really, I think as much as, yes, it's 2-1, I feel like SSG is running away with the series.
Yeah, Root and Oasis, though, could be decent maps for ENCE. So, you know, just hang in there. See if you can turn it around.
Guys, hang in there. It's that cat poster all over again. But yeah, let's see if they can make it work. We're heading to Suravasa. It's not done yet, though, because we are playing in a best of 4. So Nectra, Jack, please take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Desk. So excited to be walking back into this grand finals between Space Station and ENCE. Love the call-outs that you have made about the Winston dives. I unfortunately do not see Chase hovering over that one. We do have the Doomfist here. We'll have to see how it fares. There are a lot of corners I feel like this Doomfist can play in, but Jack, we also see this Mauga comp on the other side here for Hadi. I think I don't have Jack, so you guys are stuck with me. The Mauga here from Hadi, though, they are waiting. They're trying to play a little bit patient. They are waiting for this teleporter play from Backbone, waiting for ENCE to actually get into a position here before they make this Mauga jump onto that corner. Take a look at that. The flashpoint unlocks. We have these symmetric turrets set up on the back end, so it's going to be very difficult for ENCE to take the approach. So that's why you see them back up. But while that's happening, Psycho is able to get an assassination onto Masa. So a huge piece of their speed, a key piece to disengage here, now off the table. ENCE have no choice except to just walk off and give up this flashpoint so far. And even while they're doing that, Landon is able to get the better of Kai. So a big stagger here as ENCE just have to figure out another way to approach this. It's already going to be 40% on the board here for Space Station.
Super tough, especially with Backbone as well. Like, getting Chase into these fights is going to be so tough. Like, the TP plays we saw from Space Station, a little ridiculous. We saw that obviously on Samoa. Chase once again looking, but look how much damage he's taken already. Has charged up the power-up punch too, jumps into the back line, does land a nice little double punch there, but the turrets are just lasering him. It's just like a pesky fly on the wall that just won't stop buzzing you. Like, how do you... Well, someone has to deal with them eventually, but just going to replace them and just, hey, come to us. We don't mind.
Oh, another punch in, though. It's so tough because you already just have to sit here and power block. Well, you're just going to get rushed on.
Well, Suzu, and here's the counter rush from Landon. A duplication onto the Mauga from Kevster, but look, instantly blown up by Hadi and the rest of the gang. Kevster taken out in a sound barrier from Funny Astro just to secure the point. Masa, unfortunately, 10% away from his own sound barrier. So Space Station running away with the first.
That is such a quick take for them. They already get a chance to work towards that next flashpoint, and they're going to beat ENCE there because everybody's still coming out of spawn. I mean, Mauga here for Chase has to make the adjustment. They want to try to take the mirror now. It's going to be Kevster heading over to the Pharah. We've seen how this has played out before. Maybe the Mauga's going to get a little bit of a better chance here to run in with the entire team versus the Doomfist, which is such a solo operator in a lot of these engagements.
Cage comes in. There's the sound barrier from Masa. Only hits two, himself and Chase, who's caught in the cage. Oh, and now there's a double Mauga on the field. Psycho hitting the cardiac overdrive straight after Hadi here is. So everybody with pretty much infinite sustain. And there's a free cage. And that is Space Station cleaning up ENCE. That's a point cap as well. This, again, looking as dominant as ever. This is going to be real rough for ENCE once more to come back in because now they have to deal with Backbone's wall.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's already so tough because Space Station was the first team to ult, so you're always going to be able to win out the macro when it comes down to just having the ultimate economy. But yeah, this wall, it's going to block all of these shots, whether it's the Kai overclock, the Kevster barrage. That's so much shield that neither CPS ultimates are going to feel like they do anything.
Backbone almost double hit there by Kai, but there's the wall. And now what can Kai do? Well, absolutely nothing. He has to back all the way up. Just burn some more time off the time bank, replace your turrets, get the summons out, and Hopefully don't die to Kevster's barrage.
Yeah, well now at least you've got the photon barrier out of the way, but you still have the problem with the rush as well as the sound barrier from Funny Astro that's online to answer this barrage instead.
Yeah, Kevster looking in a position where he wants to use it. Oh, straight on top of Hardy. Sound barrier from Funny Astro coming in just a fraction of a second too late there to save the team's Mauga. They do end up trading Master here and using this rush on point. All 4 members of Space Station just looking chase his way and just burn him through all of the healing from ENCE. There will be a flip in the meantime, however, as Space Station. They get 94% on this point as they're eventually cleaned up. But, well, it looks like Hardy's ready to mess around again. He's straight back in. Kevster's just going to fall. I mean, Space Station just extending this fight out even more. Okay, now they're finally gone.
They are so good at being able to take the trades, though. I mean, yeah, but at this point, like, you're still so happy with this because you're going to be able to use the symmetric teleporter, get back in. You still have staggered enough of ENCE that you have bought yourself so much time. Like, they're back in already.
Yeah, rush going through.
They use the rush to disengage.
Perfect ways to use the rush. Charge railgun shot there from Kai, just landing on Psycho. Should get healed up in just a moment, but here comes the deadly fight for ENCE to deal with. Duplication, wall, it's rough. Psycho's been doing so much damage on the sideline as well. It's decent for the supports, and it's actually earned Master a sound barrier too, so they might be able to sustain, but here comes the wall. That overclock doing next to nothing now, and Kai and the rest of ENCE have to back off and actually give Space Station the flip. There should be a touch here in OT, and there it is. Sound barrier comes through from Master to make sure they can sustain as they jump onto the point. Duplication onto the Mauga. Astro goes down to the barrage, but quickly dealt with by Hardy, who just turns on him. A quick flip here from ENCE would be golden, as they are up to 90% of their own. But now, chasing trouble as Hardy with the latest K to lock him in place, and with no support and no help, Space Station are going to take over this point. Just these later ultimates working out so well for them. And Barza, with 1 HP, might come in for the touch, but it's looking quite unlikely they end up taking this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be a couple of their members of ENCE going back to spawn. Space Station 1 flashpoint away from taking a commanding lead in this grand finals. They have both support ultimates. They're going to have another photon barrier as well as we take a look at where we're heading next. And it's over to Garden. So, like, this photon barrier is even better because look at all this open space you can fight in. You can really make these fights so close and personal with something like the photon barrier.
Double support, I was pretty scared for Space Station too.
Oh, for sure.
ENCE have got to know they're close to it, of course.
Rush though soon?
Yeah, I mean, Master used his sound barrier last fight, which is pretty rough. Oh, look at that. Everybody looking at the teleporter. Nope. No cheeky business right now. Well, there's the rush. Already, Space Station have engaged with a sound barrier and a rush of their own. So it's almost inevitable now that they take the point, and that they do. Kevs are getting focused down by the beam. Don't want to fly too close to the floor like that. Straight in Backbone's line of sights. A nice beam track in there from Psycho. Deals with Masa quite easily. And here we go, Space Station Gaming. Again, feels like they are very much on a new level. They want to prove to everybody that they are the kings of EU, and they continue to reign supreme on this map as well, Rose. 2-0 so far, and with a commanding lead, ENCE are going to have to pull out something magical here to come back.
I don't think that Space Station need to do any convincing that they are the best team in EU. I think that they've taken that prize more times than we can count in some of these finals between Space Station and ENCE. But it seems like that chapter is continuing to write itself at this point. But yeah, Photon Barrier now, big split.
All good, Suzu onto Kevster there as he uses that barrage, but look at the beam damage. Not only from Psycho, but every single turret looking at him as well. And Backbone turrets get the credit for that kill. A duplication, and this is it. Space Station gonna run away with this one. A sheer dominant showing, but it looks like every day at the office for Space Station at this point. 3-1 in the series, match point as well. Space Station looking to take that crown.
Yes, I think that crown is theirs. I think that crown is theirs to hold. For ENCE, I love the effort, the gumption. I think they still have a lot of things that they're able to show us that are just so good. They're obviously number 2 in the region right now, and they still are able to do so much when it comes down to like how they're able to play at an international level. But Space Station, I mean, how do you hold a candle to a team like this?
Yeah.
You just nobody matches the rush like they do.
No one does it like they do it. How funny. Space Station with the Rhyme, with the Ram, with the Malgo, with everything. The flexibility and something that Des picked up at the very start of the series is just impossible to kind of deal with. And like they've got something for every single map as well and every single game type, whether it's Backbone coming in, Sparker, like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They've got something for you. And ENCE, they found that dominant win on Paraíso. Maybe they can just kind of continue and find that same level of energy, some of that same gumption, but yeah, right now it's all Space Station series, Rose.
I mean, I gotta say though, that Paraíso map did kind of prove something that Christopher said a little wrong. Chris said that I think that whatever Space Station are able to do is just better than what ENCE can, but I'm not sure I'm convinced about it when it comes to the dive. If they're able to get the dive versus dive, the honorable matchup is what they want, I think Chase wins that more often than not. And that is something that ENCE is hoping for when it comes down to maybe some of these additional maps in the pool. But as the desk said, there's so many different things that you can run on a lot of these maps just based on where the meta is right now. So I don't even know if Space Station will have to take the Winston versus Winston in a lot of these cases.
I mean, we are going on to Route 66 next. So again, we can have Chase on the dive. We can have the Winston. Bit of a similar game type, you know, like as hybrid. So maybe you're thinking this is where ENCE really have Space Station beat.
It's so hard to say, right? Because I think the last time we ended up seeing Chase on this map, I think it was a Doomfist pick. So if we do see the dive, I would really hope that it would be the Winston. I think that's where they've shown the most success when it comes down to tripping up this team of Space Station. I think they can make it work. I think that like they have such key pieces to do this. Kai and Kevstar are probably some of the two best dive DPS players that we have. And to know that you have that alongside such an aggressive and well-practiced Winston like Chase, I want to see them lean into it. I think that's really where they get a chance to find that win. And then Oasis as well. Jack, that's another place that I truly could see them just running the Winston and finding success.
Well, let's get into it. Match point now for Space Station. ENCE need a comeback. Oasis would be a good map for them, but can they even make it there? That's the big question, I think, on everybody's lips right now, because the last two maps have been... It's all Space Station. I mean, they didn't even let him get a point on Surabasa. That was one of the quickest flashpoints I think we've seen in a little while as well, which is a little crazy.
It was a little crazy, yeah. But hey, would you look at that? We might just be getting the honorable dive versus dive that ENCE wants. We see Space Station coming out of the defense right now with that Winston, Tracer, Cassidy, same composition we saw so far when they were playing Paraíso.
Yeah, the Doomfist, I really do like the Doomfist, just being able to kind of cycle in and out, but it's proven just such a pain to actually do against the sim. This is definitely where Space Station would be running the sim, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him switch over if he already wants to, but maybe just, look, we're going to run Winston. We know Hardy's going to do the same thing. Like you mentioned, Rose maybe getting the honorable matchup here, and Kai's still very much preferring the Sojourn. I mean, still body-shotting someone with the Soj, and then following up with Tracer Winston, that can still be a very a decent amount of damage, and can result in a kill pretty quickly.
True, and with the mobility that Sojourn has with the power slide, you're able to take better angles on Route 66. You can take the off angle either like behind big Earls or even on this high ground way faster than a Cassidy can.
Oh, here's the small dive from Chase. Gets up to high ground. A little bit of disruptor shot damage as well there by Kai. Charging these rail guns. A little bit annoying too when everybody's kind of like half peeking big Earls. It's been hard to actually get some consistent damage down. That's always been kind of the disadvantage of Soj there. You got that massive like one burst potential, but the consistent damage, unlike Cassidy, you have to charge up those rails. Nice kills from Psycho. Hardy managing to get out alive too. ENCE have already lost Ghost, so they've only got Master for healing. So I'm not sure how long can Chase really stay around, and he decides, you know what, we're going to get out of here.
Oh, look at that too. Kai not feeling the Sojourn right now. Gonna go back over to the Cassidy. I think this is also a smart choice, just knowing how well Kevstar and Kai have been able to follow up on a lot of this damage that Chase has been able to land.
Decent damage on Sparker there. There's Hardy playing quite defensive on the Winston, not going too crazy, especially with the Hindenade from the Cassie now. Oh, Psycho did not see that coming. rush used by Space Station 2. Pulse on the ground. Oh, a quick teleport away from Landon. Doesn't suffer any damage from that pulse. Hardy got tickled by it a little bit, but now Landon a little bit more vulnerable. Remember that Swift Step did get nerfed this patch as well. That additional second on the cooldown can be quite detrimental to the way the Kiriko wants to play, but still Landon playing around that expertly. Oh, Kevster might die here too. Yeah.
Oh, the way he gets away. Oh.
Goodbye.
Like, no way. Well, this is a much different look here from Space Station. On the defense right now, they really have this figured out. They have so many ultimates they can use in this next fight as well. I look at like the sound barrier. They even just like the primal rages to match each other. This fight could go on forever. We could also see a lot of ultimates thrown at this. And so they're running out of time. Jack, they've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to get this payload to first.
Kevs is already out of the fight too. There's a boot from Marsa, making sure Hardy doesn't get on the back line. High Noon popped. Hardy straight on top of Kai. Oh, just outside of the bubble too. Kai doesn't get any damage down onto Hardy, who pops the Primal Rage. Kai in desperate need of attention right now. And in fact, he's going to receive it as Hardy gets chased by Kai and Marsa. Still moving the point. Space Station looks like they're out of this, Rose. Yeah, so they might be able to get another re-engage. There's no real big ultimate here that can sustain them. I mean, maybe Landon gets the rush in 10%, but it's going to be a close one.
I think he could. I mean, this is the Space Station special at this point. Kind of at the last second, they usually have these ultimates come online perfectly.
Oh, Pulse Bomb on the ground. Astro skates straight into Kevster. Oh, dearie me. But it's all good. Spark is there with the backup. 3 kills, 3 headshots, 4 headshot kills from Sparker. Only needs 1 more. And they might choose to stagger him too. Oh, not quite. Sparker just comes back and just makes it look easy.
Maybe a little bit of respect coming through from Kai. Those are some super, super good shots there. It's like, go off, King. You've earned it. A lot of respect being paid from both of these teams, but 20 seconds remaining here for ENCE to try to get this payload to that checkpoint, and they don't have anything for this. Jack, it's going to have to be off of sheer grit that they push this payload over that line.
Yeah, and they're against Space Station with 2 ults, that High Noon and the Pulse. I mean, the Pulse can really just end it all. High Noon popped, bubble down already for Chase, so he's going to have to be careful. Everybody gets booped behind that rock. Ghost 1 HP. The payload has been touched by Chase, who's currently dueling out with Psycho on the low ground, but can't be the frontal mass, the brunt of all that damage coming through from Space Station. He's all there touching the point, and the rest of his team are going to fade into the horizon. And unfortunately, that rush is a little bit too late there from Ghost. And ENCE get held on first as Space Station just continue their dominance.
All right, maybe they've woken up. I take back what I said at the end of Suravasa. Maybe they can just do the dive better than ENCE. I don't know. What's stopping the Space Station team at this point? Jack, they just look absolutely uncontrollable. And still have a chance to actually do this defense. And we've seen Route 66 do crazier things like fuller holds. It's possible. You know, it just
anything's possible if you put your mind to it. Apart from maybe holding on first on Route 66. Although it's like, well, if they did it, we can do it, right? That's always the kind of mentality.
I mean, we've seen that a lot. Like, even in the Overwatch League, I feel like whenever we saw Route 66, Havana, a lot of those maps, like, you see a full hold, I raise you a fuller hold. Like, it is incredibly possible, but...
All right, well, let's see it. Let's see it, ENCE. Same kind of comps, Kai not even running with the Soj, just straight casty here. Thing is with Space Station, and in a lot of these situations, like, you can just stack ults, just take some dry fights. If you find a pick, force ENCE to use something, whether that's the rush, the beat, but even the pulse bomb, right? Stack ults and then just win the next fight. Let's see what Space Station have got for us, though. See if Sparker manages to find an initial pick on the way. Rather unlikely, but you never know. Oh, Hardy's big burly body was in the way there, unfortunately.
It's time to spin my web.
Okay, really off topic. Can I just like say Ghost 91 is the best Kiriko skin, the terrible tornado one? Elite.
Yeah, it's a very good skin.
Actually elite.
I really like the goth Kiriko one. Very good skin.
Draw strength from nature.
All right.
See, look. Ah, so good.
Big Earls.
I'm a big One Punch Man fan.
In control of ENCE for the time being. Must take a little bit of poke damage there. Not exactly what you want to do. You need to charge that beat up pretty quickly, though. Again, you need to be able to match Funny Astro here. An early sound barrier from Space Station Gaming, they could just get rolled up on and just destroyed. So
Kai almost has High Noon, though. Like, he's doing so much damage. He is a little low, but he is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, already at 75%. Sparker not too far behind either, to be fair. But still, all right, okay. There's the kill, onto Landon. Quick reset here. Funny Astro definitely will die, yeah. If not to Kevster, to Kai. And Sparker is chased. Okay, there's a couple of kills, all right. Now it's let's not use ults challenge. Just try and get some clean fights here. We don't want Space Station just investing 5 and then running away with this.
I mean, look at ENCE just being able to throw the rush at this, I think. I think that would be fine. But yeah, like ENCE, this is this hard part. Just use rush for this fight, win. Or just use High Noon, win. Like, that is going to be the big way that you could actually get the fuller hold here, is through that patience and execution.
Well, double support ults coming up for ENCE. Same for Space Station Gaming. High Noon used first. Same with the rush. Okay, that's... Get out of here. Yep, Space Station, they're gone already. Oh, Astro. Astro's what? I mean, jump peek in there. A little rough from Astro, but all good. Again, no ultimates here. Want to be used by Space Station, so they're just going to die on the point. And using 2, especially that rush, Rose, that's got to be rough for ENCE.
It is a little bit rough there, but I think it's fine knowing that, like, you always wanted to try to do something to push the advantage there. Unfortunately, you didn't get anything out of Space Station, so it does end up being maybe a little bit more lackluster. But Masa, the trick here, just use the sound barrier late.
Suzu. Sound barrier comes out here from Masa. Do Space Station want to still engage in this one? Yes, they do. Later sound barrier from Astro as the High Noon has been popped. Masa dashing through the tunnels there. As Funny Astro and Hardy end up going down. Oh, this is looking good for ENCE now. Space Station Gaming invests pretty much everything into that fight. Both of their large support ultimates used. They used the High Noon. They've got a Pulse Bomb and a Primal to rely on.
That was so scary for ENCE, though. As soon as Masa saw Kai go down, he's like, okay, I gotta go. I gotta use the sound barrier. I don't want to, but we have to be able to withstand this fight. And they were able to get the double support ults out of Space Station, so that's huge. Kai's gonna have another High Noon. Chase, okay, that's a big fight opener, though. But Chase still has his Primal to stall.
Master Dead is a very good pick, and Chase there, look at the health bar on the top right, so low, has to back all the way up. They're going to look for a full re-engage here, basically call that fight a loss and go again.
They still have a chance to do so, though. Kai on this high ground has his High Noon still ready.
High Noon, where's the boobs? Oh, well, Chase is trying to get him. Oh, Kai! Oh. Kai lands 2 with the Deadeye, with a perfect boot from Master to isolate for Astro and Sparker, get them out from behind that rock. And with 17 seconds to go, Space Station, they have to try and reset. Hardy is super low, picks up the mega health pack, but he's going to get chased down. And
he's getting staggered.
Definitely killed, yeah. The stagger's big. Psycho's going to get the touch, but this is ENCE's comeback. This is their chance to see themselves back in the series. The fuller hold, almost in full effect. The rush, and they can't get there. Space Station Gaming had a beautiful hold, but ENCE beat them to it. My word, that is a statement maker.
What did we say? Fuller holds, they can happen on Route 66, especially if you think you're the better dive team. It's fine if you don't cap the first point, just hold them better.
Exactly. It's all good. If they hold there, we can hold 0.01 meters better. Everything's possible. That was a big swing in the momentum halfway through that map, Rose, where Space Station pretty much had all ults, and there was a rush, that came in, and a High Noon from ENCE.
Sound barrier.
And, well, okay. They want to push like that. Space Station ended up backing off. And then Master used that sound barrier to kind of continue the fight. And then a later sound barrier from Astro. It looked all too good for ENCE there at the very end, but they were slowly picked apart. And ENCE come up with a dub. Rose, oh my goodness, well, are we going to go all the way here? All the way to a map number 7. It's 3-2 currently. Space Station still on map point. But we're going on to Oasis, a nice little dive map as we get some little highlights here from that previous one.
I really think this could be a map 7. If ENCE could continue to play the dive like this, that is absolutely possible. Oasis, one of the best dive maps that we have in our map pool, and I think that this really could just be a 7-map banger of a grand final. It was looking so good for Space Station, though. You see the final moments of this defensive hold where they have this rush come online at the perfect moment, and they're able to just get pick after pick while ENCE are throwing their bodies at this objective to see if they can get this first point capture. So it was looking a little scary there. But as soon as we saw the sides flipped, I mean, like, ENCE had a lot to say, and it was a lot of Kai coming up in that kill feed.
Yeah, Kai and Masa, like a duo tag team there, booping people behind the rock. The classic, honestly. Kai just using that speed up as well to full effect, getting into a position where Masa can help him out. Look at this, Masa, and then it's just so beautiful when that happens.
So good.
The high noon into the boop. I was calling for it. I was like, where's the boop gonna happen? And Masa, veteran presence there in the server on the Lucio. Let's jump to a quick break. Feels like it's going to go all the way. We got Oasis coming up next. Space Station still on map point. Space Station still on map point here as we go to Oasis in the grand finals of the Face It Master League. ENCE's pick 2 going on to Oasis, no real surprise. They want to play the die, they want to play Winston, they want to have Chase in, and this is the perfect map to do so. And now we play Roll the Bones, Roll the Dice, Rose. Which stage are we going to first? And luckily for them, it's not University.
No, I mean, it's Garden, so if ENCE can win this, they give themselves 2 extra chances to just close out the map and bring us into a map 7. And, well, you know what's so interesting is, like, we do see Backbone back in. We know this is going to be the case, so Sparker comes out, Backbone in, play the Symmetra probably. But then what does ENCE decide to do here, right? I don't think the Doomfist works, and in fact, I'm not even sure that the Winston would work here if you're just able to, like, bubble on top of the TP and then you just TP away.
Well, let's have a little look then. Yeah, I think both teams hovering Malga right now, but like you mentioned, with Backbone, makes the most sense for Hardy to be on that pick. You know, Winston with the TP, with the Sim, I mean, sure, that can work. Probably not the most optimal way to play that, but the Malga definitely more so. Gives Malga a little bit of vertical mobility as well for this map. Oh, nice boop there. Unfortunately, no instant kills from the far. Oh, Hardy dashing straight in though. Kevster was in this little room, just caught unawares. Mr. Astro come up with the 2 big kills. Space Station playing into their own game right now as they just chase down the whole team. That's a very quick team kill, and that's a very quick point cap as well.
So with the Symmetra in play, I think something that ENCE needs to work on then is playing a bit more reactively. But I think Space Station have really figured out kind of how to get in their heads and say, you come to us. Whether it's where they are fighting on the map or just any of the abilities that they're using, they're really forcing their opponents to be like, you have to come here. Like, we aren't just going to let you play reactive game. But, like, especially having point control first, you have to touch the point.
Neutral stun there onto Hardy. Good chase to kind of react to that one, seeing Hardy trying to like get out of there and weave his way back to the rest of his team. Just a easy bit of focus there. That was a small change as well, Rose. The neutral stuns, like Doomfist hitting into each other, Ryan hitting into each other, Brig, like Malga. You're down on the floor for a little less time now, so there's a little less time for teams to kind of jump on you. A bit better for the tank players in that regard.
Yeah. Yes, definitely a big change for the tanks here, but a really good look here for ENCE is just they completely change up that strategy, right? They're waiting for Hadi to almost like overstep his boundaries, make sure that they can actually get the kill onto him when that happens, but now you see the Symmetra TP, you're now forcing again ENCE to come to you.
Soundbarrier comes through Space Station, very scared of this high noon. I would be too if it was in the hands of Kai. Already taken 2 with him. All right, reset Space Station. It's all good. Maybe you find a kill, but nope, not to be. Oh, that Porsche skin sounds so sick.
It sounds so good. That's so lit. Oh yeah, I mean, hey, imagine how much better it's gonna sound when you actually land this barrage, yeah? So Kevster in a position to try to do that. Space Station can't go through that room or else they're going to be really vulnerable to that ult. But fighting out in the open doesn't feel great either. Except you do have the rush, I guess, to push past.
Little fakey there from Space Station, looking like they want to TP to the high ground. Cage is coming in, same with the barrage. Duplication perfectly timed there by Psycho to avoid a lot of that damage. Soundbarrier for ENCE is going to be good to find a couple of kills. Space Station did have the backup after that fight. That overhealth way too much to kind of chew through. A free Cage there by Psycho. And in fact, they chase out of the point and actually kill him near the mega health pack. ENCE still have control here, Rose. Space Station still need to regroup as a complete 5 before they even decide to go back in, but now they haven't got to deal with Chase, so they're going to get some free capture point percentage here. ENCE going to juggle it. Just look like it.
Land this Cage. Oh. I mean, I was going to say, even if they just land the Cage, I think this is just Space Station's point to take back, but now you're getting away with murder here after you take out Kai first.
Hardy just staring through the little slats there in the woodwork. Seeing what's up with ENCE on the other side of things. Cage, though, for Space Station and Soundbarrier. If ENCE take this fight slow, Rose, this might be last fight.
Yeah, it could. I mean, like, Space Station have the ultimate
Astro!
advantage here, but I
What
think,
is he doing there?
Look at, that's so bad.
Astro just...
That is so bad.
Skating around and just find himself at the frontal fire of ENCE. Barrage coming in on top of the Malga. Looked like Hardy managed to use the TP to get away there with the help of Backbone. Paying attention to Kevster. Soundbarrier comes in for Funny Astro to keep them alive on the points. Eventually comes back and pays for his sins with a kill onto Masa. 80% of building now for Space Station as the duplication from Psycho is not exactly what Chase wanted to meet here. A teleportation available from Ghost. He does swift step out of there and it ends go for another reset and a final one at that.
Yeah, and they have time to do it. They're not going to have a whole lot, though. Let's set a Space Station, actually, to try to keep this. I'm looking at ENCE right now. Masa might be able to get the sound barrier up to try to seal the deal here for ENCE, but nobody can get picked off, and Masa goes down.
Masa dead. 4% of war from the sound barrier, too. They needed it for this fight. A rush from land, and if this results in kills, ENCE might just be all over for them. Chase has to get on point to continue to trigger overtime, but he's isolated all alone. There's no hope for him. At 99% and the sound barrier on the point. It hit Kevster and Masa, but that's about it. 99% should be good for the round, and ENCE losing Masa at the final few moments there. Disastrous for their game plan. A Space Station now 1 round away from winning the grand finals.
Wow, ENCE had that too. It felt like they had that as soon as they were able to get up to 99%. They were so close, and it was also after they were playing the mirror. This is not something we see from them very often. I feel like where Chase, Kevster, Kai, they're kind of all on the same page of who to target down first with the Mauga comp. But this is the best that they've looked all series, being able to play Mauga versus Mauga. We get a chance to see it again heading over to University. I feel like we have to see the Mauga comps come out here, but I hope that ENCE is feeling a little bit more confident that like they can get the job done. They just have to play a little bit more patient when it comes down to this mirror.
Oh, see Psycho there, didn't take TP. Maybe, guys. All good. And yeah, we're going on to University as well, Rose. Again, rolling the bones. Coming up Snake Eyes, I think, for ENCE right now, because ideally they probably want to go to City Center, right? So they can play the Winston, but it is all Mauga.
I don't know, they knew that they were going to have to play the Mauga mirror at some point, right? Like, even if they do win one, lose one, like, University is coming up, so you have to just get as much practice in as possible. But they have one chance here to keep themselves in this, and it's going to be on University.
TP to the mini.
The one they want.
Nice Suzu there. I think they hit all 5 from Go, so that's a lot of free ult charge for him. Hardy's super low, even dashing into the back line, trying to get some CC for the rest of the team to follow up, and follow up they do. Oh, Backbone not dealt with there. You see him dodging and weaving Kai's shots, someone that does not miss. Backbone's movement there a little bit too clean with it. The Space Station cap first.
That's a good thing for Space Station. They love to play from this position where they have the first point capture, but you gotta watch out for Kevster. That's a barrage of already. And so, like, don't be in the small room. Space Station, you really don't want to be here. That would suck, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not sure they even know he has barrage, to be fair. Kevster kind of dodging around, looking for a barrage in the front line. Suzu's going to help him stay alive as well. And they're going to use this rush in its full effect. Look at how fast Farah fires in that. It is ridiculous. Nice team kill there from ENCE. Capping the point, only granting Space Station 29% on their capture.
You saw how much investment they were putting into Kevster's barrage. So you saw the Suzu, the cardiac overdrive, yeah, the rush on top of it. He's firing on all cylinders, and that was just the perfect combination that they need. ENCE just gotta keep this up. Just play together as a unit of 5.
Slamming into the back line there was Hardy. Now there's 2 Maugas on the field and one giant wall to deal with. Mauga might not have a shield, but Backbone makes up for that. And the cage coming through from Psycho. That's the perfect way to win that fight. That's the free cage. We've got another one for next.
I mean, a cage is just by itself sometimes plenty of an ultimate to be able to win these fights. So the fact that you have another one, even better, right? Kai, though, is going to switch back over to the Cassidy. It was just a brief little swap up there, but knows that the Cassidy is probably going to be the best effort for ENCE to try to get back into this one. But they've got nothing. So, like, this should be a win for Space Station on this next fight. So hopefully ENCE can wipe quickly or somehow find a miracle win in this fight.
They are so low, though, Rose. Look at that. All of them having to get back to their spawn. Ghost and Kevster almost went down, but it's all good. They're going to reset, grab the mega health pack. They're going to go back in. Got to be wary of the cage, but Chase is 10% away. But look at the way Hardy's position, Rose. He wants to go in ASAP.
Oh, and he wants to use this cage while he knows that he has
There's the cage, 2-3, trapped, barrage on the high from the height. But Funny Astro lays down that sound barrier and a quick focus fire onto Kevster brings him down to the ground. Backbone at full torque right now on this sim. He's doing a fair bit of damage. Oh, a little bit of sneaky business as well with that little teleport. How does he do it? I don't know. Call him Chris Angel. Dipping around all over the place. ENCE do manage to win that fight and find the cap, but again, Space Station, look at the ult save for this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to get 3 out of the pocket from ENCE, they get to come in with their duplicate, the photon barrier. Let's talk about shields, talk about just being able to keep yourself safe from all of this incoming damage. You've got that in spades. Space are gonna take this fight fast. They know that one win here, they've won the series, they won the grand finals.
High noon from Kai, receiving a whole bunch of healing, but there's the wall and the stun. Kai, 900 HP after that. Over health from Masa, lays down the beat, but now you've got to be worried about this free cage. Psycho trying to build up ASAP, and there it is, chasing a whole heap of hurt, and Psycho brings him down. Space Station Gaming are going to wipe the floor with ENCE. They're going to find this flip, and Space Station, are they going to even let ENCE touch? Kai jumping over to the Tracer, chase on the Doofus. They're going to have to they'll roll out of the Century to get back in time, but I don't think they're going to make it as Space Station continue their reign in EU.
Good job.
Some things never change.
Where's Jake at?
Jake, right here.
Jake.
Great to hear from you guys. Oh, what a big statement win over ENCE.
No way Jake joined us. No way Jake joined us.
What do you mean?
Jake is in my call and he has a riptire.
I'm gonna pop it.
Time you joined. You are perma dodging us.
Wait, is Jake in?
I'm here.
We're right here.
Speaking to you now.
Okay, this is
He has a riptire.
Hey,
Congrats, you guys. Congrats on the win over ENCE. Was this ever in doubt in your mind? You guys don't seem honestly all that surprised. It seems like this is kind of just
That was a
doing
very
business.
low-key celebration, not gonna lie.
Guys, of course, we're the best in the West, baby. We're not gonna lose. The fact that we even lost to Dive Mirror is like insane. Like we should have never lost to Dive Mirror to these guys. But
Did you feel extra motivated coming into the matches today after being dropped down into the lower bracket?
No, not really.
This is an opportunity for a statement piece, so like none of that, no emotions, no feelings.
Just trying to make some money, you know. Just trying to make some money,
That's right.
trying to get the 10K, you know.
Professionals.
That's right.
It's rough out here, guys. It's rough out here.
Streets of Germany are real. That's right.
I gotta know. I want someone to call somebody else out here. Who cooked up the Echo Genji comp? I spent like 2 hours making fun of you guys for that. Who's cooking the Genji Echo with the Mauga?
It's a good comp, bro.
It's a good comp.
It's a good comp. It's a good comp. It's good. It's good. It's good, dude. It's good. It's good.
How can you charge $100 for your coaching, Jacob? It's so results oriented.
I'm not to play Genji Echo. I'll do that for free. I'll give you a special discount.
Are you trying to figure out how to beat the Koreans at this point? I mean, best in the West in Dallas, but now qualified for Esports World Cup. You gotta find something extra in the tank, right? Take on that region.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, this is why we were doing what we were doing, you know, like trying to play different comps, like win with multiple lineups. Like we were obviously doing pretty well, but it felt like we, at least until now, we were only winning on like cast back with this lineup. So the fact that we've kind of like added a new comp and style into our wheelhouse meant that these last few weeks, even if we did have to lose the Peps, have been worth it.
So was EWC qualifiers just one big scrim block for you guys?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just like a scrim block with
Scrim block
extra
that we get
pressure.
paid. Yeah, scrim block that we get paid for.
That's sick. I love that for you guys.
Well, we have this reoccurring thing when we jump into people's comps that we're actually crowned, you know, our tournament MVP here. We picked one in solidarity. So before we get to that, though, we love hearing the guesses from the team itself. Who do you think we crowned as a tournament MVP for you guys?
I mean, if it's not
Psycho,
me,
right? Psycho always gets it. Psycho always. It's just classic, like DPS player gets MVP.
Funny ass rule. Well, come on, man. I mean, the damage players, they contribute a lot, right? So it's only fair.
Yeah, but other people help too, you know.
That's a classic response. Well put, Astro. It's so true.
Our best, you know. We're all trying our best. So
Yes, it's flashy.
You're not wrong. We did pick Psycho.
No way!
fucking go, guys.
We're simple people.
surprise.
We see
What a
someone clicking
surprise.
heads, we get very impressed.
There you go.
Psycho has impressed. So congratulations, Psycho. You are our EMEA MVP. Anything you want to say to your fans watching right now?
Thank you very much for the support, guys, and I can't wait to see you in Saudi to beat the Korean teams. But I also have a question for you guys.
Oh,
Okay.
what's up?
Oh no.
Am I gonna get a tweet about tournament MVP or no?
A tweet?
I mean, I will personally tweet out for you. I have no control over any
Thank you
official
very much,
socials.
Nice.
We'll sing your praises. I'll tell my grandchildren about you. For sure. Guys, we'll let you celebrate. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat after the dub, and we can't wait to see you guys in EWC over in Riyadh.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you there.
Maybe stage 3, Funny. Maybe stage 3. We'll see.
Yeah, sure.
Support's gonna get it one day or another. One day or another, they're gonna get it. Yeah, so that was the entirety of Space Station Gaming, our EMEA champions, ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll it back, look at highlights, and see how they got it done.
Yeah, I mean, they started out pretty dominant here. I feel like we have to talk about why Psycho got tournament MVP, though. I mean, so much flexibility from this team. And we've seen a lot of looks, you know, some more experimental than others. You could make a case, certainly, for someone like Hadi, for example, who flexed his muscles, played so many different heroes. And that is what makes SSG great, being able to play the Sigma composition if you need be, being able to play the dive, which it was reasonably close on Paraiso, right? But also being able to play the Mauga, etc. But Psycho, his flexibility in this team, Jake, is also special.
Yeah, I think he's really added a new gear to the team. I don't think you would have ever seen this team really be confident in taking those dive mirrors before adding Psycho to the roster. And that development makes them a lot more difficult to play against. There's just more variables you have to worry about from this SSG squad. And Psycho's individual mechanics, not just his flexibility, but when he brings out those heroes, he's really bringing the heat on them. And I think, you heard his confidence in the interview. I think that really speaks to some of the success SSG has had.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, they are on track to taking down the best of the world thanks to performances such as what Psycho has shown us today or all over the past 2 weeks. What a fantastic addition to this very roster. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how the EMEA region panned out in our EWC qualifiers, which are in fact the Face It League playoffs.
ENCE got second again. No!
Second again. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Don't worry, ENCE, your day will come. I believe.
Will it?
It's hard to count them out ever, though. Like, they are a stacked roster, and I mean, you've seen the heroics they put up in this very series as well. There were definitely a lot of moments where they could have turned the tide. It was Kai and Kevster popping up left and right, so they're just the second best for now, but I'm sure they're eager to take the crown away from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it's the
in
Esports World Cup to look forward to, but then also stage 3 of OWCS, of course. We got DreamHack Stockholm to wrap up the year in November, of course, so a lot to look forward to still. ENCE, it's not over. Still win.
It's not over until it's over. That's right. ENCE can still get it done. That's what they say out on the streets. For now, we're heading to a very quick break. When we come back, we got a special treat for you because we have one more slot to head to EWC to hand out. And this one will go to one of the teams in our LATAM region to find out who is going to take the crown over there. Find out after this break.
One hell of a match. One slightly insane match series. Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, thank you for hanging out, for tuning in so far into the Overwatch Esports World Cup grand final matches. Up next, we're going to be looking at the South American side. Got Loaded versus ENCE as our next regional grand final, qualifying for the EWC. One of the two SA teams is going to be picked to participate, or not picked, but vying for the spot, the World Cup tournament happening in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, just about a month away from there. It'll be happening from the 23rd of July all the way into July 26th. So we'll have a bit of a long stint from this point, from today's point, all the way then. Lots of solo queue ranked Overwatch coming through on this stream in between that time frame. Later today, we're going to be looking at the NA side of things too, starting off with MAD versus Timeless. One of the two will be fighting off the Toronto Defiant on the final match of today's EWC broadcast. I do. I haven't played any yesterday. Surprise. Only because it took the entire day to get through all the matches. Probably going to do the same thing today. I'm not going to be able to play any Overwatch, as I do have work tomorrow in the morning. I have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning tomorrow, so I'm going to be too damn exhausted to be playing Overwatch. But tomorrow we should be back with our usual content. I don't remember what role I was supposed to play next. Haven't played Overwatch the last few days because of the EWC, so let's see here. Last stream that we did was playing... oh boy, I don't remember now. We played support, so we're going to be playing DPS next. No, we're going to be playing tank. Sorry. Yeah. Tank's going to be our next role once we're through with this final day of EWC. But that'll be for tomorrow, right? We're not going to be playing today. So tank gameplay coming through on tomorrow's stream. And then we'll play DPS on Tuesday. Whole lot of support on Wednesday. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, rinse, repeat. Yeah, so I've got to schedule all of this on my calendar. But otherwise, yeah, other than the Overwatch, the Overwatches, I'm going to be working out consistently as I usually do, because I have not worked out today or yesterday. Oh, I did work out actually at home. I was thinking about what I told you, Thickseye, yesterday about how if you don't have time to go to the gym and you want to get some exercising, you could actually do it at home a little bit, which I did. I actually did that this morning before going live. So, mind you, it wasn't a very structured session that I went for, but it went on for 15 minutes. You don't have to break your head and complicate it. Just start somewhere. But working out at home can make a difference if you want to wake up and, you know, if you're the kind of person that video games a lot, 8 hours a day, like these pro players, getting a modicum of exercise really makes a difference in freshening up your mental health, stabilizing it, I guess, connecting with the body. First thing in the morning.
Johnny, I just can't quite say it like Jake does, but...
Hi, heroes.
Hi, heroes.
Hey, heroes.
Just less emotions, I think I'm doing it right.
Hey, heroes.
Yeah, hi, heroes.
There you go.
It is us.
Heroes, it is I.
It's just Jake, in fact. No, it's all of us, and also it's quite a few...
Guys.
Some of these guys here. Take a look at that. Here is the South American bracket as we're about to crown a winner in the South American region and also hand out the one golden ticket which gets them to the EWC over in Riyadh. Loaded will face off against ENCE. This is a rematch, so let's talk about those two teams. ENCE, let's start with them. They have lost the first bout. They did manage to take a map off of Loaded. That was about it. Yesterday, of course, they had a very dominant showing, though, when they went up against Warpigs. Both teams played that Sigma composition. Anything else we can take away from that match?
Yeah, I mean, the meta looks to be pretty solid so far if we judge from yesterday's match. Both teams enjoyed playing a lot of Sigma with the Pharah and the Cassidy. And it is a comp that you can execute with pretty decently. You can get a lot of ultimate value, like with the Barrages, for example. Play around this, get the Cardiac Overdrive going. Also, the Deadeye, of course, from Cassidy is so lethal now when you're able to gain that movement speed around these barriers. Get a couple of boops in, for example, and you can really get value from these. So we're really seeing both these teams try to maximize the ultimate value. And that is going to be a big key in a region like this, of course. And so the question is really loaded. We haven't seen exactly what they've been playing so far this tournament. What is their answer to this Sigma competition? Are we going to see some Mauga to try and maybe engage through that? Or are we going to see Dive? A lot of questions, but Loaded so far has been the most dominant team in the region here in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not just in the playoffs. Even in the regular season, they didn't drop a single match. They dropped all but one singular map. And I do believe, actually, that was against ENCE. So let's actually hear it from the Loaded coach, Spongy, who's joining us for a quick chat. Also, it looks like you're living in a sauna. I love that for us, personally. Yeah. How are you doing, Spongy? How are you feeling? Here.
I'm feeling good. I'm just, excited for the game and excited for our players to show what they can do.
Also, where are you? Are you in a sauna?
No, I am in the middle of the woods in Norway at the moment, so it's a little bit distant, but the South American weather, please come over here.
Relatable. I've been there. Similar climate.
Yeah.
How'd you get involved with this team coming from Norway? What brought you together with Loaded to make it this far?
Yeah, so our manager on Loaded was the same manager that I had on SR Peak Check when we were playing Contenders, and through like just working with him and working with just players in general, they offered me a spot to come over to South America. And I have Brazilian heritage as well, so for me it was a no-brainer to try to help out this team, and we've been working for 2.5, 3 months now, and I think we're ready for today.
I mean, it seems to have worked out because you guys have been dominant so far in this region. Of course, just one match left to be able to qualify for the Esports World Cup. We've been crowning tournament MVPs here so far, and I know it's a bit early because you, of course, have the most important match yet to come. But you've been dominant so far. What is behind Loaded's success? What are some of the standout players that we should look out for here in the grand final?
Yeah, well, for us, it's more about the team. We have been scrimming like 10, 12 blocks a week. It's hard to find scrims for South America, but I think if I had to point out like a player, it's probably going to be Nitro, because he's such a dominant player in his position, but also how he can carry the team. He's a little bit older like I am, and like our in-game leader, like it's Mocha or Scarioni, our main support. So those two have been rocks for this team, but I can't just point out one or two because they're all great and we've all been grinding and waiting for this moment.
That's right. I mean, teamwork makes the dream work. I can't wait to see Loaded in action. Spongy, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your match.
All right, thank you guys.
And that was Spongy, the coach of Loaded, the most dominant team currently in the South American region. And we're about to see them in action in the grand finals. Can they grab their tickets to EWC? We're about to find out. And Jake will actually help us, guide us through the action. Jake is casting. He's doing it all. He's walking over. He's using his feet. It's going to go right over there. Hopefully not tripping.
He's in the comms, but he's in the match.
He's in your comms. He's in the match. He's everywhere.
What's the Archon name, Zoe? This is an Archon name.
Oh, Jake and Jack. Well, I mean,
it's either Jake or Jack. They both work.
Same thing.
You just changed nothing.
Yeah, what would it even be? It's just the same. There's too many J's in this.
Johnny.
Joe Jack.
Joe Jack.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. It's a work in progress.
Work in progress.
Yeah.
We'll see. Whatever.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
We got this.
Bye.
Take care of him. Take care of him, Jaws.
I will.
Yeah.
I always have to. We're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. We cast together before.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this cast, actually. It's been a minute since I've casted, but I'm ready to bring the heat.
It's been a minute since I was someone in the studio with me as well. It's nice. I do like a Jumbotron Necro, though. That is quite funny. Like lording over the whole studio. Looks sick. But yeah, it's good to have you casting, Jake. Let's get into this one.
Yeah.
South American Grand Finals here. Loaded versus ENCE. Of course, ENCE we saw a little bit yesterday. And it was mainly from both sides, just pure Sigma. No Mauga. No shot. It was like, we're going to go Sigma, and that's about it. What do you feel about that?
You know, I do think there's an opportunity for either one of these teams to throw a wrench in the works and to try to exploit these comps with something different. But with how much Sigma we saw in that last match, I wonder if that will be an option. Loaded would be the team, I think, to maybe change that dynamic up if they have the confidence. But, you know, we could see a mirror throughout, make this more about execution, more about individual play. For Loaded, I think they can kind of do no wrong. They've had such a dominant run in the bracket so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood's definitely a map that you can change things up a little bit. Classic, like you want to run dive, or even the Mauga kind of a rush style. So maybe we do see a little something different. But I think Sigma, for most of these maps, though, is pretty viable. Still a very strong pick, although not the most popular in every other region. Let's load into this first map, though, here in the grand finals. Same format as EU. Whoa, jump scare. Okay, we're all good.
The first map, this guy's room.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just saying, if he could heat his room up like a sauna, I would be a very happy man. I miss going into saunas, man. That's the one thing I miss about European culture, especially the Nordic countries. Saunas go crazy.
They do, as we're seeing both teams rock up with the Sigma. Loaded showing a potential Sim Bastion look. Is this a troll? Am I being baited?
Yes.
Most likely.
Do not get baited in the spawn room.
Bastion would be very bad here. The Sigmar, you don't want to be having a Bastion.
All right, 5 seconds till they unlock the doors. Yep, both teams on the Sigma. Looks like Caballera is jumping over to the Pharah. Saw a little bit of that yesterday as well, Jake. So Pharah Kree versus Ash Kree.
Yeah, Ash for me looks a little bit stronger here with that potential dynamite, but Bazanella on the Kiriko could be cleansing those off. So really all about the poke trade at the start of the fight. Look, holding onto the skills so well by Connie.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I don't think, and they said anything to say about that fight at all. That was an instant rock, and like you said, just holding those cooldowns, waiting for the Sigma to move into a dangerous position, and easy collapse for Sloth too.
Yeah, one thing I think in the neutral game, the Bath is just going to do a lot more shield pressure than Kyrian. It's ENCE going straight to a dive comp. Okay. Instant response, totally new. We have not seen this from them. A massive swap. Will this pay off? I think it's going to be pretty hard for Cavalada to get in on the Pharah here. Going to have to make some very aggressive moves.
Well, already with a power-up punch. Trying to look for an entrance. Power-up punch onto... Oh, there's no stun there. Wow, I'm surprised Candy didn't get stuns. However, Doomfist pretty susceptible to them and receives a Suzu just in time to get out of there. But unfortunately, Svenko on the Tracer is the first to get picked.
It's a tough comp to win with this Doom dive because you've got to somehow explode one player and then still reset, because to be honest, even one kill is not enough. You'll probably lose a 4v5 if you just keep the engagement rolling. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Serious Guy to get in and get out, be so dynamic on this Doomfist.
Oh, you can see him making another entrance, but no follow-up, Jake. There's no one really around him right now that can follow up on some of those punches, and just like that, Nitro takes down the Doom. Okay, decent pick from Svenko there, but it's going to get chased away. Nice prediction rocket there, thinking the Tracer might go to the mini health pack, but Sloth kind of read like a book. As they do end up again trading a kill, but this point presence is going to be quite tough against the Sigma.
Yeah, 4v5 opportunity loaded. They're still fighting. They're still contesting the points. So they're going to give them all they've got. Nice punch. Pretty tough for Connie.
Yeah, cancelling out that grass there from the Sigma. And there's the point cap from ENCE. Trying to get some exit kills now.
Yeah, should be a big cleanup here. You don't want to let these kills get out. Barrage comes in.
Defensive barrage. Oh, from Sloth. Not finding much there.
Now the rush on the cards for ENCE. This is a really powerful tool to kind of overwhelm, snowball all the way through that back line. But at the same time, always the opportunity to just be popped by Froki with his amplification matrix. Svenko's Pulse Bomb could be a big opener.
Pulse Bomb lands on the floor right next to Nitro. Nitro dodging out of the way, doesn't receive any additional damage. And Froki popping out with this window. And they say scurrying for cover. Sound Barrier comes in though to help Cavalada try and get some damage with the Pharah. And a quick kill onto Froki, as they should be able to win this fight. Nice clean up there as well. Nice Sound Barrier engage. Cavalada has been very good on the Pharah as of late, Jake, although getting taken down by a Lucio. Not exactly the position you want to be, but again, a nice cleanup from ENCE, but it's not clean.
Still, you don't mind it being scrappy as this dive comp, right? All your heroes are fast. They're going to be right back to the engagement, no problem. And that just ends up burning a little bit more clock, as Loaded going to make the swap over to the D.Va. Could help them come out of some of these choke points, but ENCE has built up a pretty impressive ultimate bank here. Lots to work with.
Cavalada does have that to barrage. They send the Bob onto the point. Nitro just slinging that one out there just to try and get the cap, and a cap they do. Sound Barrier straight away from Loaded. Want to make sure they secure this fight. Going to make it last fight too for Loaded. Any ultimates here from ENCE will be a little bit of a waste unless you can find some insane value, but no, there's Froki with a kill onto the Pharah. And there we go, last fight now.
Yeah, should be just enough time for a touch, and the Serious Guy does have ultimate, right? This Meteor Strike could get you in and out of the point, so there's an opportunity here, but it's going to be really tight, and Nitro on this Cassidy can really put in a lot of work here.
Svenko gets the touch. Triggers OT, is going to get chased away, but the D.Va not wanting to stick around in this fight as they continue to pressure. Svenko not using the read there. A power-up punch is available for the Doomfist, but Kane is hot in pursuit. Manages to matrix a lot of those shotgun fists. And Sloth getting to this mini health pack as well, just to save himself from the rest of the fight. He's got a pulse bomb in hand still. Loaded control. And this is a Doomfist cleanup. And ENCE managed to get back into this one somehow, some way. Sloth killing the Pharah, but is it going to be enough? This Doomfist alive and well on the point. Hasn't got to deal with the D.Va now either.
Yeah, huge streak from Serious Guy. Keeps that alive. It was looking so desperate after Svenko went down. But now, once again, ENCE in control. And I wonder if we even will see the barrage this map. Cavalada, really hard to get it off, in fairness, against the comp that Loaded is running. Honestly, kind of smart to just spam away. Don't overcommit with the barrage where D.Va would just punish you easily.
Yeah, if you could cancel barrage, it would be so much of a better ultimate. Get an instant kill, cancel it, then just kind of dash away. Pulse from Svenko might be a little bit difficult to land too, with Kenny on the D.Va. Chasing down Sloth at the current moment in time. Forces the recall. He's got a lot of health to work with. The two just going to chase him down, just completely diffed by the enemy Tracer there. A Pulse Bomb still in hand. Forces the Swift Step. And this is now ENCE's chance to come back into this one, but Nitro just filling the kill feed with Orange there, killing 2 people already. A Pulse Bomb onto Canny's mech. Sends him pretty low, but the rush should be able to heal him up. Froki kind of hitting an evolutionary step there as the High Noon used to get a bit of additional damage down onto the Doomfists. Meteor Strike onto the point, but Asuzu stops all that damage coming in. A perfectly timed pulse bomb from Sloth there, and not many cooldowns left for the Doom to stay in this fight. OG is going to sit down pretty quick as well, as Loaded just continue to hold and just chase these low health members of They Say. And there we go, round number 1 over to Loaded, but a pretty close one, a 99 to 100.
This does get me interested in seeing how the rest of the series is going to develop, because this is the first time that we've seen teams, both of them swapping away from the Sigma, right? So both teams showing they have more depth in their roster. They have more strategies in the book. Wouldn't mind seeing a Sigma start, especially here on Volcano. I think slowing the fights down, making things more pokey, and just responding to your opponent's engage is a very powerful way to play, especially when you have point control. But as we saw in that last round, Loaded on the retake, the D.Va feeling a little bit more effective there. But honestly, the D.Va for me, not the strongest hero in a dive mirror. It's very good defensively, but hard to sometimes get in aggressively and open up the engagement, especially when you aren't controlling the objective.
I mean, true to their namesake and the voice line that accompanies it, and They Say, stick it on this Doomfist, Jake, against the Sigma. Again, not a look we saw yesterday at all. It was just pure Sig.
I like the aggression. I think slowing the game down may favor Loaded. They've gotten to the top of the bracket this far, probably playing what's been the meta in South America with mostly Sigma. So maybe Dive punishing that. It's a change-up that could win you this grand final.
Sloth hard off-angling right now on this Pharah. That's a nice little direct on Svenko there. Forces the Tracer back, but Loaded doing what their comp does best, just keeping their range, keeping their distance, just pressuring the point, forcing a They Say to do something. You can see now the rotation from the Doomfist. Nice little Hindernay, but the point does get capped. Not in their favor, though. Loaded now having to force themselves on the point to actually get some time on there and hopefully find the flip. And They Say are making it incredibly difficult. Look at the poke damage coming in. It's actually going to force Loaded all the way back.
Yeah, this is impressive patience, and They Say they're running a very hard, aggressive dive comp, and yet they're willing to play patient because Loaded just wants to bait a fight, doesn't really want to commit anything, and They Say dances around really effective there. Sloth to the Tracer, though, going to give him more flexibility to control these flanks and be a little bit harder to catch.
A little bit more punishing for the Doom as well. Svenko's Pulse going a little bit wide. All the cooldowns used from the Doomfist, so now it's go time at 4 Loaded. That's a amplification matrix that's going to prove quite the annoyance here for the rest of the team. Don't really want to peek into that one, even with just a Baptiste behind it. Soth with a nice double kill there on the Tracer as they do find a flip in the end.
Yeah, now I'm a little worried for They Say, right? The retake is going to be really difficult when Point is in control. Nitrile can kind of take any position he wants. This Cassidy has to be a prime target with the rush from Bazanella. But if you don't instantly get that burst kill, Scarioni rather, is going to come out with that beat pretty soon. 25% off from that crucial defensive ultimate.
Shy not too far behind them either, to be fair. And then They Say, here comes the rush. Bazanella does use it in a decent position too. They can make use of that one straight past the point. And They Say are going to get the cap, almost. Someone contesting currently. Nitro unlocks that High Noon. Punched away, though. Instant cancel on the out. And here comes the Duke. Haven't got a shield. Well, they got one now, but the Flux does hit. And Bazanella's already dead. There's a Meteor Strike here for a little bit of defensive countermeasures from the Doomfist, but he needs to find something because Nitro is just taking over the game right now for Loaded. Is going to find another avenue into this fight, but Sloth chasing him down. That switch off the Pharah paying off dividends for Loaded.
Yeah, Sloth on that Tracer with the great heads-up play, holding the point for a few more seconds, keeping a little bit more progress in. And Scarioni, I mean, well played holding on to the beat. I think a lot of players would have used the beat in that fight, but now having it in the bank, nothing really for They Say to open up with. This is a really difficult retake. Somehow you've got to find an Ajax onto this Lucio.
There's always a way. There's always a way, but you can see how passive they're playing right now. Nice Ajax onto the high ground, knowing the Doomfist has already used their punch, and a free kill as well. This is going to be final fight 2, but then They Say just running for the hills, getting back to the spawn.
Just so well played from Scarioni. Never touches the ground, never puts himself in a position where it's even possible for him to be punched. He for sure knows that play. He knows everything that's coming at him there, and just well read.
Pulse bomb for Svenko. Okay, can he find the same success Sloth has been having? So has to weave around this grasp too. If you're quick on the wrist, they might be able to get away from it, but Sloth's actually getting chased down. Mega health pack secured. there by Sloth. OT in session now for ENCE, and winner's been opened up. But where's the initial kill? Where is the firepower coming in from ENCE? They're going to need to find something because Svenko's already dead. It's actually Carney just using those hyperspheres to throw around a corner. And with a Doom too, I mean, this is all over. A duplication is going to have to go nuclear here, but it's not going to happen. Nitro finds the nice one piece and follows up with a couple of extras as well. Loaded, starting off the series strong with a 2-0 on Samoa.
Definitely a great start to the series. I think Sloth bringing out the Tracer is a great flex for them to have, right? We know Farah's so good in the poking style, slowing the game down, but when the opponent's trying to punish you with this fast dive, you got to be a little bit more nimble, right? Got to be a little bit more able to escape from those dangerous scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, the Farah swap up was really sick, and, you know, Doomfist, we saw a little bit of that from Chase over in EU a moment ago, but right now, not really working out well. I mean, Carney is also just kind of staying alive on the Sigma. Didn't really die too often at all. I mean, I could count the deaths on one hand for sure over the last couple of rounds of that map. It's been really hard to even dislodge that Sigma, and getting that punch on the Flux looks really good, and stopping the grass coming through to get some additional damage in is great, but half the time the Doom's going in, it's just instant rock, followed up by Sloth. It's really hard for the Doom to get work done.
Yeah, in the end, that hard stun from Accretion is just a little bit too difficult to deal with. Yeah. I'd love to see a Winston come out. Winston, more of the traditional counter to Sigma, because, you know, you can play around that bubble, dance some of the skills, and, you know, all your damage just goes through pretty much all of Sigma's defensive utility. Yeah. But they are named ENCE, so, you know, I can kind of understand.
They're going to play Doom at some point.
They might want to play Doom.
Right, we are going to Hollywood as our next map. Again, another map that favors the dive. I mean, a little bit of Winston here, that would potentially be on the cards, but if they do feel more confident on the Doom, maybe they just want to keep running that. Let's have a look at some highlights, though, before we jump into the next map. And yeah, the Farah worked out pretty well yesterday for Cabalada, but this time around, yeah, not quite hitting the mark, especially these long-range hit scans that Nitro's been bringing out. It's been really tough to get those barrages in. Even you picked it up, like, yeah, using a barrage against their comp, you're going to die pretty fast. Like, it's almost worth just not using it.
Yeah, you know, hey, I've been calling this out every day for the last, like, year, or not year, the last few months, but yeah, maybe a little venture here, a little hard diving venture.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, venture's pretty slick. Gets in and out pretty quick, and the displacement tool as well is just so good. Like, against the BAP, it's so annoying to play against, because you hit that lamp, if your back's not against the wall and the lamp's kind of covering that, you're out of there and you're dead. Like, the lamp is a non-factor to most Ventures.
Top of that, the full power burrow exit does break the lamp if you're right under it.
Right.
While also keeping the BAP down low. I could be interesting.
God,
could be a little, maybe a little Genji. What's interesting as we go to Hollywood, right, is as much as it's a good dive map, I really feel that, especially the first point defense, sometimes these like really defensive Sigma comps, maybe with a Brig, heck, maybe with a Torb, they can be really hard to break, and you can work a full hold into first point. It's a bit of a gamble though, because if you do go that way, you could get snowballed. It's not so good on second. Third is a little bit awkward.
Yeah. I mean, of all hybrid maps as well, Hollywood definitely feels the most full holdable. Like, we've seen a lot of those in Overwatch League over its history, like some incredible ones too, like full of holds and just insane stuff on this map in the past. Let's jump in to Hollywood. Our second map here in the South American Grand Finals of the Face It Master League. Of course, the winner here, Jake, will book their tickets to the Esports World Cup. A ton of prize money on the line and a ton of reputation as well. I mean, the South American region hasn't got the same rep as they had done in the past when they had a contenders region. It's good to see a lot of very high-level players like jumping back into the scene. And, you know, this is where stars are born, these grassroots kind of tournaments. And so, yeah, it's been exciting to see the upcoming players from this region so far.
Yeah, and they say they are going to rock up on essentially exactly this, right? On a very stable defensive poke comp with the Sigma and the Brig. Really hard to dive into this comp, and sometimes attacking poke comps just get stalled out, and it's just really hard to ever evict the defenders. So Loaded, going to get a good look at this, kind of decide as the attackers what approach do they want to bring. So far, they've been really a poke-heavy team. That's what they want to play. Will they take the mirror here or go a different direction? I think this is going to say a lot about their perspective on the game as a team.
Okay, they're going with the poke. They're going with the poke. And with Froki on the BAP as well. Really nice to hold these corners too with the lamp. Of course, and they say a little bit more defensive, like you were saying, Jake, with the Brig. Can be tough to even get on the front line. Those whip shots really punishing to anybody that kind of wants to overextend. Got a decent AoE healing to boot.
Yeah, this poke-in at the start, very important. The Lucio lets you be a little bit faster and more aggressive, but could lack a little bit of heals. And oh my, the Sigma is gone, deleted from the server.
The Brig was waiting around there as well, swinging through the shield, get some that Inspire healing. A little rough there on their first attack for Loaded. Although nearing a window pretty early, a little bit ahead there of Shy on ENCE. It's actually a big switch up. Okay, Nitro going over to Ashe now.
I like the Ashe, right? The slow backline of the enemy team, a little bit more vulnerable to the Dynamites. Maybe Bob can get a lot of impact as well. Challenge is going to be for Sloth, though. Not really a great way to keep this Echo healthy.
All right, don't want to step up again. Not with that little bit of extra firepower from Nitro. Already the decent amount of Dynamite damage coming in with a 35% ult. Nice little witch shot. It's going to be key to kind of keeping the rest of the team healthy. You need those Inspire procs, and yeah, Bazza's hitting every single one of them thus far. But there's the lamp, there's the window now, and they say are in danger. Bazza first to fall. A high noon available for Svenko. Good headshot, and Scarione. But the high ground control is nice for Loaded, but they haven't got a Sigma to play around with now. An early flux kill is going to result in Loaded just getting routed. They're still finding these initial picks and need to clear this high ground off, but they say in a good spot.
Yeah, Loaded really wants to snowball this fight. It might be their best chance as getting pushed, cleared out of high ground. They're going to full commit to the fight. This is a big risk, though. These are important ultimates, and
deleted.
Get nothing.
Yep, that Echo absolutely destroyed, and there's the rally. Beat comes through as well. In fact, everybody else just getting popped at once. And they say with a high noon through the window, no way you were surviving that one. No matter how healthy you are, realistically, with that overhealth too. And they say easily clean up that fight.
Loaded's choice is really being punished here. The Echo and the Lucio not really finding any value. See if the swap over. Oh, and Afar, a Mercy comes out. This may be the first Mercy here of the EWC qualifier. A lot of commitment onto the Pharah here. Could be effective. Sometimes can be an effective way to punish Brig with her passive positioning. Damage was to DPS, but a massive flanking barrage.
Cavalella does get killed in the end, but job's done. Easy defense so far for ENCE. Joe, they've got a minute to go.
It's a great play from the Pharah to flank like that. You know, the Mercy, like I was saying, great at poking, right, adding more damage to your spam, but sometimes when the enemy just all presses W and on you at the same time, you feel, oh, maybe it would be better if I don't get run over by every time the enemy pushes me.
All right, back to the, well, not back to, they had Lucio before, but onto the Brig now. Kind of what a match they say in that regard. Bob available, Flux 2, overwhelming ults from ENCE, but can they actually make them stick? Bob almost already dead. And he got booped away from the point too. I mean, a little bit of covering fire here, I suppose, from the sixth man of Loaded. And here's the window, some more firepower and potentially a free tick on board. Yeah, there it is. Kenny still holding on to the Flux for Loaded with 30 seconds to go, and they say just need to be able to survive for their ults to come online. Scarione going incredibly aggressive there, just swinging this flail towards the enemy Sigma, but here comes the return Flux. Kenny in a whole heap of hurt. Lamp not even needed, manages to stay alive. As this point has almost been capped by Loaded. They've got 2 ticks and then some, but Nitro's down. Scarione falls as well. Final fight from ENCE, and they've not lost a single person in this fight.
And it's going to be the full hold from ENCE. What beautiful patience there, waiting out those well-layered ultimates by Loaded, as it's just going to be desperation here. Yeah, you can touch the point, but no way to win this.
Ain't happening. High noon finishes the job. And they say with a full hold on Hollywood, I called it. This is the map to full hold on, and they did just that.
Yeah, Loaded making some interesting comp choices there, right? Like choosing the Lucio and the Echo. For me, there's a little bit of anti-synergy there, right? You don't have a great way to heal the Echo. Sure, you could charge in super aggressively on the Sigma, but in the end, that's not really what your DPS picks want to do. And so I feel, and they say just had a tactical outplay on this map. They came here for a reason. They look really comfortable on that defense. Still though, 85%. Well, you did talk about full holds, Jack, but you also talked about fuller holds. And for me, I think Loaded could easily kind of run it back on ENCE's strategy, and they're going to have something different to break that open. I'd love to see rotation to the left, to the dumpster. For me, that's the way to break these passive backline holds. But we'll see if Loaded has the same read, or if they even go with the same comp as they're rolling out with the Lucio here.
Yeah, Scarione coming out with Lucio. Curious if they end up changing their mind in just a moment. Still 30 seconds, but confident in that pick, potentially. Playing a little bit faster, a little bit looser, but that rally is just such a game-changing ult. Especially if you stun the Sig too. If he's already used that rock, you stun the Sig, get in there with your stick, kind of just combo stun someone to death, basically, with an accretion, a shield bash. Could be really tough to kind of play against. And they say, clearly happy with their Sigma pick and happy with the Brig as well. You build up to the rally, maybe force Loaded to use an ult. There's a big win condition here for ENCE. We'll see how they can get it done.
I think Loaded is going to be a big test of their veterancy and their clutch play, because honestly, the odds are stacked against you here. You got to have a couple clean fights and then honestly win a couple tricky ones. You know, in the end, if this is just a pure ult trade, it's always going to go the way of the attackers.
Sloth already 1 HP, my word. Decent damage coming out from Shy and Svenko making a quick rotation. Cabalada is on this high ground, gets a nice little boop, dislodging the Baptiste from that box for the time being, dodging out of the way of Nitro's bullets too, but unfortunately Svenko had wands with his name on it by the looks of it. Couple of little boops, but now is the chance to go. And they say, and Svenko really just putting in some mean damage. Lamped burn by both teams, and someone's got to deal with Svenko on the side of Loaded. I mean, this is just an absolute stomp from ENCE. They just run over them. Little to no resistance from Loaded, and that is going to be the map.
Svenko, what a showing there on the Cassidy. That was pretty fearsome. I mean, we saw some clips of him in the last match we watched yesterday, and he looked amazing on the individual mechanics of the Cassidy. I think this could be a real strength that they can rely on. It seems like it stands the reason why they've been wanting to play these SIG poke comps, to really put the hit scan in the limelight.
Yeah, I mean, even his Tracy yesterday was super sick. A very standout player for the team indeed, and they ended up picking this map, like you said, Jake, and coming to that, being that confident and just kind of rolling over them. For the hold, sure. They just walked all over, and there was Svenko just hitting a couple of headshots, forces the lamp, and then what can the Fire do? It's like, well, I'm on this side, you guys are on that side. Hopefully we line up for some damage and kill a DPS, but not to be. One apiece so far in the series, Jake. Could go all the way as we jump into some highlights just before we get into the next map.
Yeah, we saw a lot of impressive plays here, especially on this defense. And for me, I'm a little worried about Loaded from this match. I mean, what this says to me is they really want to play Lucio. They aren't confident in the Brig. And I think, to be honest, most maps, that'll be great. If you have a little bit more space to work with, even in the Sigmar, you know, you can kind of fall back, go in, or kind of in and out over and over again and drain resources that way. But on a map like Hollywood, it's kind of like a classic, just sweet backline defensive position. Lucio's kind of got nowhere to go.
Well, we're going over to Esperanza next, so probably more Lucio here.
Yeah.
Doubtful we're going to see Brig. I mean, maybe, but Lucio is seemingly always the best kind of play here. The quick rotations you need to make on that map, you just got to run the Lucio. And they say could run Doom. We've seen a lot of dive on this map, a lot of rush. There's a lot of things you can play on the majority of push maps. Everybody tending to go towards the Sigma at this point, but you never know. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. Esperanza up next. The series tied up, 1 apiece. All right, Loaded versus ENCE. In the previous matchup, ENCE did manage to take a map off of Loaded. Maybe this is the only one they're going to get here, but we're going to Esperanza, Survasa, and Rialto. We'll have to wait and find out if Loaded can continue their dominance in the SA region. So a little bit of brig from both sides on that Hollywood map. It was a full hold from ENCE, and then they just kind of walked over Loaded, but maybe this will be a different story here with Loaded's map choice.
Yeah, if we get as far as, you know, something like Rialto, the brig could come out again and could look good for ENCE, but we've got 2 maps here back-to-back. Push into Flashpoint, just Lucio's homeland. So much mobility on these maps required as the objectives move throughout the map. You've got to be able to reposition your team and fight in different locations constantly, and so Scarione playing the Lucio, almost a foregone conclusion here. You mentioned Doomfist as an option. I've seen teams run it. I am skeptical. I want to put it on record. I am skeptical of the Doom dive on this map. It seems like it can work, but it looks so inconsistent and difficult where some of these like Malga comps just, they look good. Sigma comps look good. Slow the game down. When you get an advantage, camp in the high grounds, that's what I like to see. The stuff that the fans probably hate, I'm like, their strategy is great.
They're sitting there doing nothing. They're just waiting and poking.
They're so smart for doing nothing.
I mean, that's just, a lot of push maps are like that though. You end up securing high ground, securing that checkpoint, you just kind of chill, you wait, you vibe. All right, let's have a look. Mirror comps across the board, apart from those supports yet again. Froki on that BAP. Bazanella on the Kiriko.
BAP versus Kiri, an interesting approach to the matchup. BAP usually offering a little bit more pressure, but Kiri some more consistent heals to the Pharah. So if Sloth can survive and continue to put out damage without as much healing, I think it's going to be a decisive fight for Loaded as they're getting the wide angle here. This is really valuable in the SIG comp.
Yeah, Nitro's going to have some good ground to play with. And good cover, too. That cover is really annoying to play against. Can kind of jump up and down. Uh-oh, Sloth might be in a little bit of trouble. Or maybe not so much. Oh. Svenko launched up just like Team Rocket into the stratosphere there with that boop kill. All right, Loaded. They end up losing Scarione. So it's a little bit more even than it might seem here. Cabalada also taking a lot of damage to Sloth. Ends up finding another kill, and then they say losing their Pharah and their aerial superiority. Looks like they're backing up.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what Sloth was able to deliver. Big impact without very much resource commitment.
That's another one.
Finds Bazanella as well. That's a really brutal stagger. Critical error from ENCE. That might cost them the checkpoint, and to be honest, makes the map look pretty difficult. And we're only a couple minutes in, Jack.
It's never over until it's over. Honorable Pharah duel there, and apart from when the Cassie joined in. All good, and here you go. Jake's favorite strat. Do nothing, sit high ground, just wait for the enemy team. Although the checkpoint's not capped yet, so they're gonna have to make a little bit more headroom. They're gonna have to find a little bit more room even before they do that. Rush available from Bazanella. Window from Froki, but I'll take the window on the high ground over the rush on low. That is for sure, as they try and make a push yet again with Sauce Barrage coming up in just a moment. And Jake, that's checkpoint already for Loaded. Little resistance there from ENCE.
Yeah, they're against a rock and a hard place. How do you really rush here? They might be forced trying to hold on to it. Oh, it doesn't go their way, and they're going to get wiped here most likely.
Oh, yeah, look at them all carrying in that small room, yeah. Ain't happening, Chief, unfortunately. They didn't even kill Sloth either. Sloth 1 HP. It was like melee level health bar and like critical. I mean, Cabalella needs to find that kill, needed to find anything as Loaded just extend their lead past this checkpoint.
Yeah, Loaded playing this mirror match with just so much more confidence, so much more aggression. Bazanella just too scared, doesn't find the opportunity to cast Kitsune Rush. And I mean, the card is just rolling, Jack. Like, we had like one fight. They're almost 100 meters. Yes, and they have a lot of ultimates, but the bank is enormous.
Oh, nice little boot. That actually helps Svenko, I think. Look how speedy he is. Nah, it's going to get shielded off. I know someone's on the right-hand side here. Svenko trying to get an angle, but uh-oh, look who's behind you. Sloth hits him with it. And yeah, that 100-meter lead is only going to extend further.
Really feeling a difference in team skill here as Loaded. They're just dancing in and out of these ultimates so effectively. Scarione, there's a reason he's been so confident on the Lucio. It's because this team really has the right read on how to kite in and out. And they say he's just struggling to find purchase. Has not had the opportunity to drop a rush yet, and they're almost getting full cap. This is a beatdown.
4 ults. It's all good. Sound barrier in there for Scarione. They're going to try and isolate the Sigma. Flux can come through at any moment, and Kane's trying to dodge out of that one. Only catches the Lucio, and in fact, dead before he hit the ground, but here comes the reversal from Kane. Doesn't initially get any kills, but does send, and they say reeling a little bit. Svenko taking control now on the Cassidy. They find presence on the map eventually. But with 132 meters to 0, it's a tough up until battle here, Jake.
This one is not looking good. We gotta use the, you could have had another rush by now if you just used it. Please. I'm begging you.
You gotta push him, you gotta push the ult eventually. Eventually. I mean, Froki's had a couple of windows by the time Bazinella's used that rush.
Yeah, he's on his second.
Yeah.
He's gonna probably get it off before the rush if the pass is any predictor.
Oh, here we go. Perfect place to use the rush. In this mid, Cavaletta goes pretty low. Oh, Nitro sniping the Farah. Oh, that rush. Looking a little meek, unfortunately, Jake. And this just is going to be a clean-up. There's no hope of you surviving this one. Sloth is just... This guy... It's like an F-15 fighter jet in the skies. Guy does not miss.
Well, we just saw one of the best ults in the game, and it didn't do anything, so that's not good. That's not what you want. Capture just rolling forward. We'll see how, I think Loaded are feeling really confident right now. They might just like initiate in and just force a fight, but I think they could kind of play this slow, and this off angle is pretty nasty.
Oh, it's still on the bot though. Grand Theft bot, it's all good. They're going to be able to rotate pretty quickly through that mega health pack room. They are chilling. Uh-oh, Sloth's behind.
They don't
and
know
he's
where
got
he
the barrage.
They don't see him.
Oh, they don't see him. Oh, straight in the back. Luckily, a lot of that damage was absorbed, Jake, but unfortunately, Svenko took the brunt of it before the hands could go off. Cavaletta could also do some serious damage with his barrage. I mean, kind of chilling in this side room, but unfortunately, Froki popping down that lamp, it was a little bit too dangerous for Cavaletta just to get out of that small room. And Jake, there's only a few meters to go, and Loaded looking like they want to finish this map in style with the full cap.
Yeah, no ultimates to speak of, but the cart's rolling and players are low, and they say they've got to find the opportunity to reset, but the cart is rolling.
Flux is good. Lamp's better. Oh, Froki, though, gets caught out. 140 meters for Loaded. But there is the...
Who's that? Who's in here? Anybody home?
Yeah. Nitro just hanging around. All right, 4 minutes here and 139 meter deficit.
We'll see. Maybe the next rush could open something up here, but Loaded, they've been so good at dancing back anytime the ultimates are committed and then punishing somewhere else on the map. I feel like Sloth has really been a great example of that, playing these wide flanking angles without much resource, but really getting the job done. It's an impressive look for the team.
Don't let them push.
Swindu's been quite deadly for Loaded too. Been the proficiency a little bit higher than Bazinella. Also, Sloth is just a menace. Just perma on the off angle.
I don't mind this at all. You know, he's taking a lot of attention, and he's really just using his regen, right? Not really consuming any attention from Baptiste, who can stay on the aggressive, keep shooting shields, keep pressuring the enemy Farah. You've got to do something, as in they say, this static poking battle is not winning you the game.
There's the window. A TP away from Bazinella. Almost ended up going down, but here comes the return rush. Bazinella already pretty low, has to use that Suzu. It's going to come back pretty quickly, and they say make progress with the bot, knowing Loaded had these giant rotations. It's exactly the same thing we saw yesterday, Jake, with the rotations from Andese. Flux lands. Where's the defensive beat? There it is. And Cavaletta getting some good purchase there with the barrage. Nitro Sloth already dead. 2.5 minutes to go, and they say making decent progress.
That's a really, really crucial fight to win right now. You're going to get this checkpoint under control, going to unlock the forward spawns. You didn't lose any players. I mean, and they say kind of had to do all of that to have a chance in the map, but they did. So now they kind of is some sort of glimmer of hope. It's still a long way away, though, Jack. Seriously, a lot of push to come in, and one of the most difficult parts of the map at the very, very end there to tie this series up, but looks tough.
Looks real tough, but we've seen the magic that Svenko can work with the Cass. See if he can find the same success here. He's got Deadeye. but he's against Barrage and Beat. A little rough for the Cassidy, I will say. Speaking of which, there's the Beat engagement here, and they say trying to reel back, but Sloth from the high ground, from the window in fact. Long range Barrage, finds some decent damage, and Svenko, his arch nemesis, is down. Now he does receive a lamp there to stay alive on the bots, and they say need a fight win here. The Flux is the thing that they're going to use to try and do it. A nice expertly dodged rock there, as their accretion does sail past the Cassidy, but this is it. This is going to be the big difference maker. Some additional progress, but no casualties can be afforded by their team. And, well, is Shy cleaning on up. Loaded. They're going to go for a big reset here. A minute to go. Still 70 meters to climb.
Man, what a turnaround in this map. 2 fights back-to-back, and they say...
And look at the ults.
Perfect fights, right? They don't lose a single player. You get traded 1 there. This is a very different game state, but because they've done the impossible back-to-back, the game is actually starting to be winnable. I thought this was over and done after a few minutes of here on Esperanza.
High noon window comes through. They're throwing a lot into this fight. Try and make it work. Svenko went super aggressive past the bot, and now Nitro returns the favor, popping that Deadeye and trying to line him up. There's no way you're escaping from that one. Not with the Lucio speed up to boot. 30 seconds to go now as Loaded still maintain this enormous lead.
Third time is the charm there for Loaded, finally getting the successful retake. So give me some decent spawns for ENCE, but Bazanella dying so late. See if he gets, okay, he does get the forward. There's going to be an opportunity, but this fight has to be clean for ENCE. Winning the fight, a necessity, but to win the map, you've got to keep all of your players alive.
They got a Flux, Stu Loaded, and there's no sound barrier coming in from ENCE. 10% away, Shy needs this one desperately, but the Flux is going to come in a little bit earlier than maybe expected. Suzu perfectly timed there to help the Flux members survive the initial damage, and with Nitro dead, and ENCE set themselves up with some success. A beautiful direct, a sound barrier to guarantee the fight here, Jake, but they're not going to have it for this preceding one. There's going to be a quick re-engagement here from Loaded. The trade on Svenko is going to be decent for their team, but ENCE still end up winning the fight and have ults to boot.
The trade on Svenko, though, really going to be crucial here. Seems like a small thing, but that means Shy is going to have to fall all the way back, and have to pick up this Cassidy, bring him back to the fight. Loaded could be forcing a fight while ENCE are still down players, could make it more difficult for this Flux and Barrage to get value.
Sloth has also got his Flux online. About cannot escape, and they say, and it's in such an awkward position too, Jake, right around this corner. They have to overpeak. Oh, the barrage from Sloth. Svenko sent right back to spawn where he just arrived from. Shy takes down Sloth in the end, but Jake, I think this might be all over. Sound barrier comes in. They're handily dealing with the Farah barrage, and Jake and they say had a mountain to climb, but it was just too steep for an incline to do so, and Loaded, they put themselves up yet another map. What an unbelievable push. 140 meters to 0 halfway through that map. I mean, and they say it looked rough, and you called it. Even catching that checkpoint, the map looked rough even from the minute, even from the get-go.
That should have been completely impossible to come back, and I feel, and they say, I mean, they did about 80% of the impossible.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of a crazy series. You know, I think falling that far behind, definitely maybe a bit of a mental issue there, right? A little bit of like people choking, maybe in this high pressure match, a couple opportunities to drop ults, not really coming out, not really getting a fight where you really want to. But they kind of pulled it together there at the end. And so, you know, what this says for me is the series might be 2-1 in favor of Loaded, but and they say still has fight if they can kind of hold themselves together and play at their best.
Yeah, well, looking a lot closer than it may appear. Of course, Loaded have been very dominant in the South American region thus far, and these finals, it means big for the region. This is their ticket to the EWC to face some of the best in the world. Of course, they have had the chance, a little bit at least, to play against some of these top Korean teams, top Korean players, places like the Overwatch World Cup, but jumping to the Esports World Cup, like, they are going to be matching up against people like Crazy Raccoons, Falcons and whatnot, but the pride and passion of this region cannot be understated, and you best believe there'll be a million fans cheering them on despite the team that's going to go through. Here's some of the highlights from this last one, and look at that, 140 meters to 1. And like you said, they almost made it there. They almost made it the comeback, but it's just so tough when the enemy team is just so far ahead.
Yeah, what an impressive performance from Loaded to get that far ahead in the first place. Just coming out aggressive, snowballing right out of the gate. Sloth getting a lot done on these flanks on Pharah, really looking impressive. But players fighting back, especially the DPS role. I feel Svenko and Kabalata have had impressive plays of their own. I think it's been the team play that has been the edge for Loaded here, right? Some of their just cleaner ultimate executions. Playing to win rather than playing not to lose, right? Having those openings, just, you know what? We can pop a window here. We can swing with it. Does it work every time? No. But when it does work, it pays off big time. And I think that level of aggression is what you need in a grand final scenario when people might not be at their best. A little bit of nerves.
Yeah, I mean, that first tempo play of the window after they capture that checkpoint, just assassinating some of the members from ENCE who potentially weren't expecting them to get ult that quickly. We're going to go over to the next map now, and ENCE's map choice once again as we go to Suravasa. I can imagine the same kind of Sigma look from both sides. Going to continue with Lucio, like you were mentioning, way less Brig from here on out. And they say with some impressive performances. And I speak about this Kiriko versus the BAP look. This is something that's been a consistent factor between these both teams. Loaded preferring the BAP over the Kiri.
I'm also a believer of the Baptiste. In the end, it's a Sigma comp, right? And it's just so much harder. It's hard to do better than Baptiste in this matchup for just the ability to pressure the shield. You know, I think the Immortality field is a lot more consistent at dealing with something like the Gravitic Flux from Sigma. The cleanse does work sometimes, but it asks perfection of you really as a Kiriko player, whereas Baptiste can kind of deal with that while he's also tending to his other responsibilities as a healer. So for me, I like the BAP. A little bit more aggressive, right? A little bit more like, let's play to win, let's be in your face. That said, if the rush finds value, Basanella can really justify this pick.
A lot of really good points to use the rush on too. A lot of them are quite open. And the rush can really dominate a team if they're trying to fight in the neutral and they are up close. So yeah, we'll see how the matchup kind of continues to develop as we jump onto this. The point is unlocked. Loaded in a better position though. Very much commanding this high ground and commanding the presence. Hands already used from Kaney there as Loaded do end up backing up, and they will cap. Not quite quick enough off the mark there for ENCE, but they do find the kill onto Froki, so slowly now Loaded are going to bleed out with all this spam damage coming in.
Yeah, Loaded, they've got to find some counter kills. Still have some healthy players. See if they want to fight this out, as Kenny is going to stall the point. They want to get something back, but you need some kind of heroic kill here. Losing your Baptiste is just so painful.
Well, they've done a good job of kind of stalling this one out. Look at this, 35%-ish. As Kaney and Scarioni do it eventually end up going down. Salt finds a decent kill on Svenko, but it won't mean all too much when they got a Lucio to Taxia. That first initial pick on Froki was crucial to that team fight win.
And with how long the fight went now, Basanella has a massive ultimate advantage. We could see the rush just come in over the top. I wonder if Loaded will really be ready for this. We could see a lot of aggression here, and Window nowhere close to coming out. Maybe High Noon is enough, but that's pretty scary to try to hold High Noon while you get rushed on.
Yeah, there's no way you're holding that. You were hitting the cancel button, then running all the way back. Speaking of which, there it is. Rock, lands perfectly on Nitro. Lamp to try and get them out of there. Instantly broken, you can see by Svenko.
The kiting is good. Froki just barely survives. That's what you needed to do here. Now, opportunity for ultimate retake from Loaded. Still, though, a lot in the tank for ENCE. A lot of tools to work with. In great position to close out this first flashpoint.
Caballero and Soth looking at each other. Eyes in the skies for both Pharas. Both barrages available to use. Nice little cheeky angle there, in fact, onto Svenko, but this High Noon is going to hairpin turn around the corner there as he finds Sloth. Sound barrier comes through from Loaded, though, despite losing one of their DPS. And they say with OT, 99% on this first capture point, they do get wiped, but a big chance to come back in here. Scarioni ended up using the beat in that fight. Shy, still holding on to theirs. Sloth's, wait,
Sombra. This is a ambitious look. I think he wants to cancel the Flux. Potentially the sound barrier too. Could be. There's a real possibility to make this work. This is a bit of a wild play, but if it pays off, then you could be winning this flashpoint. It's kind of unconventional, but I don't completely hate this. Sloth, let's see if he can find the crucial hack on an ultimate target.
Well, he's looking at that beat. He's looking at that Flux, waiting for one of them to come out. Hanging in the sidelines, there's the Flux, where's the hack? There's a virus actually onto Svenko, and he instantly gets deleted. That virus and hack increased damage is absurd. Nice dodge of the rock too, as he jumps high in the sky with that Translocator. The hacks comes in, and there it is, Jake. Hacking the Flux, one big ultimate down, and Sloth has done the dirty work already, and is now up to Loaded to clean on up. And clean up they do. Nitro alive on the field, no having to worry about the Kitsune or anything else that they can throw at him. He's getting tickled by the Tracer there too. How did that not kill the Kiriko? Not sure, but Froki finishes him up. What a perfect pick from Sloth there, Jake. That hack on the Flux was all they needed to claim that.
That's interesting. I thought he was going to try and cancel the sound barrier, but instead, Shy didn't even try to beat the Flux, and their Cassidy just died. So I set up the whole next level play. He's like, no, maybe I'll just shoot the Cassidy. Okay, that works too.
It worked out. Yeah, the virus and the hack increased damage is nuts, especially when you combo it with the Flux. Sticking on the pick too. Can maybe cancel Barrage if he's really daring, I suppose. But this EMP could be very deadly. Again, very tight points here. Very easy to get large value from something like an EMP.
Still though, Sombra just doesn't do much damage, so kind of a weird pick in this comp in the end. Like, I see it for this tech scenario canceling an ultimate, but
it looks cool.
You don't really pressure shield, and so honestly, I think ENCE should be in great position. Sloth really struggling to farm EMP. It's not easy to do.
Hack on the Sigma. Oh, not quite connecting. Here's a virus on Svenko though, some additional ult charge. Nearing close to this EMP is, well, that's a Sigma down. Unfortunately for ENCE, I don't think they're going to be around for too much longer. Bit of extra stall, but that's about it. And now they're running into an EMP. Now it's going to get deadly. The Sombra's full power is going to get unloaded in this next fight.
I will say, EMP is a pretty good ultimate. Sombra didn't really do anything that fight, but they didn't really need anything from him. They just won it anyway. That was funny to watch. It's like, okay, I can't really hack anybody. I'm just going to shoot. All right. I wish I was playing another hero, but now you got the EMP. Now, I mean, this retake should be impossible. EMP is going to devastate, and they say, only thing you could do here is Bazanella with like a super clutch Suzu to block the EMP, but that is asking a lot.
Oh, there it is. Hits 3. Hits the priority target in that Sigma as well. Paid for it with his life, but nah, whatever. You take that. We'll see if Sloth ends up changing here as well.
Please change.
Jake is begging. There you go. Back over to the far.
Oh, all right. It is going to be a Mauga coming out. So, and they say wanted to change up the tempo. The slow fight's not going their way. Maybe a little bit of aggression could be the ticket. Could enable the Kiriko and this faster loser style to pay dividends. Big ultimates to fight against. So this is going to be a tough one.
High Noon round the corner. Doesn't want to get interrupted. Kenny using all the C's. It jumps straight around that window. Loaded thought that would be the tool to disrupt the High Noon, but Svenko with 4 kills.
You're free to go.
That's the best High Noon we've seen on the new patch, I think. Swings through the window, blows him away. He got the big channel early. That's the scary one, man. You get a big channel, and then he just comes sprinting around. And
it is absurd how fast the Cassidy moves, dude.
I feel like they might roll that one back. We'll see. We'll see. It's a fun change.
It's too fun. It's too fun.
I like it. I like it. I'm a fan.
Oh, surely they know. Oh, coming at 19 HP. Oh, some healing offers luckily there. Handed out to him. Barrage still available. Sloth already down though. Svenko, do they need ults? They're going to use sound barriers. Half their team ends up getting fluxed. All that overhealth kind of absorbing a lot of that damage now as overtime is approaching for ENCE. Nitro begging for that Lucio to peak, but it's not to be. That rush just overwhelming Loaded, and that is going to be point for ENCE.
Mauga looks good here, right? Winning a couple tough fights back to back. Could be just a ticket. And I mean, this is Flashpoint in the end, right? As much as these teams love playing Sigma, Flashpoint is a map type where typically there's a lot of close range fights, a lot of scrappy brawls. You can kind of swing those corners, just come charging in over the top on the enemy. That does play to the strengths of a hero like Mauga. And I feel like ENCE's picking up steam here in the series.
And still holding on to that barrage as well. I've had for quite some time at this point, just not finding a place to get it off, but hey, doesn't matter, you've got the point, and then you can set up in a priority position, waiting for Loaded to make their entrance.
Yeah, that cardiac overdrive can really help you survive your own barrage timing, right? Not only the lifesteal, but the damage resist. So critical for a hero like Pharah, who's, as we were mentioning before, so vulnerable during barrage. All the pressure on Caballada here. It's really the crucial tool for the team as he charges in.
Svenko, there's the barrage. A lot of that getting absorbed by that lamp, luckily enough, which was hidden from view, so Caballada wasn't able to actually destroy it. I like Froki's positioning on that high ground, and now they're just going to march on forward. Yeah, spotting a very isolated Mauga on the sidelines. Window used by Froki just to guarantee themselves the point. And there's the cleanup.
Yeah, beautiful. Again, Loaded, they're just so good at pulling back when the charge does come in. And they say going in aggressively, trying to find that opportunity, even sending the Pharah around from a flank angle. But Loaded just reads it perfectly. And, you know, that Pharah lives the barrage, but no kills, right? Like nothing. And then, you know, you've already used your overrun. You've already used your cardiac overdrive. You don't really have the tools to continue in the fight the way Loaded is super happy to take a nice long poke trade.
Cage for ENCE. Cage High Noon could be rather deadly, but Svenko actually popping that first. Look at him go. Ooh, around the corner. And he kills, though. Oh, that Echo. Good duplication, though. Unbelievable timing there from Sloth. Duping into a Cassidy. Might get a free high noon himself. Nice rock on the Mauga, but yeah, everybody's just mincemeat inside that cage. Cook that up into a nice chili. 45% and counting now for ENCE.
Can't run from that one. Cage fight, pretty nice sometimes. Enemies try to run away. They like to get tricky with you. Not in the cage fight, baby. Not in the cage fight.
All right, Loaded make their entrance again. Flux coming up here, but perfect opportunity to use that sound barrier for Shy.
Yeah, it's a tough retake for Loaded, right? You've got to force something. And they say they need to be patient here, though. They need to not overextend. Loaded has been so good at falling back. You got to play the clock here. Run it down. Defending the point. You have a big strategic advantage.
At you too. Loaded now putting themselves on point. Rush available. Cabaletta's already dead, though. Just some stray sticky bombs from Sloth. Still with sound barrier in the hand of Shy. Doesn't want to use it, though. Has to use it to save the Mauga, but unfortunately, timing just a little bit off there. And now Loaded, grinning ear to ear, I would imagine, knowing that they can save their Flux for this next fight, and they're going to make this the last one too. Look at this, Loaded with 3 large ultimates coming up.
Yeah, the value of the Echo pick really coming in there, right? When you want to play slow, friend, they say you want to run this clock down, you are trying to keep Afara alive against her natural predator in Echo, so could be really difficult for Cabalata. Now finding the barrage on retake, a much more challenging proposition than when you have point control. You got to kind of cross these open sight lines, and you're going to have to somehow slip by. If Froki sees you coming, it's not gonna work.
Flux, high noon popped, Svengo taking a lot of damage, hands used, same with the beats. Loaded, they're trying to find kills, just chips the paint off the brick there as Sloth tries to run away. At least Svenko's found one. It's on a nice little off angle too now as well. But Cabaletta pops the old press cues, instantly dies as Kaney has already picked up 2 kills. Loaded, they might end up losing control at this point here, Jake. They do, in fact. They're still in control of the fight almost, but with the Mauga being able to rotate these cooldowns, these massive amounts of sustain from the cardiac overdrive is too much for Loaded to bear. They end up losing the point, and they say, and now on a flashpoint point here on this map, 2-1.
That's a definition of a dogfight, Jack. If I ever saw one,
yeah,
that's a scrappy one.
Both teams got the dog in them for sure.
Yeah, both teams fighting it out with low numbers, but Mauga really strong, staying alive in a low numbers engagement. That cardiac overdrive, so much utility when the burst damage is lacking, fewer players into the fight.
All right, duplication for Loaded.
What's up?
As they come in. Maybe that smile turning into a little bit more of a frown now after that fight and that points. Really, oh my goodness. He looked like he wanted to use the Suzu on himself there, but got behind cover and thought better of it, just in case. There's the point.
Does give him the flip, but at the same time, it's a really powerful ultimate that Loaded, they escape without properly losing the team fight, so they're going to be right back in, starting the engagement, and they say, pressure to the cage fight, does catch Sig, but that's a tough target.
Oh my gosh. That duplication lasted potentially half a second, if that, maybe 0.1. I don't know, copy gone, cage used. Here comes the Flux from Kaney, is up in 10%. High noon from Svenko, face full of stickies. Needs some desperate attention, but no. Nitro's there with the kill. They stomp into the back line. And unfortunately for Froki, on the other side of that window, a little bit more of a dogfight this time around, but Nitro just hanging around this window, just picking people out of the skies.
Yeah, the slow fights are paying dividends for Loaded, right? Even losing the copy, even the cage fight catching Sigma, trying to actually kill a Sigma when the cage fight allowed him to kind of go behind that little cover on point. Just a subtle placement issue there, though, but Sigma having a good position to play. I mean, he's such an incredibly difficult hero to kill. He can even live through a cage fight, says a lot. Cabalata, the barrages have been really hard to find. It's a tough comp to find a barrage, and that's their really only tool right now.
Oh, if you remember last time, it wasn't too successful. Oh, my word, Svenko almost got blown up there. Luckily, it was a Suzu that saved his life at the very end of it, but unfortunately, as soon as that faded away, Scarioni was there with the Cheerios thrown at him. Loaded in a good position to tie this flashpoint up as well. 70% on board, still got Flux, still got beat.
What I will say for ENCE, right, this is a tough retake, but if you could just get some ults out, the final flashpoint of the map is actually really good for the Mauga comp. So this is not the most important fight to win if they have the presence of mind to think about that at this moment here with so much on the line here playing for the Esports World Cup.
Cabalato's been rather unsuccessful with these barrages. It's been tough to get into this comp. Sound barrier comes in, later beat from Scarioni, but only by a fraction of a second or so. Did you manage to chase Loaded away as they full 5-man disengage from the point?
Now, we've seen this time and time again from Loaded, right? Disengage these powerful ultimates, then retake. It's worked time and time again.
Duplication and Flux. Loaded have been so good at using those ults, but finally Caballella finds massive value with the barrage. He does end up netting 2 kills, but Sloth comes in absolutely ginormous. Svenko killing the enemy Mauga too, and they say using their beat and the rush in the final fight, and Loaded, they're going to be able to tie this flashpoint up. OTs are burning, and then they say they're not going to be able to get back to the point in time.
Banks are drained here as we go to the final flashpoint of the map. But as I was saying, this is a very close quarters point. A lot of opportunities to swing around corners and jump on the back line. I think the pressure on Froki is going to be immense right now. He's got to find a way to get in and deal damage, support his team, but not be caught by the rush. So much easier said than done right now.
All right, Froki. This window is so deadly on this point as well. If you hard swing on the people that are trying to come down that small little choke point, it can be really tough. Even, to be fair, from on the opposite side of the point, you don't want to peek that. There's nothing. There's just no way. And you can lamp yourself too if you really need it. And look like they're setting up for it with Nitro holding his hand.
He's being patient though, holding the window for a critical moment.
Nice lamp too. Yeah, this window, you don't want any of this smoke. And in fact, she just obliterated there by Kaney. That should be the point. High noon even used by Svenko.
He wants to fight it.
He's going.
Losing this could be painful.
Uh-oh, in the cage. Oh. Anyone's guess how that would have went down. Nitro ends up killing Svenko, and Kaney unfortunately suffering from his own spheres as this rush and these CDs and all the damage, everything abilities is just pressed at once there from ENCE. I mean, that was ridiculous. They find a very quick flip. Only 25% gain there by Loaded.
It's an expensive fight, but you do hold on to the point and you deny Sigma his most powerful position where he's in control. He can kind of slowly dole out the space as he falls back and just grinds you out. Now you've got a retake on Sigma. It's not the strength of the hero, and they say they need to find an aggressive push here, though, at some point. Playing a long, slow fight, I think, is going to be really difficult.
Well, he has 10%, well, 5% towards that Flux, Jake, so 5% away, I should say. Sloth's just so low on the side. Okay. Quick and easy from ENCE. As Loaded have to scurry back to spawn. Nice little direct there on Nitro to send him packing.
Caballada has been impressing on the far, right? The barrage so difficult to find in this comp, but he's still getting his impact. He's recognizing, okay, some things are going to be too difficult in this comp, but he's willing to die for the cause when necessary. When the trigger is pulled, he's following in. Now Loaded have all the tools they should need. They have a big ult advantage here, but, and they say, could always, if they catch you with that overrun stun, all bets are off. So Scarioni, he's got to have a perfect beat right now.
Oh, and they say, look like they wanted to play a little bit dirty there, playing a little bit forward. OT is going to get triggered here by Kaney. Soundbar is available. Scarioni just pushing that Mauga away. Charge has already been used. There's the beats. And now there's the go button. Sloth jumping into the back line. Using that duplication on the enemy Mauga. Got to stay alive. This free cage is going to be disastrous for ENCE. Soundbar is still available from Shy, though. They need to make a move here. There's been a cap from Loaded. 99% to 45. In fact, maybe they don't need to make a move. Just wait all these ults out and then go for a big re-engage.
I mean, rush and a few percent, right? That'd be a super powerful opener. One more ult baited. It's time to turn the tables, and they are draining all the ultimates. They've got everything they need. Loaded, desperate for kills, but can't find anything.
Rush on the points. Perfect time to go. Sloth already dead. How did that even happen? Svenko just turns and Sloth down. And where's the damage now from Loaded? Nitro trying to get a big Deadeye off, but Caballada's just going to match him with the barrage. 99% for ENCE. A 2-2 series in our grand finals here in South America's Face It Master League. Oh, it's looking oh so close. And way a different picture has been painted by, and they say their last series, it was a 3-1 affair from Loaded. But that, at the very end of it all, you picked it up perfectly, Jake. I think Caballada had such a good performance on the far. The barrages were just on point.
Yeah, you know, it's a difficult comp to play into as well, right? Echo, Cassidy, Baptiste, so many heroes that can kind of pressure you as a Pharah, but he still feels, I've got to play this hero. I've got to be able to get in with those aggressive dives, even if it sometimes costs me my life. And the team's follow-up is there. And they have the presence of mind there on the final flashpoint to draw out those ults, right? One by one, right? Exactly. A lot of teams might have just ripped it. Let's just go. Like, they ulted wall. Let's see what happened. No. They have the discipline to wait it out, use all the time they've got, and secure themselves the best possible fight there to close out the map.
First to 4 format as well, so we're only halfway there. for both teams. Loaded and they say. Loaded...
oh god, this one.
Oh my. He's so quick. It's so ridiculous. I hope they don't change it, man. It looks so funny.
It is crazy because it's so much pressure at that last second of the high noon. You know, you're so fast, but you could die so easily. Man, this beat, that was a sad beat.
Pretty sad.
Leading into one of the craziest brawls I've seen in a while, with players fighting on a flashpoint that's like a minute old.
Yeah.
This hasn't been the objective for like 30 seconds, and they're still brawling.
They do be brawling. And they say, looking to make a statement here, a big upset potentially overloaded if they can capture the points, yeah, but win these next couple of maps coming up. Goes Rialto as our next one, Jake. So Loaded's map choice.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Where Loaded has been the team that wants to slow the game down. They've looked really, really good. I will say, to think back to Hollywood, Rialto for me is a map where Break is very viable, right? Like just these really static, slow fights, whether it's, we've seen in NA teams with their run with their Ramatra, I think you could run it with the Winston or the Sigma just as easily. But that means maybe does Scarione have to get off the Lucio, which has been clearly part of his comfort zone here in the series.
Yeah, not looking too bad on the Lucio. I'll have to wait and see. Rialto, yeah. Oasis and Junkertown. Junkertown will be a very interesting one too. Again, another very kind of slow map, but if you play it like hard and fast, definitely can make the Mauga comp work. All right, we jump over to Rialto and we'll see where they want to go. Will it be another Sigma Mauga matchup, or is it going to be maybe more of the mirror?
You know, Rialto is just a really interesting map to see because it tends to have its own meta, right? It's such a unique map in the pool. It might be a meta where everyone's playing Mauga or everyone's playing Winston, but, you know, Rialto is just liable to throw a wrench into the works. I love the Widow pick from Svenko. I think this is one of the best Widow points in the game, this first point defense. The sightlines are just incredibly long, very awkward for flankers to close the distance on you, even if they control the flanks.
Oh, it's about time we saw some Widow. About time. We'll see what Svenko can bring to the table on that pick. Go back to the Doom, though, and even an Ana picked here from ENCE on the defense. I love Ana on this map. The sightlines are just so nice. And with the Doomfist as well, you can heal the Echo super easy. Like, it's a very nice pick, but we'll see if Loaded want to make any small changes here as soon as they see ENCE's comp.
Yeah, the nades can be really powerful, right? Sigma, not the best hero at denying Ana's nade. Once you deploy that shield, Ana has a window. Tracer comes out from slot, instant swap. Kiri, Diva, wow, this is a very aggressive counter pick onto the, like, you're not allowed to play Ana. It's not allowed, all right?
A little bit too scared, apparently, of Shy's Ana. Okay, I see it.
Oh, and this is also a main support, flex support swap, where Shy's on the Ana and Basanella over to the right.
Right, Svenko backing all the way up. Already at 50% ult charge, by the way. 60, make that. No body shot bandit, love to see it.
I'm not a big fan of the Diva here. In the end, it's like, yeah, you can eat nades, but how do you progress the game on attack? How do you ever deal with this? Who's going to deal with this Widow? I mean, this Widow is playing Kovacs.
No.
She's just chilling.
Yeah.
Oh, please miss, please miss. Yeah. Okay, they're taking the flank, though. This is the first element to dealing with the Widow, but it's a long flank.
Extremely long. Real rough. Oh, that's how you deal with the Widow. Oh, wait, the turn and burn. Oh! Send Scarione after Widow. That's how you deal with it. Easy as that. Well, they've dealt with one problem, but they need to deal with this high ground. It's been quite frustrating for the time being. All right, okay. Sloth gets the kill. Okay, now it's time to break down. Ana Brig, not long for this world, and there you go. All righties. And weird prop to Swamp from Svenko. I mean, he's got sights.
I mean, Widow's still good here, I think, especially, right, trying to hold this position here, trying for the enemies trying to cap. Really, really scary for them to ever push in, but kind of the problem here is Doomfist just can't really hold the cart. If this is a Winston, this is a Ramatra, could be a different story, but Doom struggles.
Yeah, even as a Tracer, it's sometimes hard to peek into the Widowmaker when they got sights. Oh, we tried to predict that. I like that shot.
I mean, it's a great, super aggressive swing from Svenko. There's no way Sloth would expect him to be so deep on the angle.
What a nade, but what a cleanse there. High noon on the high ground, 3 meters to go, Jake, and like you mentioned, Doomfist not the best at kind of holding down a point.
He's doing it.
But when you demech a Diva like that, it becomes a whole lot easier.
Yeah, big assists from the Ana there onto the Diva. And Kani, he's in baby Diva form. This could be risky. We could see an aggressive push out from the defenders. Oh, big trouble. I think ENCE are going to come and wipe them right now.
Oh, good hinder grenade, but yeah, unfortunately. Who's going to deal with that Widow? Scarione, where are you? Please help us.
Yeah, an opportunity to hunt the Tracer even, and I mean, the clock is just running down this whole time. Tracer trying to escape, but he's trapped in the back here. There's no way out.
There's no re either.
Yeah,
they got the mini, I suppose, but they still have to kill Sloth. Okay, he's finally did. The Stagger, the greatest Stagger of all time.
And now it's just every ultimate available for ENCE loaded on a this is a really rough place, right? Whenever you get stopped here, especially with the ult scenario like this, it's looking really bad, right? Now that you have a rally. So, okay, Doom wasn't the best at holding cart. Brig easily can take that role.
And the fight and the kind of scuffle has lasted so long, we've only got a minute to go, mind you.
It's dangerous, and they say could be taking the lead in the series. If they can make a full hold here, that would be a great start in Rialto.
YOLO self-destruct across the bridge, you won't.
I mean, he won't.
Okay, fine. Okay. I'm not here to be logical, Jake, thanks. All right, size available for Svenko too, and like you said, 5 ultimates online. Looking pretty tough for loaded. Sound barrier, they're going to push all the way. Oh, Svenko couldn't even get the grapple off. All right, that's how you do it. That's how you get things done. Rally's still available for ENCE, and the spawn position is just so close. Over health building up, a copy onto the Tracer too for some additional assistance in the front line. Pulse Bomb does go a little bit wide, or in fact he got eaten there, in fact. Oh, and Cavaletta, he's good on the fire and he's good on the Echo too. A punch straight through the Lucio's dead body. A nice little power block there. And D.Va unfortunately demeched and no more lives to play with. A fantastic hold from ENCE on first. There was a meter in it, and loaded just not being able to deal with the Widow, and then the fight's lasting so long, the time bank drained expertly.
When Doomfist Seismics landed into the D.Va bomb, my heart skipped a beat, and he's like, no, I'm just charging Power Punch, bro. I'm chilling. He was fine. He was never in any doubt. That's some of the problem, though, right, with this D.Va. Yeah, you can beat and go super crazy aggro, and it goes as good as it possibly could. You get the Ana, you get the Widow. We're winning, guys. And then you got a Rally Brig, a Doom, and a Copy Echo. And 3 of the probably hardest heroes in the game to actually kill in your backline, clearing up your supports. You know, and D.Va's just not really the best in those types of fights.
While the full hold, it can happen.
It can, but I think you have a great strategic edge here on offense, knowing that you only need to cap first. You know, you can be a little bit more conservative with your ultimates. You can wait for the last fight, build up a bank. Once again, the D.Va, I think on defense, maybe has a little bit more viability. You don't need to force any kind of engagement. We can just hold the cart. I can just be defensive. And maybe that look does pay off here, but no Widow for the defenders. So they are going to be relying on a little bit more of a close range, brawling, fighting style. And what I'm scared about is not that you won't win fights like that, but you got to win them clean, right? You got to keep all your players alive, secure the early hold. If we get towards the end of the point, it gets pretty scary, right? Opportunity for Ana to find a nade. Somebody's got to hold car, so that means somebody's going to be pretty vulnerable.
I mean, Ana on the defense for loaded, no Widowmaker, and they say might just prompt them to switch here. I mean, Svenko could hop on Widow if he wants to. Hasn't really got to worry about a big shield, people hiding behind it, only worrying about that D.Va mech. We'll see if he continues to stay on the Cassidy. It looks like that's going to be the choice, at least for now. Some good, honest backline Overwatch here with Ana and Brig. Well, I don't know how honest you want to call Brig, but Ana's pretty honest.
Yeah, poking and prodding there. Nice nade, though. Froakie, well played.
Really good nade.
Come over here.
But like you said, Jay, I mean, stacking ultimates here might just be the name of the game. Especially with the duplication. The dive can be just so deadly.
Still, though, you don't want things to go like this, where you're just kind of getting cleaned up and you're not really dealing any damage, just being pressed really hard. You got to find some kind of counter kill, some kind of counter pressure. Yeah, I guess Froakie is charging a pretty quick nano as well. Maybe hard to use it on defense, but hard to get in with no Tracer here as well. Interesting choice from Cavaletta to not play Tracer on this map.
Indeed, you punch everybody off of the high ground here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Big punch. Any follow-up? Any damage? Well, Froakie's down, and yeah, so Scary Oni. Okay, backline dead for loaded. A loss of a mech. 2 and a bit minutes to go.
Jesus,
And they say, can they get him? Hits the re.
He should probably just die. Can he live?
One more blink. Oh my God. Play a little bit of Frogger there.
He's the best of all time. No problem.
Sloth is out of there. 2.5 minutes though, Jake, and they're finally getting that blue box of victory in their sights.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough. Early contest here by the D.Va. Taking a lot of damage, a lot of pressure. Naded as well. The mech is so low.
The sleep misses. It hits Cassie in the backline. All good though. They're chilling.
Mech down. It's not all good.
No,
Serious
not
guy
really.
with 1.
And they say, with a 0.8 meters to go. A Nano Brig in their sights. Only one thing left to clean up, and that's it. And they say, with a full hold on Rialto, have put themselves in match point position and potentially finding a massive upset here against Loaded.
The Doomfist looks good there, especially against the D.Va, right? Doom kind of free to do whatever he wants against the D.Va. Yeah, you can eat some of his shotguns, but you're not stopping those punches. Sometimes the uncontrolled damage from micro missiles, feeding power punch, kind of a bad matchup there. And so, you know, these teams may be focusing so much on preparing the Sigma comp, and they say with all the Doomfist forcing things to change, forcing a new meta.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that was their map choice as well, so maybe feeling a little bit more confident and kind of going into that one. Oh, sorry, that was Loaded's map choice. That wasn't even they say, so maybe Loaded feeling a little bit worse for wear on that one. Even Svenko on the Widowmaker, to be fair, was doing a fair bit of damage, fair bit of work. No one was really there to deal with them at all. I mean, Scary only did
the Lucio
the Widow once. I mean, hey, you send the Lucio after him, okay?
The natural predator to a Widow is, of course, a wall-riding Lucio.
I mean, Frog always have to say something about that. He loves taking out the Widowmakers.
Oh, that's true. The true Lucio players are like, what are you talking about? You mean there's no one to deal with the Widow? What are you talking about?
What are you doing? That's me. That's my job. We don't need a Widowmaker on our side. All right, Oasis, Jake, is our next map as we roll through some of these highlights.
Yeah, great performance from Svenko on the Widow, finding kills even at this much more difficult point in the map where his back's against the wall, trying to hold the checkpoint, taking aggressive peeks, taking risks, but it pays off. They're able to get the hold. D.Va not working. I'm a D.Va hater. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a D.Va hater. That's not true. I love D.Va, but current meta just so passive. You know, you're kind of holding it down, waiting for stuff to happen. I think this Doomfist in a grand final scenario, opening up the fights, starting things out with aggression, right? Putting your team on the front foot, it's paying off.
Just paying off wonders for them. Of course, Loaded knocked, and they say down to the lower bracket in a 3-1 fashion in their previous game against each other. And they say come up big, make their way through and say, okay, you want some of us? We've played a lot of strats, especially for the maps that maybe the picks are a little bit more unconventional, especially Doomfist on that map. Not every day do we see that. Even the Widowmaker, to be fair. It feels like we don't see Rialto that often, to be fair, either. So we'll see what, and they say want to run on Oasis. More Doomfist, honestly, seems on the cards. If Loaded want to continue running the D.Va, it seems like, and they say have got their number for that pick.
Surely it's not the D.Va, right? I mean, at least the Sig, I think, could do a little bit better on Oasis. Yeah. But for my money, man, you know, Mauga, Doomfist, you could go all the way through Oasis with just those two tanks, right? And just make that work. And so honestly, I think, and they say, has the opportunity to close this out and upset from the lower bracket to book their ticket to the Esports World Cup. A lot of pressure on Loaded right now.
Yes, indeed. And they say looking for some revenge and that ticket to the Esports World Cup. They're one map away. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Can Loaded come back? Find out after this. Back, Oasis, and then potentially Junkertown for our final map in this series. I mean, look, Loaded, staring down the barrel of the shotgun fists of, and they say at this current moment in time, because that Doomfist, oh, it did wonders on Rialto. As we jump over to Oasis, Jay, the last time Loaded met, and they say in their upper bracket game, they did win that map 2-0. We'll see if they can kind of repeat that and send us all the way to map number 7.
I mean, this is a very different, and they say, from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we saw them pretty much locking in the Sigma. Yeah, they look good on it, but they weren't really showing us much versatility, you know, much really to complicate the story that, oh, everyone's playing Sigma. Now, it's been a 180. It's been the Doomfist, the Mauga, the aggression, and that's been paying off, right? Loaded, although they've been really good, sometimes falling back, kiting out some of these ultimates, the scrappy fights are going the way of ENCE, and the Doomfist, it does look good right now. The hero, not in the meta, but serious guys making it work.
I'm saying they're gonna rock out with it as well. I mean, I'm down for this.
Agree. I think this is a good map, actually, for Dive.
Yeah.
You know, Toronto Defiant plays Doom on this map. I think this is one of the better Doom maps in the game, like, no matter what team you are. To be honest, the Sig, I think, could be pretty hard here.
We'll have to wait and see. Both teams TPing out. Quick high ground control will be quite nice for Loaded, but they actually decide to take the fight on the low ground here. Just trying to force out the Doomfist is going to be important, but it's so hard to clear the Doom normally from a point. At this point, even more so. You can dance around that central column for what feels like eons.
Yeah, a lot of harassment onto the Sigma. Cassidy scared to walk up, right? Scared of a potential dive. Now, big moment. Loaded gonna charge for it on the point, try to put pressure on, but they're kiting it well. This cover on point's so valuable for a dive comp.
It's really just, a lot of the time it just comes down to who gets first ult online and then just rips it. Normally the Tracers, as they build up pulse bombs pretty quick. Sloth unwavering in the mental game there versus the enemy Tracer and the Kiriko, not using recall, but eventually forced to do so. Oh, power! I think it was power-up punch too. Luckily for them, they went a little bit wide, and there you go. There's the rock. That's what you need to just continue to do if you're Caney there. Just guarantee yourself a connection with the rock. The rest of your team can follow up on the Doomfist, and then as soon as the Doomfist falls, not really much hope for ENCE's dive.
Yeah, Sloth just doing too much on the flank, right? Pulling so many resources to the Tracer duel that there's no one really left to come in and follow up that dive with the serious guy. So maybe a bit of, you know, not being patient enough there. Losing the point early hurts for the Doom comp. And oh, that's a brutal death right there. Svenko gonna be kicking himself for that one. Team, they're gonna go for it. Oh, just kill them all. I don't know.
Okay. Nitro, yeah, not quite expecting all that damage from the power-up punch. Doesn't get the Tracer though. Don't get booped.
This guy's crazy. He's going in.
It's all good. All right, no power-up punch this time around. Nitro licking the wounds there, coming back from spawn. Duplication going on to the Sigma. Nice connection with the pulse bomb. Easy kill onto the Sig. Duplication goes by the wayside, but that should be point flip.
Yeah, Svenko, a couple crucial kills here. A lot of impact from the Tracer here in these fights. Very, very important hero when it comes to the dive. And Rush and Doom ult, those are great ults to have banked up when you're holding point, because the enemy, they've got to come walking into you, right? They got to come through these chokes, and it's so easy for Doomfist and Kiriko to kind of jump on top of you with their ultimate. And it could be much harder to get something like an Amp Matrix or a High Noon to go off successfully.
Yeah, this beat is going to have to be something special from Scarione. He's got so many things to kind of worry about. Can't get his backliner instantly killed by the Doomfist like a power-up punch. He's also got to be scared of this rush too, as Loaded slowly make their way onto the point. High Noon for Nitro. Punch coming in. Body blocked by Caney. Well, the punch was good for a little bit of damage, but that was about it. Froki now with the window. Here comes the sound barrier. Meteor Strike not doing too much damage, and has to use it to even back away. Mega Punch available. Punches straight into the traffic. Luckily dodging cars. Lucio chasing after him. Yeah, I don't think you wanted any of that smoke, Scarione. Yep, see you later. Cars. Traffic. Oncoming traffic. LA traffic. Clearly not. There'd be cars everywhere if that was the case. Scarione gets the kill onto the Doomfist, and Loaded just holding this point now. 60% in building.
Nitro, what a valuable pick to find through the Amp Matrix. And they say just not finding the dive. And as you called it, Scarione was really great with the beat there, right? Just what the team needed, and no connection from the power punch. Loaded cruising towards a map victory, and they say they do have the opportunity to beat aggressively. Are you going to take that risk though with a Flux on the other side?
I want to see him get styled on, I'm going to be honest. Seeing a Sigma getting interrupted in the midair with a punch. Always a joy.
Circuits engaged.
Sloth just doesn't really want to mess with the Sigma now. At least they get the copy out, but here comes the Flux. They end up dodging the rope, but I don't think that hit anybody, Jake. Sound barrier coming in from ENCE, and they just march on forward. No shot, he gets another Flux. Okay, I was going to say no shot, there's another Flux. Surely not. Shy ends up falling down for ENCE, so this Loaded pushing in. 93%, the flip went through for ENCE, and they've even got a high noon here as well. A little worse for wear on the Tracer pick from Svenko. Yeah, forced to do the recall, and with a high noon, not too many places he can kind of run to now.
Yeah, just clean up now. Loaded. Gonna be taking this first point. Unless Doomfist power punch kill 3.
Yo, not happening. Yep. Nope, they trade somehow. All good. Of course, Doom punches or Doom shotgun fists are projectile weapons.
It's tough, but
they're very quick.
I mean, Svenko can get a stall here. Who can get the follow-up? Maybe one more from Svenko?
They got Meteor Strike as well.
They could have a fight here.
Oh, nice rock.
What a rock. Svenko has to live.
Oh, doesn't. They do get another touch though, Jake. So potential here for them, but it's looking rather unlikely. There's a power-up punch. Nice dodge of the rock there. Uses that Meteor Strike. A punch into the corner. I mean, but where's the damage? Froakie does end up going down. There was a lamp down too. Where was Froakie at? Post bomb on the Doomfist from Sloth. Looking like he wants to clutch up. Sound barrier as well. And they say, yep, they end up going and they're falling down once again to Loaded on Oasis. Remember the last time they met, it was 2-0 to Loaded. History repeating itself here.
Not a good sign. I think that's probably the best point on Oasis for the Doom comp. I think the next two, a little bit more questionable. You could try the Doom, but I'm a little suspicious here. This map with the hookah room, just so effective to, you know, as a hit scan to kind of hang back in the hookah, chill out, hang with the boys, get healed up. You know, they come dive you, you're ready to get support from the Lucio, easy peasy. And then they say they have the same read. They're gonna come out on the Mauga. It looks like, maybe I'll be baited, but I think the Mauga a better choice here, right? A little bit more ability to sustain that aggression, not just, you know, hit and run, but hit and keep on hitting. That's kind of the Mauga's signature move.
Signature special move. Reaper's got one, why can't everybody else have one? All right, Mauga onto the high ground. Who can make it there first? Looks like Kenny actually wants to take low. So it will just be, and they say, up on the high ground. Very early Suzy usage there, but all good.
It's a weird map, but I like the low ground position on this map. I think it's strong, but no one in hookah, so Loaded kind of not missing this flag opportunity from their own hookah, and now Kaney's getting poked from all sides here on the point.
Almost all cities used already, has to back up. That shield not looking too healthy either. Swings wide with the rock, but like you said, Jake, the ability to hold a couple of angles there, working out in favor, and they say, Svenko finds 3 kills in that fight, and the lamp, we'll call it 4, we'll call it 3.5, not 4.
Cabalata with some moves on the Pharah too, you know, pressuring from multiple angles. It's going to be crucial in this point. It's all about, you know, attacking the tank from all sides. Sloth back to his trusty Tracer. It's been good before, but against the Mauga can be a liability, right? Doesn't have nearly that level of spam pressure that a Pharah could offer, so he's got to find some kind of kill, maybe on a kill. It could be set up for him by Nitro with a headshot, but just difficult on Tracer to do enough damage into a hero like Mauga.
Well, Sloth kind of peppering the backline right now. Spots a very low health Pharah. Can't quite find the kill as those thrusters sent her skyward. Little damage coming onto Svenko there, and eventually they do end up finding a kill. I mean, Loaded burning a lot of cooldowns in this fight. That lamp being used pretty early, but it's all good. 40% for ENCE, and then some. Saw the Nitro take it over the map once again.
And the pressure on these teams is just immense right now. I mean, this is a region that doesn't get that much support, doesn't get that many opportunities to compete on the world stage, and you're fighting for really the first ticket to the world stage that the Latin region has really seen in years in Overwatch. So much on the line here, and they say desperate to close it out here, maybe in the next one, and Loaded fighting for their lives here coming from the upper bracket.
High noon for Svenko, Nitro 2, High noon being popped by Nitro on this high ground. He's moving pretty fast. Oh, Cabaletta ends up going down to Scarione there. Look how fast. Oh no, there's no use hiding from that one. Nice poop. Sloth dead, same as Scarione. That window's pretty decent though. I mean, Froakie, you gotta be scared of him behind this. Even Kaney as well. Stigma does a whole heap of damage through window. Nice little ride, but unfortunately, Mauga's an immovable object when he's using that rush, but that's Flux. Oh, there's just no backup for, and they say, ain't shy on that Lucio, 10% away from the beats. Has even cleaned up, as they say, gets 63% to Loaded's 37.
It's a scrappy fight, goes the way of Loaded, but it cost him a few ultimates, and they say was in control, so still have a lead on the map in terms of control percentage. The retake's going to be critical, and Scarione's been great on the Lucio so far in the series, so they're going to have to somehow find a way to win despite this beat.
Yeah, Cabalala still not finding an opportunity to use this barrage, especially with this high ground control from Loaded, and Nitro just planting himself up there. Real rough stuff. In fact, he's even getting peppered out by Sloth. Speaking of which, you got to save your Malga here. There comes the sound barrier, but already pretty low. The pulse bomb's just massive. They end up trading tanks, and someone's got to also look at Sloth, by the way. Please, someone look at Sloth. Eventually, Hindane comes out, stops him for a brief moment, but he's just taking over the game.
He was just standing at minimum range, just clipping into them over and over again with nobody looking at him. So turns out that is pretty good. Cage fight for the retake. We'll see if they even get a proper chance at it, though. Clock is really running thin.
Yeah, map number 7 in the size for Loaded right now. A repeat of their upper bracket match in a 2-0 fashion was Oasis. Loaded with a high noon, can buy a little space and time, but on they say they do have the ults to win this one out, this fight at least. Okay, overtime triggered. There is the high noon. Cage comes through. I mean, Nitro, if he's cheeky enough, can even jump into it if he really wants to. That cage is going to get broken, and there it is. No initial kills, but this barrage, this rush has to net something. A kill onto the Sigma will do. Cabaletta now trying to find his enemy in that Cassidy as they finally find a position on this point, but it's rather scrappy with Cabaletta going down, but here's the flip.
Cabaletta just public enemy #1. Everyone trying to shut him down there. Does drop in the end, and wouldn't mind seeing it slow swallow. Oh, the Venture comes out. Yes, I'm a fan. So many ultimates available for the retake. Oh, I was trolled. And they say they've got to find some kind of quick, aggressive move. If you allow Candy just open this up with a flux into a window, anybody who's caught is going to be killed. And so you've got to find something very, very quick for, and they say, maybe with the high noon, but it's a tough fight. The retake looks really solid with these ults.
Yeah, I mean, Svenko using this high noon has to find the secret source somehow. Pulse bomb lands, disconnected from the Cassidy. Is that Suzu connected? Oh. Kaney dead. I mean, this might just be all over here. The overwhelming presence from, and they say they're going to just clean load it up. And they're going to take us to a 3rd round. I mean, Sloth is going to have to perform miracles, but with only a single dash and no recall. He's got the health to do it, but, I mean, there's just no way. Kenny coming back on the Wrecking Ball, too, to stall for some additional time.
Yeah, the ball is going to try and fight this out. Froakie coming back with a window, but it's going to take a miracle to get a kill. That's going to be really painful, losing your Tracer.
Nice slam, but I don't think it's anywhere near possible. 3rd round here for, and they say as they clutch up.
Well done, great aggression. You know what's funny? I think people just haven't quite adapted to this Cassidy buff because they back up, they cross a corner, maybe one more corner, and then they stop. And, well, surely we're fine here.
We're chilling.
Surely he wouldn't peek this far. He just swings into the mega room. Like, I mean, he casted that high noon on the back of the point.
Yeah.
He made it all the way there. You got to really respect this Cassidy and just keep kiting. The threat of the continued high noon chase is always there, especially with a Malga comp. Like, you don't want to stop. No brakes on this train.
Yeah, cardiac overdrive for some extra damage resist, which you're now lacking at the very end of the channel. Little speed boost from Lucio. All right, we're going to roll out on University, our 3rd and final point here on Oasis. Loaded, they've got to send us to a map number 7 here, which will be Junkertown if, and they say go down here.
Cabaletta taking the off angle, tons of spam pressure, forcing out resources, very aggressive moves, and they're looking good.
Yeah, Froakie dead already. Svenko picks up that kill. That aggression just paying off for them so well.
Svenko, a couple kills on the Cassidy as well, and a point control is worth so much in this spot. You got to remember, Loaded fighting for their tournament lives. This is their chance to go to the Esports World Cup to play in front of that world crowd that they've been waiting for so long. Coming here in the upper bracket, barely dropping a few maps through the whole season, and now your back's against the wall. They're not familiar with this feeling.
Yeah, especially how dominant they've been, and their upper bracket run was just so clean with it. All right, Sloth on the Echo. See what we can get done. And they say they want to play aggressive. This is very classic for this Malga comp. We've seen it in NA, we've seen it in EU, just play super far up. A lot of that damage getting absorbed though with the grasp from the Sigma. And Sloth trying to find an off angle. Getting decent damage on Svenko, wasting the beam just a little bit there, just almost instantly cancel it. And Scary only down to a boop. This is not a good look right now for Loaded, but Sloth and Kaney end up coming up big with a couple of kills, just in the neutral, ending up winning their 1v1s.
Yeah, that started the very initial trade of the choke point went pretty bad for ENCE. They pop cardiac overdrive and they have to overrun back. And I mean, Loaded just really capitalized on that opportunity, charging forward while the cooldowns are down, and Mountain just unable to contribute to the fight at that moment. Well played by Loaded, finding a moment of weakness.
High noon, are they going to respect it this time? Surely you got to. Surely he doesn't make his way all the way to the other side, right? Nah, not quite.
Oh, but they let him cap. That's brutal.
However, it could be a complete opposite of what just happened, Jake. I'm going to be honest here. I think I let him cap.
Still though,
yes, they are.
I mean, that's 2 for 1, right? Like, it's looking good for ENCE. Now you have the rush to charge forward.
Oh, rush they
no.
do. Cabaletta ends up going down, but here comes the duplication from Sloth. Oh, they're really just going to overload them now with damage and point presence. Even through that rush, the copy Sigma is still so scary. You pop the cardiac overdrive, you run forward, you get a free cage. Loaded in a really good spot. Still got Flux, sound barrier coming up too, Jake.
Just a critical pick from Nitro. Really, really well played. You know, if Afaro was diving in on top of you at that moment, the rush could have looked a lot better, but Nitro just picks him out of the air and really buys his team a much better shot here at forcing a Game 7.
All right, Cage, what can they do with it? Serious guy looking for an off angle on this mini health pack room. And Loaded respecting it, but maybe not respecting it enough as Sloth goes down to Svenko just in the neutral there. 69% of building, looking pretty good for Loaded. But here comes the flip from ENCE. What are Loaded going to respond with? A quick drop. Everybody going down onto low ground now, but Svenko and Cabalata picking up yet another kill. Sound barrier for Shy. And with 80% of building Loaded, don't really want to invest any more ultimates here. Know they can come back with an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, now it's Svenko's turn with the opening kill and secures them the control of the point with crucial ultimates to work with. This cage fight has really been consistently very, very impactful for ENCE, splitting apart the Sigma comp, right? Denying some of the resources from Baptiste from getting into the engagement. And look at him, he's tricky. He's hiding in the corner. This could be a devastating opening to the engagement.
Svenko 180ing. Oh, she's already dead. Nitro finds a couple of skulls on his screen. Oh, ends up getting killed. A 2-piece there for Nitro. Make that a 3rd as Loaded just tumble onto the point now. Easy cleanup on Bazanella. And here's the flip. One more chance here for ENCE to end this map, end the round, and book their ticket in.
And with the clock so low, this is going to be a sketchy retake. Potential for an aggressive amplification matrix charging the spawn.
They're going to do it. Not going to make good use of it, though. Look at that.
No kills.
ENCE just completely denied them the space. Here comes the Flux. Well, it's in the cage. It is pretty decent for some sustainability, but Shy had the touch. That sound barrier from Loaded. Is it enough for them to see them through to this next map? Kaney ends up get a kill onto Svenko. Loaded. They got the man advantage on the point.
You don't want to go down there, Malgo.
No, you do not. And there's no point presence anymore. And Loaded, just like their upper bracket game, they're going to secure Oasis by the looks of things, unless some miracle comes through for ENCE.
So many nerves here in this match as we are almost certainly going to a Game 7 here. The last gasps for ENCE. Wanted to close it out here, but they won't be able to. Loaded has bought themselves one more chance.
2-1. A 2-1 on Oasis. One more chance, Jake, going all the way. Map number 7 here in the grand finals of South America. The Face It Master League. A ticket to the Esports World Cup on the line.
We're here. We didn't think it'd be this close, right? And they say it fought so hard in the series, bringing out tons of change-ups, clutching out maps to even be here, but it might all be for naught. Loaded finding their footing here at the end of the series. Where it really matters is they go to Game 7, and honestly, you could feel the nerves are high. I mean, there was like 3 fights in a row where the hit scan are just finding an opening pick, and as much as that's a good play from the hit scan, it's also generally a mistake from the player who gets picked, and with it happening that often, I mean, you can understand why these players are nervous. This means so much to them.
Yeah, so much for the region too, like you were picking up a little bit earlier on, Jake, like being in front of such a large crowd in a stadium like that, just very kind of reminiscent of Overwatch World Cup in that regard. Like Brazil does show up with a lot of very good players. Normally, obviously, Korea, China, America normally coming out on top in a lot of those regards. So this is another big opportunity for the region to show up big on a big stage. Jump to some highlights from that last map. Yeah, very, very close. Going to Junkertown though, Jake. I mean, like you mentioned, and they say with lots of different compositional switch-ups going through this series.
I'm just smiling because, I mean, what a map to close out on where kind of anything could go on Junkertown, right? You could play Sigma. We've seen teams spawn hole with Rush. We've seen Doomfist dive. We've seen Widow. We've seen Echo, Tracer. Like, who knows what these teams are going to play? I really think anything's possible. I think it's time for the teams to just kind of stick with their guns. Whatever they're most confident on, whatever they think their execution is going to be the best on, might be the best look, because it's going to come down to those little moments, right? Who can find those opening kills, as we've seen time and time again in the series.
That was ridiculous. The Mauga, like, I'm going to get out of here.
All right, peace, guys.
Ooh,
I'm out. I'm going down. I'm going to the pit. I'm grabbing this pack.
I got the Mega! And then he tries to...
You guys hold on to the point for 15 more seconds. I'll be back.
Well, map number 7, Junkertown up next. A pick from Loaded, Jake, as we load in just a moment. So, yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of different looks can be shown here. A spawn hold could be quite cheeky. It seems like Loaded pretty happy to run something like a Sigma. It's all up to, and they say, what do they want to come in with here, and what can Loaded really do to counteract that?
I would not mind seeing an Ana dive. I would not mind it one little bit, because, to be honest, the Sigma's been coming out time and time again. Sigma's pretty great on Junkertown. I think it's a pretty solid comp. But one weakness for Loaded is that they've been really reliant on the Lucio variant. They've shown a lot of preference to play it. And so there's a possibility of an Ana nade really, you know, mixing things up, right? Like getting that backline. Sig can't really protect them. They are going to come out on the Sig mirror to start on the defense, though. Still, though, this is a map where, you know, throughout the point, we could see swaps, we could see changes as the map progresses, because each point's so unique on Junkertown.
Well, the defense is seeing some Genji Hanzo.
This is M80. M80 showed this comp in NA. I think this is actually pretty legit on this map. I think the new Hanzo, you know, everyone says, Hanzo doesn't one-shot anymore. He's no good. Not against Widow. Still one-shots Widow. Still delivers that consistent shield pressure against Sigma. Brig. Breaks the lamp very easily against Bab. A lot of good matchups, actually, for Hanzo here in this combat. I think Hanzo's a very solid pick. I quite like it.
We'll see what Nitro can get done on the Widow. Rocking the default Overwatch 1 skin there.
If you hit the first headshot of the gates, you're destined to win, right?
Surely. All right. How can the Hanzo really deal with this? Oh. Well, that is how. Unfortunately, you just die.
I mean, Nitro rather looking sharp. Svenko a little overconfident, thinking that, man, he is, okay, he's looking dinky right now. This is starting to get a little scary. Surely he's going to miss.
Surely.
He's going to miss, right?
Right. Well, if there's a shield in the way, at least he can't hit you.
I mean, if he gets this wide angle, though, this could just be over.
Yeah, decent damage. 60% towards those sites already as well.
And he's lighting them up. They've got to be a little bit scared. This much pressure coming in from a Widow.
All right, Svenko back in action. Ready to rock and roll. Looking like they want to try and get a small flank here on Nitro, but look, all like just standing in this mega health pack room, unable to do anything. Like, everybody's just cowering behind this giant pylon. They're so scared of Nitro right now. Okay, they got a window. They might be able to take over the point at this moment in time, but look how Nitro's playing. Bro is playing in like melee distance, you might as well, as with the Widowmaker right now. At least Sloth ends up going down to the Hanzo Storm Arrow there. But Shai falling too. This is a very scrappy fight. I mean, this is where Widow really thrives. Oh, please no. Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling. But this Flux, oh, it might hurt. Oh, no.
Smushed.
Yeah, I think this is going to be point here for Loaded. A very late rally there from Bazanella.
Man, Nitro just shot after shot, body shot, headshot, just delivering damage. And at that point, you can understand why they're all hiding, but not a winning strategy. Sitting in the corner on Junkertown, not a winning strategy. Double hit scan for Loaded, still working this Ashe, putting out a lot of pressure, and Svenko's been relatively quiet on the Hanzo, a critical hero who's, you know, got to find damage. It looks like we are going to potentially get a pause here.
Oh, yeah, looking like a quick pause. Bob deciding he wanted a little bit of that action before the pause happened. Yeah, we're chilling. Okay, brief pause coming in. Very quick push there from Loaded. It was pretty devastating. I mean, getting that wide angle on that Widow so quickly and then just being basically undisturbed. Like, you're just kind of sitting, chilling there. Yeah, like you said, just consistently. Sometimes you don't even need to hit the headshots. If you're just chunking people that low with the body shots, especially on low health targets, they're all bundled up. The Sigma's just throwing spheres in. I mean, it's so rough.
And at this type of a moment where, you know, with the nerves, no one wants to be the one who gets picked, right? No one wants to take a risk. But that leads your whole team to sitting in the back, sitting in the corner. Just not a winning play. You're not going to win from that position. Somebody's got to peek the Widow and take that gamble. Push in, try and kill the Baptiste. Take a gamble, but they don't do it. They end up just stalling things out. And honestly, it's kind of the worst case scenario, as it looks like we may be getting back into the game. Players are calling R. Just don't want to waffle too much on you guys. See if the Widow can continue to snowball. He's going to be switching over, of course, to the Cassidy now. Yeah. Closer range engagements here. Second point now. A little bit tougher for Hanzo, maybe. Not such an easy hero like Widow, who you could potentially one-shot.
Yeah. Still a lot of shield pressure there, but yeah, in these close quarter situations, the Cassidy and the Ashe as well can kind of run all over you. You got to really kind of line up those shots and maybe get help from your other DPS to guarantee the kills. I mean, but on the Tracer, like, you're not getting that close to the Ashe and the Cassidy anyway, so maybe a Hanzo switch here might be, not a switch, but a switch off of the Hanzo might be warranted, but of course we'll have to wait and see. See the players just making sure everything's ready, and yeah, here we go. Loading back in. Bob was deployed there from Loaded. We'll see if Svenko can land any nice shots with the Storm Arrows. Decent damage, but now he has up against a window, which kind of sucks.
And Dragon can make some crucial space here, but oh, the serious guy dies, and without Sigma, this is looking really tough. Svenko, desperate, he can't find it.
That initial headshot looks so good. Oh, he doesn't get Froakie though. Someone else got to look at him eventually. All right, okay.
Try as they might, they cannot dislodge the Hanzo, and he finds his way through the fight here. Okay, there we go, Svenko. Now he's starting to light him up with that high ground to control, free firing down onto the low ground. Loaded, making the choice to not run any kind of flanker, and kind of punishes them there, right? No one to deal with that Hanzo, who might have been a relatively easy kill with a high mobility hero like Echo on the field. Now Echo comes out, but a little bit more difficult now. You got to retake, you got to take position on the map, and you know, Hanzo has the opportunity to see you coming.
Yeah, they're walking into a Flux as well. Flux pulse bomb, do the classic pulse bomb on the ground, wait for people to get dropped on, and then they instantly explode. Classic combo. Ooh, that's not a good start for Loaded, however, losing Sloth that early.
This is a tough spot, right? Like, you got to do some very disciplined rotations here on Junkertown in the poke mirror. This is not a spot to kind of try to, you know, flail your way through. I don't know, just push here. It's like, no, you got to be really clean and disciplined, and it's a spot where if anybody's nervous, very easy to slip up and make a mistake.
Pulse bomb. Oh, what a stick. Decent damage. Lamp was there just in time. The Flux in the small room as well. They got to kill that Lamp, though. That Lamp survived 2 ults, a Flux and a pulse bomb. There's not been any kills. Eventually there, Svenko finds Froakie.
It's a challenging place to push into, and they say are not scared, taking trades, but if they get the decisive fight win here, the card's just rolling back this whole time. Even an opportunity for, and they say, to hold aggressively on the high ground. Shia getting super low, fighting Sloth.
Two and a bit minutes. Double support ult from they says they hold high ground.
Hello. Yeah, we'll see if this rotation can go off more cleanly this time, but this is scary, right? Especially with Dragon Strike online, with Sonic Arrow online. Hanzo could be watching and you might not even know it. It's going to be really hard to open this up. So scary for Tracer to push car in a spot like this. I mean, Hanzo could just delete you.
Instant deletion. Don't want to push that high ground too aggressively either. The Dragon Strike can be kind of devastating in that small corridor. Oh, but they don't manage to find the timing. Or maybe they do. A little bit of extra damage. Oh, no Nitro way. Swing in. He swung past the shield. So unfortunate. Svenko making this Hanzo work.
Yeah, the value, the utility of something like Dragon Strike to split up the enemy team. The Dragon Strike itself doesn't really have to deal the damage. Just forces you out into the open on Cassidy. And I mean, you got no chance there. Ooh, over Nitro to the Widow now. But to me, I think Hanzo has the advantage, and the ranges on second point relatively short. Rather be Hanzo in this scenario. Sonic Arrow, so much value, and the enemy's forced to come through and contest a choke like this.
Yeah, grouping up with your team is a little bit rough too. You're always going to be looking at shield, but here is the firing line that she wants to set herself up with. Oh, swing and a miss there. Sloth and Katie end up coming out with big kills though. Nice little double, triple kill for Sloth. And there you go. Payload's going. Minute to go.
In the end, the rally just overwhelming from Scarioni, but big value extended. Basanel gonna swap to the Lucio so that they get any kind of fight at all here on second point. I like the decision. Normally, Lucio not the best hero here, but just you probably won't get a fight without the Lucio. So take the risk, force out Froki's and Matrix, and if he doesn't find any kills, who knows? You can make a clutch with a pulse bomb here.
So surely they're moving that payload in. This window's pretty scary from Froki, sitting on an off angle like this. Cabaletta could be the difference maker for ENCE though with his pulse bomb. Spots the supports jumping onto the high ground, but oh, nice shot from Nitro. Okay, 20 and a bit seconds to go. Just under 2 minutes now, pushing on third.
I mean, Nitro just on the case there, not letting any kind of shenanigans slip by him. Holds it down, secures second point, but the clock's running low. And they say would love to get an early hold here on third point. Give themselves a clear win condition. And no ultimates to snowball with here, so it's going to be a little bit tough for the attackers. They have good position, though. High ground's valuable.
Yeah, extremely valuable. Want to hold on to this. Easier said than done, though. But with the Brigitas, not too bad in these close quarters. Little roll fan the hammer, don't mind that whatsoever. Pulse bomb goes a little bit wide as the rotation of the windmill there almost working against Nitro as he tried to find the kill on the Tracer.
Yeah, BAP totally separated from these players on cart. Oh, the shutdown and the lamp forced.
Nitro dead though.
Yeah, it looks like just enough for ENCE to kind of take control, but they want more than control. They want kills. They want to clean up these supports. Playing for the win here, I like it. Will they be punished?
Oh, that was okay. Dirty.
I see you. Okay. Goodness. And the Genji as well. I actually really like this from Cabaletta. The opportunity to just dive in aggressively onto the Flux, onto the Dragon Strike. Just snowball in with a couple dash resets. Loaded doesn't really have any there. Very close to Flux, but it's not there yet.
Oh, look at that damage too. It's decent. Forces the lamp. Here's the Flux. Oh, Nitro! Get out of there. Hits the roll just in time. Don't choose the deflate. Cabaletta pretty low though. That was like, what, sub 10 HP. Sloth also has to back out, use that recall to get away. G down, meaning, or Shy down even, meaning, and they say don't have a lot of health to really play with now, not a lot of healing unless Bazanella does get Rally online, but no, they're just going to force this into OT.
From ENCE, honestly, just a little bit of inexperience there. Pulling the trigger a few seconds too early. Loaded has time to fall back, survive through the damage with the drone, and then retake and still touch car. I think waited a few more seconds, it could have been a great play. Still though, it's a rally on rally brawl. Tends to favor Genji, but honestly, anything can happen with a pulse bomb in play.
Nice position from Loaded too. That's a nice little stack up on the high ground there. Rally available from they say, only ultimate up and available. Both Briggs kind of staring at each other at the face through those giant plasma screen TVs. And they say's on also a nice little off angle, but Svenko is going to get checked by the Cassidy. Bazanella already dead. That overhealth isn't going to last too much longer anymore. Scarioni playing a bodyguard to his backline, manages to chase away that Genji. And here's Loaded's time to strike. It is OT. They do find a nice little pick there, but it will be an OT finish for Loaded.
It's good enough to win right now on defense. All you got to do is stop it somewhere, anywhere here on this map. And honestly, if Nitro puts on a performance on first like he did on attack, and that Widowmaker, this could be scary. First point, sometimes so difficult to crack a Widowmaker hold.
More Widow action, that's all I want. All I want to see is Widow.
Widow and Torb, your favorites.
Dude, I'm saying, look, long-range maps, you play the Widow. Close-range maps with a lot of corners, you play the Torb. The hero pool covers every map.
It's a perfect hero pool. It's a perfect
Exactly. There's no problem with that hero pool at all.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
Little Widow, little Torb.
I love playing. It's something I've come to realize about myself. I love heroes that have little summons. I love Alari, has the little pylon. And then I love Torb as the turret. I just love characters that have the...
You should play Junkrat. He's got the best summon in the game.
Well, the Riptire?
Hell yeah.
The summon.
Summon the Riptire from hell, man.
Have they done a demon skin for
Oh,
Junkrat?
they should be. There should be one. I don't think there is one yet. There's the
That
Krampus
should be the
one.
mythic.
There's the Krampus one, but...
Oh, the Krampus one, yeah.
But the tire, imagine the tire is
The
like a
tire
little
from
demon.
hell, like a demon
It's like
thing,
a little
and it has
demon.
fire behind it.
It's a little like spider demon that runs along the ground. Give people nightmares. The tire's chasing them.
That would be so sick, actually. Oh my god. Wow, that's a free idea for you.
There we go. Blizzard, don't even pay me. Just give me the skin.
All right, double Widow here. This is what I'm talking about. Svenko and Nitro locking the Widows.
Man, these players have both been so good this series. They're thinking, I think he's just checking comp here. See if he wants this matchup or maybe the Hanzo.
Yeah, so willing to take the Widow duel.
I think you gotta be. Strategically, I think this is correct. Little scary with how well Nitro's been playing, but Svenko's been great as well.
Very hot off the mark, Svenko, a lot of the time on the Cassidy. We'll see how the Widow fares against Nitro. Shooting the hands there, not the shot exactly they wanted. Now taking the wide angle, or attempting to. Got to be a little bit scared there. Nitro taking a very passive position, Jake. You can see in the X-ray.
I think it's well played, right? Be defensive. Don't be tricky. Don't show yourself. Vision seen on both Widows. They both know where each other are. Helps out a little bit.
Yeah, Nitro's going to be helped out a lot, actually, thinking of that, by Sloth's Sonic. Oh!
Not enough.
All right, Svenko, I see you. Nice little short grapple, too. Love that. Got to get some more heads. Oh, unfortunately, though, you do end up going down to Sloth. Like you were saying before, Jake, that still a perfect counter to the Widowmaker in the Hanzo. Still one-shotting her from a long way away. That payload easily put in by ENCE. Wow, look at that time bang.
I don't mind this offensive Genji at all, though. If any player drops low, things can just snowball out of control with a few dash resets. Something like a Dragon Blade combo with a rally can sometimes just be really overwhelming. And so, honestly, Nitro and Sloth, yes, they can do a ton of damage with these heroes, but they should be a little bit scared of the Genji, a little bit scared of the potential counter-aggression, shutting them down. And to be honest, holding cart is a little bit hard without a flanker.
All right, Svenko still on the Widow. Nitro's decided, you know what, going to go down to the Cassidy now. I don't see too much value in it here. A lot less sightlines you can kind of play around. A bit easier for you to deal with the Genji as well. Worth keeping in mind. It's going to be up to Sloth to deal with the Widow now.
Yeah, and the cart's just rolling. I mean, Loaded so far just fine with that. They're going to take one fight on second point. It's not a crazy approach, but does definitely put a lot of pressure on just one team fight. Oh!
Svenko almost finding the headshot there, jumping straight into a Dragon Strike, but is going to easily avoid it. Flux comes in just after that rally, and it's a big one. 4 people caught up. That lamp came in just in time. Svenko also pretty low, but still the rally providing a lot of overhealth now to sustain them through this next portion of the team fight. They're even going to utilize that window too, just to send an ENCE pack in, but Svenko comes up big with a kill onto Sloth.
And Shy ready to open the window. See if it's enough. Nitro, that's a big pick back though. Evens things up 4v4.
That's a wide swing. Oh, there's the play. Picks up the mega health back. Oh, an instant dash through. Cavalella knew exactly how to play that one against the Brig. Kills the lamp, and that's what you were saying a minute ago, Jake. The fight can really just break down if the Genji's given any space. And there it is, the point put in. And it's still just under a 5-minute time bank.
Yeah, you know, you think of this comp as a poking style, a slow style, but that's the power, you know, Sig, Brig, Genji, getting on top of you, comboing stuns, comboing that dash damage. Things can get really, really scary in the backline. Sloth, he's going to try Pharah this time. Is that the answer? I mean, kind of a tough map to play Pharah into Widow Baptiste. Definitely an interesting decision here. We'll see if it pays off. Yeesh. I mean, Svenko's going to get chances. This is a big gamble as a Pharah.
Oh, spots the Brig. Has a decent angle now. Svenko not quite so much though on the low ground. Yeah, has to grapple away after landing that body shot. Oh, and dead. Over an extension there.
Very weird position. The defenders have taken the attacker spawn. It's working though, sort of.
Sort of working.
This is another dogfight here on the attacker spawn, as we always see on Junker 10.
Okay, and he's gonna die. And there it is, okay. 4 minutes. Team fight and a team kill.
Cart rolls on. Loaded, they've got big tools in the arsenal though. They're banking things up. They want to make a hold here at the very end of the checkpoint where the spawn advantage is at its biggest. Strategically, I like it. Good odds here in the fight, but Dragon Blade, Flux, big aggressive X factors if they can find something through the defensive opportunities that Loaded have.
Blade available from Cavalella now. Lot to kind of get through though, still with a rally available for Loaded. Going to start off with a Flux, try and force some CDs. There's the window, nice rock onto Kaylee, but there's the blade. Instantly stunned there, but there's still so many low health members. Cavalera is just tearing them up. Oh, good kill by Froki, but is it actually going to be enough? Look at this small room, they just jumped all in there. A little bit of tiny Overwatch action, you love to see it. And now Nitro just trying to play around the Sigma. That hand's used to absorb a lot of that brute force of that damage, and Nitro somehow, Jake, surviving that.
Man, the Blade did so much, but Rally and Baptiste just too much to get through there in the room. Just so defensive, so well played from Loaded. Now they have a few DPS ults. We'll see if this leads them to get more aggressive as Cavalera makes the swap to the Echo, gives him a little bit of a better matchup into the Pharah. Scary only goes to the Kiriko, an interesting choice here, maybe valuing some of that poke opportunity, and pays off this time. Svenko shut down.
Svenko dead? I think I continue this. Kind of want to stay in here by the looks of it. Bazinella also pretty low. Nice timing on the lamp there. Doesn't get his head blown off. Oh, Sloth, that was cheeky. They're really adding insult to injury here, Jake, just pushing them to their limits.
I don't mind this at all, right? Get a few kills out of Barrage. Normally an ultimate that's pretty difficult to use. If you can get a more aggressive position and snowball into a few kills, hey, take it, you know? Sometimes you don't need much more than that with an ultimate.
All right, now they're going to go for the reset. Just backing on up.
Did they back early enough, though? Now they're going to get poked really hard on the retreat. Getting caught by the flow. Oh, it misses.
Yeah. What Flux? Well, that one a little bit better. Everybody's carrying in that corner, though, and that lamp is going crazy for them.
The map's being flipped by the attackers. Oh, but Sloth finds one. That's crucial. Bazinella dropping. Yeah. Oh, man.
This is bad news bears, I think, for and they say, Jake. Oh man, there's a minute and 30 to go, and look at Loaded's ult bank. They got a window, and they got the rush too, and the barrage. It's going to be rough to enter this one.
Both teams with all the tools they could really hope for. I mean, not quite everything, but the attackers also have a lot to work with. So I think this one is going to come down to execution. It's going to come down to who is going to make the first mistake. Window comes out, but maybe a little early. So far, not finding anything.
Super early, yeah. Place EWC on the line for both teams, of course. The winner here will end up locking their spot in. They say want to get this. They want to get their revenge on Loaded for knocking them down to the lower bracket earlier on. High noon for Svenko, moves up on the windmill, but taking a lot of damage in the process, receiving every single cookie in the world there to stay alive. Here comes the rally on the high ground. Huge barrage from Sloth. Oh my goodness, what did I just witness? Sloth received a lamp and a Suzu to live through the entirety of the barrage and then get some additional kills. And they're staggering the Echo too. It's 27 seconds and then some to go, Jake.
Run to the spot.
And Cavalera's trying to survive, but they're not going to be able to. Oh, and he goes down in the final few moments.
Such a valuable stall, and a rare stall on such a dangerous hero as Echo, but really well played. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression here. They're charging forward, still 10 seconds left.
They're going to rush, Jake. They're just going to keep going.
A few seconds on the clock, though. Tracer could touch Car.
Somebody touch. Someone needs to touch. Someone needs to get there. Serious Guy ends up going down. They do manage to get some touch on the point, but I think it's all over. Loaded have done it. They deny and they say the win, and they're going to lock their ticket in to EWC.
Vocês são... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I had to bring up Let's go! You guys are so good! Oh my god! Let's go!
And you can see just at the trail end there, you could hear at the very end, them just popping off in comms. A big opportunity for South America here to prove themselves on the global stage and international level, locking their ticket into EWC. That's going to be some of the best comms to be listening to there.
I mean, you could tell that series was just so intense for both teams. They gave it their absolute all. Tons of comms coming out, tons of diversity.
Yeah.
Huge surprise, and the level of play impressed me. Both teams finding their opportunities, tons of hero versatility as well, showing what they have to bring to bear. And then there's even more depth in this region than just one team who could compete at this level. I mean, both teams really making this a great grand final.
Yeah. And they say going all the way to the very finals there, almost getting their revenge, but Loaded taking the match on the map 7. We're going to jump over to the desk, and Jake, you can head on over now. They're going to break that down, set it up, and set up North America. And
Bravo!
get some food.
Jake coming back to one of his many jobs here on the deck.
Do you need water? Are you
What
good?
a fantastic game.
all right.
What a
Only
fantastic
2
match.
hours.
It was a good match. It was a
this
good
is
match.
fantastic match. And quite frankly, we're a little worried that it's going to be a bit of a blowout, just considering how good Loaded has looked like throughout the entirety of the playoffs and also throughout the regular season. Again, undefeated. The only team which was ever able to take a map off of them was ENCE. And they showed us today why. They played it so close. It really came down to some little micro plays from both sides to determine who's coming out on top on the individual maps.
I mean, we had two kind of different styles going at it, with ATS playing more of this kind of like Doomfist composition, right? But you gotta give credit to them as well. 2 full holds in a series, both on Hollywood and Rialto being able to come out clutch with these full holds. Just really well played by them. I found that they did a really good job of disengaging from some of these ultimates, preventing Loaded to get value a lot of the time, and just playing the ultimate economy in that way. But Loaded, I mean, to come out clutch there on Junkertown as well, I feel like they were the better Sigma team in the end, and so going to a map like Junkertown, that's going to be an uphill battle, right? But to clutch it out like that, really impressive stuff from Loaded. In a 4-3 series, like that was a barn burner.
Actually, it really was. It was a real knee slapper.
A knee slapper. That doesn't sound as exciting, Zoe, but...
I slap any of you when I'm
A knee slapper is like something that's funny.
I thought it was funny. Okay,
That's mini games. It was fun.
Okay, no, but let's talk about value. You just brought up value that you saw from ENCE. But really, Loaded throughout the series, there were so many moments where they got an insane amount of value out of the resources they had, be that abilities or the space they've created for themselves here, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you saw it here, and I mean, this Oasis map was so close as well. Really, I think you saw that when they peeled back with this Sigma, for example, and they're trying to hit these gravitic fluxes, the Cassidy being able to capitalize on that. I think that he did a really good job hitting some of these shots. I think that Nitrao, we talked about it going into the match. The coach as well praised him. This has been one of our better players so far. So being able to play around your hit scan in opportunities like these, playing these kind of compositions. Try to not let ATS get the momentum. We saw, for example, that when they played the Mauga composition, they're going to overwhelm you. We saw it on Surabasta, for example. That's when they're going to really get to you. So when you're able to play these Sigma compositions like that and set up Nitrao, that seemed to be a win condition for Loaded, for sure.
Well, speaking of which, guess who got player of the match? It's Nitrao. I mean, what a performance. Obviously being set up from his team to get the job done, but individually, so many great highlights.
I mean, on Oasis, he really brought it back there, right? The one fight, picking off the enemy Pharah. Next fight where, to be honest, I think their backs were against the wall. In the final fight on Oasis, I think they had really no fair shot at that fight. It looked like it was going to be over there, but he just somehow finds a miracle kill onto the enemy Lucio and buys his team a ticket to Junkertown. And I mean, they happily board that plane, take it all the way to Riyadh, I guess, because they're going to the Esports World Cup. I mean, this is a huge accomplishment for this team.
Yeah, it's, I mean, for this region especially.
Sorry.
It's a really big win for this region especially, because we talked about it as well with South America. Like, this region has not been supported for like 4 years, You even like go through some of the experience that some of these players have. It's like Gauntlet 2020 with South America. So getting this opportunity to compete at a world stage, now you qualify for Riyadh, you qualify for the Esports World Cup, you're going to be playing the best teams in North America, the best teams in EMEA. I mean, you'll be facing 5 teams from Asia and 4 Korean teams. So, I mean, that's going to be an incredible uphill battle. But for this region to qualify for the Esports World Cup and to learn from some of these other teams, like, that's how you get experience on an international level, right? And that's something that South America hasn't had in a really long time. We listened into the communication, and you could tell how amped up they were. That was like the best listening we've had all this time, right? Because they were stoked. They were so happy to have qualified for this event, right? It means a ton for these guys, especially in this region that hasn't had a ton of support. I mean, this is one of the biggest matches they've had to play in their Overwatch careers, right?
It is indeed, and it's an extra pleasure for us, of course, to be able to shine a spotlight on those talented individuals from the region. And we got one of them joining us right now, Sloth, joining us for a quick chat after that victory. First of all, congratulations, you and the team made it. You have qualified for EWC. How do you feel right now?
I feel pretty stoked, to be honest. It's kind of crazy because how this situation happened for me was I was friends with a Brazilian ranked player, And I'm like the only American on this team, so it's been like a kind of like a weird situation, but it's been really nice because they've just been so loving and so welcoming to me. But I was just friends with a Brazilian ranked player, and he asked me to try out for a team together, and then this Esports World Cup thing happened, and then boom, I'm here.
You are indeed, and rightfully so. It's so well deserved. I mean, what a pop-up performance from you individually. Walk us through those last moments on Junkertown, because you really came in big those last 30 seconds with that barrage. What went through your head? What went through the comms?
I'm gonna be honest, we never scrim Junkertown. We surprisingly on the maps that we do scrim, we played pretty poorly, but Junkertown was definitely like, I was thinking of going Junkrat, but then I'm like, Junkrat's not that good. Farah's pretty oppressive, so and it's like it's such a good spam on that back, like on that last point. So I'm like, I'm just bringing it out. So it's just like really oppressive for me to spam those tight doors, and then that's it. I was just thinking, trying to bring out something out of the books because they kept third point with 4 minutes.
Did you ever feel like your back was against the wall in this series? Because obviously, it was really back and forth, and then ATS, they come out with this lead. Do you ever feel like your back was against the wall? Like, did you feel that pressure in the end going into map 6 and 7?
I think when we got full held on Havana first was a big like okay, we need to lock in. We need to start being serious, because we practiced that map and we played ENCE the other day, but they started playing a little more Doom, which I think is what they're comfortable with, and it definitely threw us for a loop because we weren't just used to playing against Doom. But I think we adapted, and then we kind of figured it out. And then at the end, in the SIG mirror, we have a really good SIG player, Connie, and I think he has a bit of an advantage over their Doomfist player.
Do you feel like that is the win condition for you guys moving forward to the Esports World Cup? Like, gotta grind this Sigma composition? Because I did feel so watching the series as well. This Sigma composition, that's what you kind of excel at. That's what you're doing best. And going to Junkertown, obviously, it's a map that's well suited for that hero, but that is your kind of signature composition going into the World Cup.
I think we want to try flexing a little bit more for the World Cup, like spend some time to learn some new characters, and especially for our tank player. He's pretty much like an off-tank specialist, so Diva, Zarya, Junker Queen, Sig, who else? I don't know. All the above. And I think that, Maug is like pretty easy. He's kind of like just a turret. You just press shift and then press E. I think we can learn that character, but hopefully that character won't be meta by the time we get there, because that's extremely unfun.
Yep. That's you. I think you speak for all of us there. Slot, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Once again, congratulations to you and your entire team. We can't wait to see you taking the stage at the EWC. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
You too, thank you.
You have a good day. You have a good day. Fantastic player, fantastic animal, fantastic team, and they made it. Let's take a look at bracket to see how they got there.
Oh my
God. They cruised through that upper bracket, only dropping a map against ENCE, and then they ended up against them again in the grand final, and what a grand final it was.
Wow.
Back and forth all the way through. I thought ATS had that lockdown on Oasis, but somehow Loaded pulls the clutch out, manages to bring it back on Junkertown as well. Just an impressive performance, and what an awesome showing from a region that we don't get to see as often.
Indeed, and with that, we have now officially locked in all of the teams for the EWC. These are the teams which will participate and duke it out for $1 million prize pool. That's huge, life-changing amounts of money, guys.
Yeah, just being able to participate at this event is like a win in of itself, right? Because you gotta set your expectations right as well. It's going to be incredibly tough competition. You're sending all the best teams from all the different regions, right? And when you look at a region like EMEA, for example, like sending 5 teams, all those 5 teams are really respectable. So you gotta set your expectations right. Maybe some of that M80 spirit, but nevertheless, like this is like huge. But nevertheless, like this is a great opportunity.
mean, not just the qualified teams, it's also the ones which already pre-qualified before this qualifier, just to say qualifications a lot. Qualified. The Korean teams, the Chinese super team. Man, competition is going to be stacked, all right? We still have some more matches to go, even though we've already have determined which teams are making it over to Riyadh. We still have to figure out who is going to come out on top of the NA region, and we're going to find out after this break, so don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side of this.
That was one hell of a match. Or map series. Wow. I didn't expect, did not expect the South American teams to duke it out at that level. Yeah. But we're gonna have our NA matches are gonna be coming up. MAD versus Toronto Defiant. It's gonna be an exciting one. Or rather, sorry. MAD versus Timeless first. My bad. Got it all wrong. And one of the two will take on AD. Two more matches, and then we wait a month. We'll be a month away from the World Cup finals or series. All right. I'll be back in a bit. So what do we think about the next one? It's going to be MAD versus Timeless. Timeless had a really good showing. Really solid showing yesterday. Can't find the... For whatever reason, I'm having trouble finding the roster for Timeless.
He is so fast with high noon this match. Oh, look at him go!
Oh, wind turbos. Look at him go.
Or the current roster.
Look at him. Oh, look at him. It's high noon.
What's really funny about that is yesterday evening after watching the last series of matches, I actually imagined myself on the desk wearing the cowboy hat and going like that. I'm not even kidding. I actually had that in mind as an idea for a future, let's say, you know, Cassidy would never be nerfed ever. Let's say they kept the new Deadeye for an indefinite amount of time. If I were on the desk, I would have done that. I had that idea. I actually envisioned it. I'm not kidding.
Qualifiers, but in fact, every team has already qualified, so we're just playing for money at this point. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're about to dive into the NA region, where we still have to determine who is going to face Toronto Defiant in the grand final. It is going to be duked out between M80 and Timeless, and we're going to dive into that in just a little bit. But first things first, let's recap what happened yesterday, so we have an idea of how we got here.
Oh my God. Well, starting out with some Toronto highlights. It's been pure dominance for Toronto Defiant so far in the North American region, and they're waiting in the grand finals for their opponent. Someone is so flexible, being able to play this Winston. RuPaul has flexed his muscles as well, playing the Ana, hitting some insane butter grenades like this one, getting 5Ks all over the place. So Toronto Defiant, clear cut, the best team in North America right now. It is just a question of who will they play in the grand finals. Will it be Timeless or M80?
I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen any team in Overwatch history be this dominant over their respective region as Toronto is dominating North America right now. Pretty sure you can safely pred a 4-0 grand final without knowing who's going to be in it.
Yeah. That's not too far-fetched.
Listen. We had two pretty decent grand finals today already. You know, you can't win them all. Well, Toronto can, but
yeah, they can win them all.
They can, in fact, win it all. Here's the lower bracket. As I said, M80 and Timeless will be facing off against one another in our lower bracket final. Yeah, let's break it down. Let's start with M80. Let's start on a high note here. M80, obviously, you know, they've been a lot of fun to watch. We saw especially their DPS players really standing out. Seeker and Zero, or Zero, is it Zero? Zero? Is anyone actually sure how to say it?
Zero? I would say zero.
Zero.
You literally say different.
Zero.
Okay, well, that's because I'm Swedish, okay? Not because I'm wrong.
Okay, in that case. No, but I think those two DPS players really, you know, picked up any slack that was.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting duel to see whether Zero can come out top here, because, you know, Spectre and Tree has been so good for M80. It's going to be a true test for the damage duo of Timeless here. I think that M80, what they do so well is specifically like Tree, being able to play this hit scan has been so good for them because they specialize in this Sigma composition, right? You're going to see Kalush bring out the Sigma compositions, and, you know, maybe Timeless, they'll play some like dive heroes in this one. We're not quite sure what we're going to see, right? But if you're not able to shut down Tree, for example, on that hit scan, like, he's just going to go nuclear on you because he's so potent with those hit scan heroes. We've seen it, young talent, up and coming, but he can pull out the Ashe, for example. We've seen more Ashe with the adjustments to Cassidy and Sojourn specifically, right? So this damage lineup is really rock solid for M80. It's just a question of like, how do you shut these guys down?
Well, here's the bad news for every Timeless fan out there. As most of you are probably aware right now, Timeless earlier today actually let go of their tank Ariel. So that means that they now have to play with a sub. Luckily, of course, Timeless is already qualified for EWC. So this is just about money. Still sucks though, since they did come this far. So the big question now is, who's going to play for them?
Well, it's Urso, and
there it is. So, Urso.
Training bot picture.
Let's go.
The training bot picture. In the
yeah. Bring out the Reinhardt, Urso.
I mean, not bad.
Let's see it.
Not bad. Eye emoji indeed.
That's a 5K right there, and you got the tank bot as well. That's a Ryan 5K.
He got the tank bot. Like, they're looking good in this series. Let's be real. Like, if you can shut down the tank bot, the thing is pretty tanky.
Yeah, I mean, that's when at 3 in the morning, after a few drinks, I feel like a god when I did that. But, you know, I'm not sure if it's enough for M80.
Really, the bots in the training range. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit better than training range bots. It's a little pretty good
They
players.
do move sometimes.
They move. They shoot back.
They shoot.
Really a lot. They shoot back.
Yeah. It's rough, it's rough out there. Streets in the training range, man.
If you're timeless in this scenario,
yes, have fun.
Go through the motions. You
No,
gotta
have fun.
go through the
Both
motions.
teams,
fun
let's
with
be
it.
honest,
Take
both
your
teams
place.
are in this for the memes now. So I want to see some good content.
Yes.
Kaluj, get off Sigma, bro. Get off Sigma.
Come on.
Play Doomfist, bro. You won't. Wrecking. Can we see the Kaluj
Are you
wrecking
baiting
ball?
him?
Yo.
I'm calling him out right here on air. Kaluj, wrecking ball or bust, baby. You won't. You're scared.
He's baiting the Honestly, I'm here for it though. I want content. Give us content. Speaking of good content, if Matt and Jack are involved, that's usually the case.
Yeah.
Content! Yeah!
I'm happy to see. I'm happy to see that Jake's made it out alive. You know, typically Jack takes the bodies of his casting partners, all the corpses, and just piles them up in the back. That's why Necker and I stay at home.
Oh,
we
yeah.
want to be safe, but it's good to see Jake live.
Yeah, I spared him that one. It was a good cast. It was a map 7. He spared. Any
Yeah,
kind of
there are
4-0,
lots of-
3-0, then yeah, you're gone.
Lots of map 7s
Yeah.
today. Something tells me for North America, we potentially will not see a map number 7 as Toronto sits in the winners finals. Take a look at the map set here. This is M80 should win this series, right? You know, even if they, you know, Kaluj doesn't really play, they should still be able to beat Timeless in their current state.
So diff. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. You never know.
I mean, that could be the Urzo diff either way, right? You could either do the diffing or get
Yeah,
diffed.
true. Yeah, they didn't specify which differential it would be, so.
That was a good one by you. It's a little bit like Johnny, where you kind of get like both sides. Like you could, you know, you could say take it however you want.
That's
right?
my favorite thing about Johnny's Preds, yeah. Oh, no, wait, Torb 1v1 for the cap later? Okay, I'm down. They did that a long time ago in Australian Contenders. So I'm down for the Torb 1v1.
This match definitely seems like it could get into Agree Torbjorn 1v1.
1v1 territory.
1v1 area,
Hey, well,
yeah.
Kalush is on Sig. His ass was not listening to Jake.
Nothing.
So that's unfortunate. All good though. What Urzo got for us on the Ram? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Very low.
Yeah, he's pretty low. He's all good though. He's still alive. Here's the Nemesis form. Okay. I like what I'm seeing. Get Urzo a kill. He's in there. Oh,
They got
there we go.
Kalush pinned, yeah.
Kalush down.
There you go.
Let's go. All right, Timeless. Off to the races with this one. Point capped.
It's a phenomenal start, and look, they're
Urzo
taking Urzo the goat. Yes, he just uses Nemesis form. They just kind of bully Kaluj into a corner and just beat him down. So, good early start here for Time.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. All right, Tree. Almost triple tapping Z-Man there. Still playing with all seriousness. This Annihilation about to go crazy. You're going to world star the back line. All right, but Spectre killing Abril. Not the best of starts. Neither Zero going down either. That lamp not quite deployed in time from Z-Man, sadly. And Urzo, my goat, also falls. But not before Seeker takes one. 2 with him. What is Seeker? What's my guy? Okay, that's 3. Liar.
Why is he back here?
My guy.
All right, well, he's got 3.
Okay, well, Seeker to the rescue.
Yeah, a little bit of TDM there. So Seeker gets 3. The point doesn't even flip. So a few kills off the rip there. And the Seeker goes on a little bit of a flank, ends up taking out 3. It's going to get even more percentage for Timeless. Urzo's very low.
He is. Oh, Spectre. Well, welcome to competitive Overwatch, Urzo. Unlucky on this side of things, at the very least. All right, well, there's the cap, Matt.
Seeker's still alive, though, so you never know.
You never know.
It's, Yeah, it's the Immortality field, though. I mean, they're going to push right up. They kill ZSS. So M80 finally ends up taking the point. It's a pretty good start, though, for Timeless, right? 60%. The bad part is, though, now they'll be walking into, like, Deadeye, double support ult. You know, M80 can kind of bounce back pretty fast.
Annihilation soon, mate. Come on. Come on. 25% till Annihilation.
Soon, 25%'s not like, you know, soon I would say is like 10. 25%.
Soon enough. You do a lot of damage as Ram if you pop the Annihilation. All right, High Noon. M80 going to scatter. Using that Winter to full effect, though, as Spectra just sending those rockets directly towards Seeker. Here we go. Here's the beat, though, and wow, Annihilation. 1% away. I'm ready for it. Well, he's dead. That's unlucky. Unfortunate stuff there as M80 just continue to hold the point.
But they'll have it for next fight,
So
though.
true.
Annihilation in combination with the Venture Ultimate with no support ult could be pretty decent on the other side. I think, though, what would happen is you're probably going to get fluxed here. That would probably be the response from M80 as Spectra will have a barrage soon, right? And it hits the 85 mark, so we can say soon is just kind of 15, pelting them with rockets from the side.
Yeah, 15. That is our classification of soon now. 15% roughly-ish. All right, there's the Lamb. Oh, Zera going down early. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Wow, that was just sad.
It was like, well, how would you like to die?
Yeah.
Would you like to get fluxed, or would you just like to stand there cross-armed on the point?
Admiral coming in from the top rope. Should be able to get the touch. Backs off for a little bit. There we go. Gets the touch and is not out of there. Spectra with a little direct. Here comes the Annihilation. Oh, they're ripping and tearing through the front line. Okay, scaring M80 away. Ultraviolet just dishing out the heals now. Liar almost struggled to keep himself alive there. And now window deployed. Urzo getting rocked and blown up by Ultraviolet and Tree standing behind that window. And that is Timeless, unfortunately, going down by the looks of things. Seeker at least finds one on the Tracer, but without a recall and without any blinks, I'm not sure he's going to be able to find all too much. As there's the flip, and M80 should be claiming the map here. For the round, even.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch. I know Urzo goes over the Doom, just
so
gets body blocked. He low-key good, though. As that time, though, he kind of walks through the choke, and they use an Amp Matrix and just kind of shoot him in the back. But still, the collusion to Unk Inc. has been a recurring thing in NA. Is just Unk Inc. I guess is like purgatory.
The retirement home for
they're sending him back.
Yeah.
It's Kalush. This is like no, I feel like he's retired a few times at this point, so he's back in the game now. The Urzo Roadhog, this would be legendary here to just play ranked essentially. Just get Roadhog in the mix.
Hey, Jump played on this map, it's all good. Mad respect with the San Francisco Shock skin as well.
So you would say that Junbin and Urzo are pretty similar in terms of
they said it. They said he's got the micro. I mean, ZSS said, man's got micro, just needs macro, and then you'll be a star player. Junbin. Correctly spotted.
Yeah.
The Junbin strat.
So there's no Ana though for M80, right? So the no bio to kind of take out that hog could be difficult.
Junbin 2, they call him. All right, what you got for us, Urso? All right, little wrap around here from Tree. Nice hidden aid onto Seeker there. Already let his go, and unfortunately didn't result in any kind of kill. Uh-oh, and now Urzo's in a little bit of trouble. Pigpen on the floor. Tree's looking at him. My goat. He's staying alive. Receives lamp as well. I'm waiting for this hook. Oh, not quite. Yes.
As this will be Tree just kind of getting rid of everybody else, with the rest of M80 taking the point. I don't think you're going to be able to play. I mean, it looks like they're going to play Roadhog just for the hell of it, but I don't think you can really play the Roadhog. Okay, so they'll match Sigma. I think this is a good decision. You probably have zero change. Maybe you stay to get a pulse bomb, but probably see the change is now we get a. Okay, so now we get some tactical crouching going on here. It doesn't seem like Zero likes it.
He's gonna get serious. We're all gonna get serious.
I'm gonna get serious.
All right, here we go. Big rotation here from Timeless. Trying to get Kaluge off of this point now is Urzo. I want to see Flux for Flux here. Kaluge versus Urzo. Got to bring those stats up later. Barrage for Spectre is going to be rather devastating to ZSS. Just lands a really far rocket on him. Has to get out of the way of the window. And unfortunately, Urzo goes down to that barrage. Those hands not quite big enough to absorb all those rockets as MAT continue to hold as Liar. Oh, he's trying to peek high ground.
Yeah, this also, now kind of playing the Sigma mirror, right? This is going to take so long to develop for Timeless. And now you have players getting staggered out. You're going to have, like, what? Like, probably, like, one more
fight.
really good attempt, right? Yeah, like, one really good fight here. I mean, and even when I say one really good fight, I mean, look at the position that M80 has. It's not exactly going to be an awesome one here for Timeless.
Yeah, I mean, M80 on the high ground right now. Flux beat High Noon. Got a lot here. Timeless's sound barrier from Admiral is going to go. Has to go a little wacky and wild to try and find something. There's the Flux. Seeker scurrying for cover. Looks like he wants to go for... He's really making sure he's getting Urzo in this Flux. Like, channeling it for almost its entire duration. Good little rock there onto Admiral. Sends him bow all the way back to spawn. Seeker taking the brunt of all this damage from Spectre here with this sound barrier. Yeah, Seeker made the flanks work a little bit earlier on, but unfortunately not quite so much anymore. Ooh.
Somehow Timeless ended up flipping the point, so that actually just kind of prevents the round, in the map from ending as they just stand over Urzo's body. As it'll be Admiral gets a touch, Urzo making it back. It looks like a Liar just pushing forward, just trying to deter everybody, and that's map one.
Yeah, that is it's map one. Map one, Matt. Out of potentially 5 here.
There were close moments in this first map, though, right?
Do you want to elaborate on that, or?
No. I mean, I'm just trying to give Timeless a little bit of credit. You know, there were some close moments. A part of me was thinking about, like, when you talk about, like, the gap in NA, like, what would Toronto versus, like, Timeless today look like? Where feels like they would kind of take care of business rather swiftly, but it looks like M80 potentially might do it. It's a really just tough situation for Timeless.
After that game yesterday, which was one of the best games we've had all year in OWCS and in the Face It Master League as well, like one of the best games we've had, and yeah, it's a little rough situation for them. Obviously, they're trying to make the most of it at this point, being jovial about it too. Like, yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, you qualify, right? You have a great moment followed up by, pretty terrible thing happen, and then now you're in this type of situation, right? I know, just difficult for some of these players, obviously, still here today to have to play through, but also, I guess, luckily for them, they've already qualified.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if this was a qualification game, man, that would feel awful. But yeah, being already qualified and knowing everybody, in fact, now that's going to EWC representing Overwatch, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good showing, I'd imagine. Obviously, they have a little bit of time in between now and then to kind of sort out the tank situation. Maybe, get Urzo up to speed a little bit.
Get him some more reps.
Yeah, get him some more reps. That's all you need. He's got the micro, just needs that macro, according to ZSS at least.
Yeah, and we'll see what they decide to kind of play throughout the rest of the series, right? We saw them try a Roadhog, that didn't really work. I think, like, Sigma, I mean, even when they tried the Ramatra, right? I think that's, like, pretty difficult to, like, execute, where, if you play the Sigma, not saying it's, like, easy, right? But I would say a Sigma mirror is a little bit easier to figure out.
Yeah, I really do. What they did promise in the chat, they were like, hey, we'll do the Torb 1v1 to decide the point at some point, so maybe we see that in the next map, maybe we see that in the...
well, we're going to get a Torb 1v1 on Hybrid to decide who gets
who gets the first point. Yeah, don't you think that's fair? I think that's pretty fair.
I mean, I was just about to make an XFL football reference, but I don't think you realized. All right, so we got a swap here. So Zera will end up taking the tank role, and now we'll see Urzo flex over to the
they're doing the Torb 1v1 now for sure, bro. Like, they're having Urzo rock out on the Torb.
We're having them make graphics so they can do a Torb 1v1.
They're just swapping a couple of names, bro. It's fine. All for the content, man. Come on now, come on.
All right, well, we'll see if we get the Torb 1v1 potentially here. So we get a poll 23% of their people would have lost money here if this was
23% of base predators.
Yeah. No, I mean this one feels like it's pretty straightforward to predict. Maybe something crazy happens, but yeah, feels like just an inevitability at this point. Yeah. So we'll see if we get any kind of fun shenanigans going into map number 2. Eichenwald, a pretty good Torbjorn map traditionally.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, we genuinely have seen Torb on the defense on Eichenwald, so you never know. You never know. Then Colosseo, New York City. And then Rialto if we need to go there, of course. As we jump on in. All right, Timeless's choice. Eichenwald. A small change here. That is Midtown, though. All good. There's a small change, of course, with Urzo on DPS and Zera on the tank.
Even better Torbjorn map.
So true. Yeah, there we go. I told you. The Torb. Let's go.
So we get a swap because Zero cannot play the Torbjorn. So for this lineup, Urzo. It seems like in the chat they were a bit confused as well that they ended up here on Midtown. So it's not just us.
All good. We'll figure something out. It's fine. Jesus, that's a close pigeon. Where even is that? Must be on the fire truck.
Are you scared of them?
Okay, Matt, look at the eyes, right? You cannot tell me they don't look like little serial killers, like just dead in the eyes, you know?
Dude, New York, I've seen pigeons that are like the size of like dogs. They're so big, I don't even know how they get off the ground. It's incredible.
That's awful.
You would be freaked out.
That's an awful place to live. If there are pigeons that size and rats probably bigger. All right.
Oh yeah, rats the size of horses.
There's no Torb 1v1, sadly, but I mean, you never know.
There is a
Torb, though, yeah. The turret's about to go absolutely crazy here, though. I can almost guarantee it.
Torb is pretty terrible into this far account, though, I would say.
Look, I mean, Torb changed long ago. Okay, Torb's dead. All right, well.
Yeah,
Torb's dead.
Not many people would say that the Torbjorn is pretty strong into far at long distance tree. It's actually just been so awesome to watch him kind of compete throughout this qualifier as a little celebration Deadeye. He looks ridiculous. Sprinting. It's like when he uses Deadeye now, it's like when you see like a kid in public and he's got to go to the bathroom and like you just see him just kind of like frantically like running towards the bathroom. Yeah. That's like, what they do with Cassidy now.
It's a bit ridiculous. Dude, that turret spot is elite, bro. Look at that.
Something tells me this turret will not matter as it is rapidly approaching its death.
Very base skin, though. Oh, my God.
It is an awesome skin.
Liar just jumps over the high
ground.
ground.
Through the high ground.
Oh, man. Really? Lol. Seek's still having fun with it as well. Good flux in the corner. Tag streak, no follow-up though. Shield from Kalush is going to help them survive there. Oh, the Sigma gap, unfortunately not coming to fruition there for Zera. Admiral protecting the king, but unfortunately the king has been slain.
He didn't do a great job of protecting the king. He was killed immediately. That is a flanking Deadeye there from Seeker. Doesn't work out. The cart will continue to move. So now we have some changes here. So
that would have worked in 2016, Matt.
Winston Torb Farah here for Timeless.
Look at this molten core. It's 98%, bro. We need Custer's creator patch here where he hits E and he gets a level 3 turret. That would go crazy right now. We need the emergency patch swap. Hainu, Zera on the Winston, begging for a Winston duel. I mean, Seeker, just let him go with that one. Ultraviolet dead, Rally on the point, but unfortunately, of course, it's already been capped. Yeah, a little rough. All good though.
A little rough, would you say?
A little rough. That's my go-to word of the weekend, has been a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like lots of rough.
Okay, here we go. Tree versus Urzo, the 1v1 Torb. All right, okay. Hammers only, come on. Yeah. Okay, both E's available. Here we go.
E or no E? Hold
Okay.
on, we're deciding.
The rules? E, no E. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, here it is. Tall 1v1, no E's allowed, no overloads allowed. Tree gets in some decent damage, but Urzo with the crack pack. Oh my god. Wait, Urzo. Okay, well, Tree kind of the goat for that one, honestly. Tree kind of the goat for that one. Nice try.
And then
he
360s on his body. 360s on his body after.
Get in there, Tree. Get in there, Tree. Get his ass.
Yeah,
Get his ass. One more hit. Oh, double hammer kill. Ain't no way.
All right, we got collusion on Roadhog here as well. Little Roadhog Reaper Torb action. Tree Genji now. This is like a game of mystery heroes.
I really hope there are some new Overwatch new viewers coming in for competitive Overwatch and being like, what is happening? Is this like honorable? Like, are we supposed to do tall 1v1s? Like, they'd be so confused. New viewer moment.
Oh, nice barrage.
Let's go, Seeker. Ouch. Everybody's gone full like role-playing mode in the chats as well. Like. Nice rally. Okay, 3 minutes to go for MA's push. Also got a hammer kill on Liar though. The differential. Oh no, that's going as a Twitter banner for sure.
Oh, so now we get every death is just changing heroes. Tree is playing Pharah now against Seeker's Widowmaker. We get an Admiral swap off of the Brig to go to Illari, and then we get a Zen on a backline here from M80. Dude, is that like? Would you even consider this like kind of like a scrim? This feels more like
quick play.
You know,
not even a. This isn't even ranked. This is quick play.
This is like cross play, quick play.
Cross play, quick play. The Xbox players moving at like turning around at like 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, this is the Switch qualifier.
You know who's really good on the Switch? Unironically, Zoe. Goes God mode onto the Switch.
Well, they got to get her in for map 3.
There it is. Just sub her in. Oh dear.
Oh
well,
no.
There's the one Molten Core kill for Urzo. All good. Spectra down. Death Blossom gone. He's cut, guys. All good.
There's still 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They finally get rid of Colluge.
Spectra. Spectra's like, we gotta end, bro. I'm so hungry. Please.
All right, we get a nano boost onto the Zen in a 1v5 that does not work out.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it does not work out for M80. Poor Spectra's hungry.
Get my man some food. Dude, Spectra the other day feasted on me in ranked. They full capped on New Queen Street against me. Oh my.
You say that like everybody would be surprised about this thing happening.
Jay, I was doing with Jay. We both fed our brains out. Only one's in comms as well.
Jeez.
Felt bad actually.
You were playing with Jay? I mean, was that like a? Did you pay for that stream? Was it like a sponsored one?
We're friends, man.
Pay to play with you for the day?
No, we're friends, bro. You know those things, friends? You know where you hang out with each other and stuff?
I'll have to do my own research into this.
Research into friends? I think you better do that, actually. I think that would help your social status a lot.
Yeah. Airstrike here, nothing.
Nothing. Straight nothing.
Nobody home there.
I think this is M80 and Spectra more specifically trying to end the game so he can eat. Zera dead. Liar kind of rolling on the Ana, and there it is. 37 seconds in the time bank. Spectra still making sure everybody's aware. He's very hungry.
Yeah, the defense was good there from Timeless towards the end, but I think it's just more because it just got extremely silly.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody really had any clue what to play or what was going on. So M80 gets a map completion. Spectra's probably the only one over there trying to rally the troops to get a fast win because Spectra's hungry. Also for Spectra, there will be another match if he wins this one. So
yeah, what am I missing? You tell me, are you saying New York Pigeons are bigger than this, like 2x?
Well, these are not.
Size?
These aren't real. These are obviously, made for the game. The pigeons in New York don't have that like scary eyes.
You sure? You looked at a pigeon up close recently?
Yeah. I mean, define recently. I feel like in the last, I don't know, maybe 3 months I've seen a pigeon. So
have you left your house recently?
There's been some, yeah, unless there's been some kind of, new development with pigeons around New York. They do not look like that.
Well, evolution works in mysterious ways. We'll see how Timeless is going to evolve with this Bastion comp and with the Torb, but with the listening.
Are you playing?
Come left, come left, come left.
For him.
They've got a lot of poke on their comp. We need to
break that turret.
Break that turret. If they poke,
Alright, you ready?
I'm gonna burst out
over the roof. Yeah,
3, 2, 1.
I missed it.
I'm in.
Shoot him back. Just put this.
Venture.
Venture one.
Venture can die.
Venture melee.
That's nice.
Oh, shit.
They don't know you're there. They don't know you're set there. Kill their Bap.
Bap on. No!
Seeker. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to go over the top. I missed it. Oh my god. Oh, look at him go. He's going to surf as well.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Spectra. Legend. All right, just managed to get any crazy looking kill there. Nice.
UV makes that alive. Everybody makes that alive.
Chilling.
Urzo's still committing to the bit here on the Torb.
It's not a bit. It's not a bit. The Torb's good. It's decent, at the very least. All right, Seeker.
All right,
you found one. He's found 2. Okay, Seeker just hops over the fire truck.
Both supports.
Oh my god. Even Lion a little bit surprised in that one. Oh, the turret got a kill as well. Oh, it's so clean.
Urzo about steps back into the molten core. Ends up living as that's a hammer attempt there from Spectra. So Timeless will get the point. Now we'll have Tree making the ever important swap over to Junkrat here. It's a Junkrat phenomenal into the double turret count here.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think Jake must have DM'd him in the small break there. That is a lot of damage. That was a dumb,
it's even incredible that Malka's able to live that long.
I know, yeah.
It's an Ant Matrix with a Junkrat just firing at his face, and Malka's able to just live.
Yeah, just Malga things, I suppose.
I want to see Liar block them with a tree.
Oh,
so there's the tree that is directly outside of the cage fight.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that. The second forbidden combo, the cage into the artillery barrage from Seeker.
That's kind of nasty.
It goes crazy, yeah, it goes crazy.
It's actually good.
There you go.
Here we go.
This is actually good.
This is how the new meta forms. Yeah.
God, can you imagine a new meta forms after this game? Because Bastion went crazy in the cage.
No, I can't. I cannot. I would urge whoever wins this to try this against Toronto.
Yeah, so true.
Tree takes out the Maga, takes out another with a tire. The time was still with some decent time here, in order to do it. So the Bastion does put out an unreal amount of damage. The Junkrat and the Torbjorn I'm not exactly sold on, but the Bastion you could get me there maybe with the Bastion.
See Spectra standing still there, or like ordering Uber Eats or something. He's just on his phone. Get Junk flank. Fly giving the strats away of his own team. You'd love to see it.
It's not even true. His tree is standing directly next to everybody up on the high ground.
All right, Molten Core, here we go. Molten Core in cage. He's dead.
You don't have Molten Core
like,
anymore.
Lol. He's just looking at his teammate and just types lol.
Just staring at his body. Spectra now goes up to 1800 DPI.
Sick.
You know what? I think you ever watch wrestling back in the day?
Back in the day, like a long time ago.
Where like, there'd be a match and then all of a sudden, like, Teddy Long would come out and like announce it's like a tag team match all of a sudden. whoever the commissioner is here should just, in the commercial break, should come in and just make this a 1st to 4.
What?
Just extend this one.
No. Just for Spectra's sake and his stomach, I think maybe we don't do that.
Just say we've decided to give Toronto a win in the next match, and let's make this one a best of 11, a best of 11 showdown. That was the nano, if you were wondering.
Alrighty. Stream snipes. So true. Oh, poor Admiral. All good. Well, unfortunately, Seeker's dead. Zera.
Big stomp.
Backline. Yeah, big stomp. Huge coming out from Zera. Wow, tank extraordinaire. This guy's crazy.
Is the only one here,
yes.
Though. Does have some Lucio healing, trying to move the card a little bit.
As I said. Rest in peace, my goat. All right. Well, Zera's at least got ult. There's the slam. There's the cage. Unfortunately, antied. Fluxed. Very dead. Like, very.
And I mean, being stuck in there with the Bastion isn't ideal either. So, Kalush gets the benefits of the immortality field there. Yeah, the Bastion just pumping out tons of damage. So here comes Seeker on a bit of a flank.
What's happening?
All right, so now we got the Wrecking Ball here. So what's your thought on Ball Torb Bastion?
What? Can we get a comms check? I mean, we can. If production can do it, absolutely.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, why
we have the technology. I'm down for a comms check. Spectra. Let's get everybody listening. What's Lie yapping about?
One bang, 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 bang,
bang, bang, burgers.
I'm trying to go. I got 40 limits. Wait, I'm the. Let me at him. What the? All right, get me on tank.
All right, get me on tank. Right. Okay, get him on tank.
Phenomenal stuff.
Mods.
The comms of champions. So we saw Kalush there play the Wrecking Ball. So you listen to Jake.
That was wicked. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome there for the 45 seconds we saw it, and somehow an unforeseen circumstance has happened as M80 has taken a 2-0 lead here. Don't think anyone had this one.
Yeah, that's something. We're definitely seeing Overwatch. Oh yeah, I got the highlight of the Overwatch.
I gotta say, this has got to be probably the hardest highlight package to put together because there was not much.
No, this is going hard in the positive sense.
Is it just 4 replays of this?
From different angles?
Yeah, just can I get a slow-mo from the opposite side?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yup.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yep, this was worth it. This was
dominant performance there from Tree on the Torb. Oh man, this is
a little whole hog action here. More Torb crime.
Torb crime. Torb crimes against humanity. It's actually all Torb. The highlight package is the entirety of his Torb.
Yeah. I mean, it's deservingly so. Some nice trying to repair the Bastion there. So this was hilarious. The Seeker is too busy to type, dodges the artillery, then gets bioed.
Oh yeah, unfortunate circumstances, of course, for Timeless. M80 probably going to win the next map. If I hazard a guess, I think they're all going to roll swap though, so it should be at least a little bit fun as we go on to Colosseo. Yeah, more Torb maybe.
Yeah, Timeless. Super's not walking through that door here to come in for game 3, so they're in some trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Matthew Super Delisi is a little bit busy. Maybe playing the new Elden Ring DLC. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's possible. Colosseo, most likely our final map here. No subs. I don't believe there's any kind of role swaps either, or as of yet. So
we'll see.
Seems like whoever was looking to play tank for M80 is not going to get the opportunity to do so. Probably because they want to get Spectra fed real quick.
They want to fill them up for the game against Toronto Defiant, of course, waiting in the finals there. Although, even the desk was saying, like, yeah.
But Toronto Toronto was saying they weren't feeling that good. They were a little bit sick, so you never know.
Yeah. Well, it could be like a flu game situation, but I don't know. Maybe. M80 versus Toronto Defiant potentially in the finals here. I'm not sure time is going to come back, but it's been a fun couple of maps so far. We saw the Torp Hammer 1v1, seen a lot of random picks, and then Seeker just spamming nonsense in the chat. It's good.
What haven't we seen thus far? We saw Lifeweaver. We haven't seen some Mercy play.
Not seen Mercy, no.
We saw Tree play 76 for a little bit. We even saw some Reaper.
Yeah.
Who haven't we could maybe see some Genji here? Maybe some Genji.
I'm looking at the lobby. The players are switching around, at least M80. Maybe we're going to get some role swaps here. I think Lyle said he wanted to go tank, so... You know, maybe we see some of that. Or maybe we just round it out with a Colosseo. I mean, with the amount of full caps we've had recently...
What would you prefer, Jaws? Would you prefer they swap roles and extend this longer? Or would you prefer that they just played what they were playing?
I don't mind. At this point, I don't know, bro. This is my 4th map I've casted today. Yeah, it's...
Your 4th match?
Not map.
Not your 4th map.
No, yeah, my 4th match.
Yeah, your 4th map. No.
Yes.
This would be your 3rd map in this series.
Yes. Numbers are hard. Johnny's now wandering over, and Johnny is eating my donut. Johnny, put that down. That's my donut, bro. I need the sugar.
Johnny doesn't need it.
Johnny does not need that donut. So true.
Yeah, you can take it away. Johnny doesn't need that.
M80 versus Timeless. Jumping onto Colosseo here in the lower bracket finals. It's all fun and games here at EWC.
The glass is gone. Maybe that will even the odds here.
That's so true. Yeah, it's evening the odds for Timeless.
Yeah.
All right, any roll swaps? No roll swaps here. Lai doesn't get his wish. And yeah, well, there you go.
You know for sure somebody in M80 in their comms was like wanting to do the roll swaps, and then somebody else just would put an absolute, like, we are just gonna win this and get away.
This is for my Mercy players out there. This is for you.
At all for orgs. Hook us up for the World Cup. Says, I believe that's probably somebody on the side of Timeless. So if there's any orgs looking to hook anybody up.
All right, here we go.
Go after Timeless. They're better than what they showed here right now.
All right, Liar. What is this abomination of a comp from M80? Liar's on Mercy. There we got Torb, Sombra. Yeah. Matt, I hate to break it to you.
Well, no, they're damage. Are they damage boosting the Torb? What is going on here?
The honorable 1v1, bro.
No, it seems like. Seems like they've elected to not give them the 1v1.
Whoa here. Tree rocking out on the tour, but expecting the 1v1. You guys are, come on. Can't take this. One clip. Okay. Spectre, just reset, buddy. You're good.
All right, the Timeless gets control of the bot. They'll get some meterage here. We didn't see Mercy at all throughout this, so you get a little bit of a Mercy action, just kind of like pocket these hit skins.
Which Mercy, right? Pog. Nice mythic skin. I think from Liar as well.
Yeah, I think Liar's got the mythic one on.
I saw a few people, Matt, save out their mythic prisms from last season just to get the Ash on day one. Ash skin's pretty wicked.
Yeah. That skin is awesome. Yeah. But I actually like the Mercy skin from last season, though.
It's a good skin.
It's like, you save your prisms. I mean, I get it, but skins can go.
You gonna get the Rhine Hammer? I know you play Rhine.
You're gonna end up with more. No, I'm not getting the Rhine Hammer because you just play Morgan now, so there's no reason.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Just get meleeed in the face and just eats like a champ.
Yeah,
there.
he really did. The classic strafe into the oncoming fire. Okay, well,
NRG.
Going down to map 5 and then running into this is a little sign this team.
Just adding any organization.
They're the goats.
Well, look, this wouldn't exactly be the ideal ad for, getting signed, right?
Spectra is determined to eat. Determined to quench himself.
this is WoW, they'd be banned for advertising in game.
Yeah, they would be.
So this should be M80 taking the lead.
I think so, yeah.
Cluj very close to this Flux as now we get a 0 on the fall.
Yeah. Grab's gonna go crazy here. What every Mercy player deserves. There you go. Goodbye, ZSS.
Why do you hate Mercy players?
I don't hate Mercy players. Just Mercy the character is annoying.
You literally just said that's what every Mercy deserves when that just
the
happened.
character, not the player, not the player.
Oh, right.
I just don't like it when they res in front of me, bro. It annoys me.
Well, I mean, you get interrupted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways. You know, if you played something other than Ilari,
dude,
like there's a support called Ana, right? You can
I play a lot of Ana. Ilari just goes hard, but where does Seeker come from? Yo, new tech on the new map. What is happening, bro? What am I watching? What am I watching?
Zero's gonna get res though. It's all right. Oh no, Seeger's gonna get res.
They got the bot. They got the checkpoint.
The bot's still going into their spawn. It's a terrible spot to try and retake from.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
Well, who are they even looking for at this point?
I don't know. Seeker's just running around killing people.
Spectre's still hungry.
I'm starving. Please, someone help him. Please. End the game. Spectre is starving.
Something tells me that this bot may be going in.
Yeah. Seeker's like, same. Gonna end the game, man.
Nope.
Spectre, Toronto Defiant 4 OS and I can eat after. There we go. Spectre with full confidence going into the next match.
And he's literally asking to be beaten.
He's just hungry, man. That was me after last map. I've never eaten a chicken sandwich so quickly in my life.
Oh, I thought you were going to say ever. I was like, that is really odd.
No, I had a chicken sandwich before. It was pretty good, actually. It was like a sweet chili, like Korean.
This Widowmaker, though, is going to save the deal. Headshot after headshot here. Is Trees perma-crouched? I think they're all doing it now.
Oh, well. Ozo got the kill. Unfortunately,
nice
though,
shot by
that will be Laya rezzing in front of the team. And this might be a full cap, Matt.
Yeah. I've never been more excited to hear Jake's analysis after this game.
Hey, it's me, I'm Jake, I'm in your comms.
Yeah, is this a Jake, I'm in your comms performance?
Probably.
Something tells me it's not.
Probably not. I think they've done, and they did win. There you go. Overwatch was just played.
What a match.
Yeah. Great.
So that was a tremendous series.
It was. That was a lot of fun.
You know, they got to get that VOD up ASAP because people are going to be wanting to watch that one.
Obsogen, appreciate the highlights and the the POVs.
Yeah, let's get an Urzo POV only.
Only upload Urzo's POV of that entire series and we're good.
Look, Timeless, I don't think we expected much today. We didn't really get that much either. They're just a really tough situation for them, right? So
it's really
M80 comes in. Yeah, they win. We learned nothing really about either team from that series. But now we'll get to see what happens with M80 running it back against Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, Spectre wants to lose 4-0, so because Spectre's pretty hungry. I'm curious what he's going to have for breakfast, or not breakfast, sorry, for lunch. I'm curious.
He's I mean, you also could have eaten at any point throughout the day before the
or
match.
even in that game, to be fair. How that was going, I think Spectre probably could have just
he could have eaten probably during Coliseo.
Yeah.
And they were up by more than 100 meters, so
it was pretty sick. That was a fun game. Jake's not in your comms this time, thank goodness. That would have been a
Hey, it's me, Jake. I'm in your comms. What a great series.
What a great series.
Honestly, for this one, low-key, I would have loved to just chill in the comms with them.
Yeah, it would have been fun.
Because our chat was going places, so you know, I feel like the chat would have.
I'm hungry. I'm starving.
I want to come in and
would have matched it,
troll the comms. Wait, they have beat. Lucio won.
Yeah, this was a match of all times. Let's take a look at some highlights. We definitely had some to choose from. They took us places. We went on a journey. It was a match.
Hey, a pleasantly short journey, a Sunday drive.
I think our
It was a
Dallas
stroll.
show match was more competitive than this one.
It might have been, yeah. No bias, obviously.
Wow. Yeah.
Here we go. This is some of the steepest competition we saw.
This was about as competitive as it got.
Winning by 2 swings.
That's a
Good
quick
luck.
DPI
Oh
swing
no,
as
and
well.
then he snowballing the lead
That is
naturally.
crazy
as one
confidence right
does.
there. Yeah. Shout out to Liar as well.
On the Mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Both
actually,
Liar and Z-Man
gotta represent a little
showing
bit
off
here.
the Mercy.
Did you have Mercy on your bingo card for the EWC
I did
qualifiers?
not. I did not. But
Liar
you know,
doing
We
it
saw it a
for the
little in
people.
essay for like one fight.
yeah, that's true. Hollywood
actually-
didn't work out. Didn't work out in Hollywood
that's
Attack. Who would have
crazy.
thought, Jake,
It
that
didn't
Mercy
last
didn't
too
work
long.
out in the South American region?
Oh, Mercy, no. Mercy sad.
And I mean, the fact that Spectro went Sombra in this game, that is almost a call-out moment. You went Sombra here.
Look at this, look at this. This is one of my favorites.
That was it, yeah.
Tree playing a whole life of Tracer without letting go of Crouch that I saw. Look at him go. Look at him go with the bubble. Wow. He's got to reset. Got to take position.
Play out the game.
Let's see him play the game. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Play of the game?
Play of the game with the Crouch.
Whoa!
Sick.
I saw 2 things I've never seen before. A play of the
Wow.
game without letting go of Crouch and a complete AFK nano. A nano full duration AFK with a nano.
That's how you get player of the match, apparently.
You're AFK by 50% more than normal. Impressive. Great result from Tree.
Wow.
As we were expected to see.
North American Overwatch. Thrilling.
Yeah, riveting even. So some more highlights here, of course, from Tree. I mean, we got a Torp battle.
This is
It was
Tree's
one of the
POV. This
ages.
is how he got it done in the Torb 1v1. You can learn a lot from this at home.
I mean, I personally, as a Torp specialist, I've learned nothing.
Can you break this down for me, Zoe? Like what, like detail-wise, like what?
Yeah, so a resident Torbjorn expert.
How do they find the
As
edge?
the expert, well, that's the thing. That was just a bit of a dogfight, honestly. I didn't. The finesse was not there.
Yeah, you could tell
this
they're
was nothing.
novices.
Exactly.
For a
Not
true
enough
pro.
finesse in the
It was
Torb
not
one.
enough finesse in that Torp when we won
Okay.
at all.
All right.
I think if they go back to the VOD dungeon, maybe take a look at what Lip and I brought to the table in our infamous 1v1.
Oh yeah, they're
Definitely
gonna
not
hit the
what
VOD
Gio
review
brought.
after this one.
Yeah,
They're
not
gonna be
what Gio
VOD reviewing
brought.
this one.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. You have a demonstration for that game. I don't know how that's possible, and I have no idea why this is
Well,
necessary.
here's the hard-hitting analysis on the desk. Jaws, I might need your help on this one as well.
It's like Jaws is just sitting there.
Jaws, you're just sitting here. I might need your help, buddy. Here we go. It's time. It's time. You blue on blue.
Time.
That's great. It's time for the Torb analysis.
Okay. Josh,
What do we? What? It's Torb analysis. 2 things that stood out to me here, Joss.
Stop.
You don't have a mic, so you have to like talk into my
This
chest.
is bring your son to school day.
I'll just do that. Yeah, go on then. Go on then.
2 things.
Yeah, so
2 things that stood out to me. One.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, where's
like
my
a little riot.
where's my spotlight? Okay, well that was not the wrong thing. I'm trying to press the text. Here we go. E or no E? We can go full screen. Maybe you can see the text. E or no E? This is a crucial decision-making point in this duel, Jaws, because I feel like Tree, as the more mechanically talented player, the more the attack speed goes up with the overload, the more mechanically demanding it is.
Are you kidding me?
You agree?
Yeah, that's pretty. Dude, he's so tall. Yeah, that's
Maybe
pretty
you
true.
should get the headset, bro.
No,
I think that was cute.
Okay. Because that's how I feel like. It's a really smart decision. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so
what do you think?
I think, Tree wants to use E, right? Cooldowns, like being a pro player and all, pretty good at using that.
Yeah.
Maybe good with the strafing, good with the movement. You want to be able to, utilize that. So probably wants to use the E, but I respect them for going no E, actually. That's the true way to do a Torb 1v1.
Yeah, no E. So good decision making by Urso here.
Yeah, good decision.
Here's the second thing that stands out to me.
Okay.
And again, we can use the highlight circle here. Tree is playing the low ground.
Oh, rough.
Playing the low
Real
ground.
rough.
And as we go ahead and just play these first few seconds out, remains on the low ground. It's clear that Tree wants to play the high ground to get like a bit of a slap onto the knees of the Torb, the enemy Torb. Get a bit of on the legs there. I feel like this is dishonorable. I feel like this is not a neutral battlefield.
Nah, you see, the thing is, Ozo needed to go for the flying hit there.
Well, he did.
Yeah,
But I feel like that was bad too.
Yeah, I
because
think Tree just kind of backed up at that point. And the problem is, too, you are unfortunately wearing the Summer Beach skin, which is the best skin for Torb, but it is
that looks brutal. Wow, that is.
It is like a rubber mallet versus the actual hammer.
Don't look.
Peggy
Take
18.
It away. Take it away. That is. So I feel like those were the two main highlights. I feel like the low ground disadvantage. Jake is like falling asleep. Don't worry about it. But I feel like the low ground advantage, like these guys need to study like Art of War or something.
You know, I saw
can't go into a battlefield with like a disadvantage like that.
You know, I saw Sun Tzu Art of War in a 5 below the other day. How the mighty have fallen. Maybe you need to pick one of them up.
Yeah, LH Cloud has been studying. Maybe he would have done better in the sword duel. Yeah.
Legend.
So there you go.
That's great.
Well, good.
That was good, John.
Thank you for your insight.
Good illustration, Johnny.
Thank you.
I'll see you in a bit. I'm gonna.
This is why they pay me some amount of bucks.
Actually.
Are you good? Are you good, Jake?
What's up? I'm back. Good. Are you okay?
I'm sorry, Jake.
I think Jack had a really good. I think Jack had a really good point, though. I think it was the Torb beach skin which really did him in. It's just more vulnerability in the belly area. It's an issue.
Less padding.
Look, if you got it, flaunt it. You know, that's what they say.
It's true.
Next time, mercy clips.
Yeah. Also, brackets. There we go. Got us out of it. Don't worry, production. I got you. M80, obviously taking that 3-0. Bit of a meme. Don't even know if that can be considered a warm-up. Toronto Defiant for sure didn't learn anything. So M80 did not have to show their cards.
If you don't know what you're playing, the opponent doesn't either.
Yeah, that's
That was my strategy in Face It this season.
Face It, by the way, sign up. Season 2 is coming up very, very soon, so you too can be part of it. For now, though, we're heading into a quick break, and then afterwards we will be back with the grand final of the NA region here in the OWC qualifiers, where all the teams have already qualified. So this is just for the marbles, but one of the teams will be walking home with them. Let's find out who after this break.
Not gonna lie, that was very ridiculous. I'm glad I got to relax, I guess. I'm glad I got to relax during a qualifier match that felt like essentially a platinum game. Essentially a plat game. That's what that was. As far as I've noticed, I think they just both teams didn't feel like it anymore as far as playing seriously. Shit happens. Stuff. Shit hit the fan. Shit definitely hit the fan there. And hopefully we're gonna go ahead and have the opposite of what that was as far as esports pro viewing experience goes. That was a little bit goofy. Not something that should ever happen on the esports stage. We're talking about the World Cup here, right? So it really stinks when you lose that one player that you were heavily relying on, that you're used to scrimming with, and then suddenly you're getting thrown a new player in the roster because of player controversy and them being eliminated, accordingly eliminated based on their unfortunate views on certain demographies of people. It happens, and it sucks that it had to happen now, especially as we're headed for the World Cup. You wouldn't think that that would happen, but yeah, you never know. Like I said, it is bound to happen at any point in time. But we're going to pretend like that never happened, and we're going to be moving on to the final qualifier match that will determine the NA team that secures their slot into the EWC, the main Esports World Cup stage, which is going to be happening, which will occur on July 23rd. But we'll be back in about 6 minutes for the grand finals. Toronto Defiant versus M80. Hang in there. We're going to be heading over to a break. And then when we come back, it's going to be Matt Mr. X, along with our beloved Uber, providing us with the hottest, the snazziest, and the wittiest of commentary, of casting commentary, that is. But first, let's have some highlights. Let's talk it out. Who do we think is going to be killing it on stage? Honestly, the M80 versus TD match will potentially be hard fought, considering that M80 didn't have to expend a whole lot of effort on this recent match. Honestly, I think it is within their favor, because they're keeping their energy for the big game. They're gonna bring their A game, I think, for this next one. If they really want to prove Toronto Defiant that they're made of real juice. If M80 wants to push further, they're gonna have to really laser focus and do the complete opposite of what they just did of goofing around, having fun. This ain't about having fun. Yes, Overwatch is fun, but you're playing for your passion. You're playing for the thing that makes you feel alive, that brings you to the next level of your existence. So you don't want to be screwing around. You don't want to be screwing around. For this next match, M80 is gonna have to give it all. Go all in, guns blazing, no regrets. The team synergy has to be symbiotic. Complete 360, 180 from how they played just now. You know, this ain't a quick play game. This is not, hey guys, pro players fucking around having fun. No, it's about actually playing for money. You're playing as a career. It ain't just games and fun. It's your calling. So don't fuck around. So, yeah, I think TD will be fierce, but not without an easy takedown. I do believe M80 is going to be kicking a whole lot of butt and bringing the fire onto the stage. We have Kaluge, one of the most stellar Sigma players out there on the esports field. So, however, I believe TD has a more adaptable tank player on their roster, and they do have some killer DPS players. So, this will definitely not be an easy one for M80 to fight for. But like I said, I'm leaning forward more towards the TD win here. I'm not necessarily cheering for TD. I do think both teams are deserving, and they're both featuring exceptional players. But I do think TD has it together. They do feel like an immaculate team. They're very precise in their plays. Whereas M80 is a little bit more fragmented in terms of how they go about the team fights. Yeah. All right, here we go. Last match of the day before we head on over to the World Cup. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in on this stream thus far. We are headed over to our very last one. M80 versus Toronto Defiant, vying for the EWC NA spot. Our last slot for the big old World Cup. That'll be occurring in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. EWC qualifiers here. We're about to finish things up after 6 days of play. So we're here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we got the NA Grand Finals coming up right now. M80 will be taking on Toronto Defiant, and well, this is going to be M80 punching upwards because Toronto Defiant, quite frankly, has been 1, 2, maybe 3 tiers above the rest so far for the entirety of the Euro, let's be real. They slipped up here and there, but overall, they've dominated their region, and they've certainly shown us how things are getting done in this very EWC qualifiers. Is there anything, any weakness, a crack in the armor, any hope? Are they still sick, maybe? Is that...
you better hope so if you're M80. Oh. Yeah, you better be hoping for their downfall. But
you don't know, my man flu hits
They got
hard.
that Canadian healthcare, all right? You can't really.
They're probably cured already. They're cured already.
As an American, a little jealous.
It'd be rough. It'd be rough.
I think the problem here was that we already saw these two teams play each other, and Toronto had all the answers for an M80 team that is pretty one-dimensional. And if you watch the last series and you're thinking, oh, M80, they're really flexible, I don't think we'll see a lot of those heroes again. So the
you
problem,
sure? Maybe a Torber, a Lifeweaver could really.
Maybe the problem is like, what could M80 possibly do to get like a leg up on Toronto Defiant?
It's
tree kill everything.
Is that
Go!
Yeah,
wait.
Hit that crouch again, like we just saw, and off you go.
I do think there's something to be said for M80 that these players on an individual level can absolutely compete at this level, at the highest level, really. Because, I mean, these are all insanely strong players. I mean, Spectra had a massive showing in the last season of the Overwatch League, had a ton of eyes turned towards him. Tree, I think, has been one of the hottest prospects in the game for quite a few years now, finally old enough to play pro. Kaluj played at the highest level, maybe isn't grinding the game anymore, but still an incredibly talented
That's
player.
self-reported, though. We don't know if that's actually true.
Yeah,
okay, you know it's true. Never mind then. I'm spreading misinformation.
Big dog, I don't think he's spreading misinformation. And then, UV and Lyre, a really solid backline, a lot of skill there, a lot of experience. So when you really think about just like the pure roster, this should be a strong team, a respectable team, and they are. I think the thing here is it's not about M80 being weak, it's about what the level Toronto has reached with a 5-man roster that's been unchanged through this whole, ever since the OWCS was created, since this team formed. This 5 has been rocking up to the server every day, every scrim, and they only get better.
And they are committed. They immediately committed to these players, and they made sure that they have what they need in order to be set up for success. And it's carried them through OWCS Stage 1, OWCS Stage 2, and then in Dallas, yes, they fell short. But you know, every once in a while you can have a little trip up. They came into EWC qualifiers with a point to prove, and I think they've proven it, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like when you look at both Toronto Defiant and SSG, like they got eyes on Korea, for example. Like we're already qualified for Esports World Cup. Pretty disappointed that you couldn't match those teams at the Esports World Cup, and so both of those teams are like locked in and ready to go and like level up their competition. They're not necessarily looking at these teams as their true challengers to like their thrones, right? They're thinking like, how can we, just like Christopher mentioned in the EMEA region, like what can we do in practice to gain an advantage as we get closer to the Esports World Cup? Because we want to compete with teams like, you know, Cello Division, Fnatic, for example. Like those are the kind of teams that we want to be able to beat at the Esports World Cup, right? And because of that $1 million prize pool, you know, it escalates quickly in like the amount of money you make, right? If you make it deep into the tournament. And so the question for them really is like, how can we compete with the best Korean teams? And that is their focus right now. And so they're practicing their brains out. They're taking this very seriously.
Right on. Let's actually ask them themselves. Why wouldn't we? We got the two head coaches with us. Casares and Gator should be joining us, and there they are. Go. Hello, guys. Welcome to the show. How are we doing?
How's it going?
Hello. Everyone good? Everyone good? Yeah. So obviously, at the first match we saw here from EMEA, not that much to take away from it. Casares, did you guys learn anything watching this? Or?
Oh boy.
I learned not to take a Torb 1v1 with Tree. Surely we won't be doing that one.
That's a good takeaway, honestly.
Gator, what about the prep? What about the prep going into this match? Do you feel well prepared going up against Toronto Defiant in a rematch?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. We probably should have 3-0'd them last time, but that's fine. I mean, I feel like, you know, the winners finals never means much. So now it's grand finals time. I think it's time to, you know, show what we got. Our preparation's been insane. We're spending like 3 blocks in a day. So I think we should be good to go.
Did you feed Spectra?
Get some calories in that guy.
Not everybody's in a $6 million facility, so I'm not really sure where he's at. I think he fed himself. I'm not really positive. Maybe he got like a little snack bar or something. So,
someone send an adult.
You can walk over to the campus cafeteria, figure something out.
Yeah, that sounds like a personal problem.
Now, heading into this match, obviously we discussed already with SSG earlier that they treated EWC basically like one big scrim block with their eyes set on EWC itself. Is that the same for you, starting with you, Gator?
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. Somebody was talking over you guys. I couldn't hear a single thing you said.
Are
you treating this like a scrim block, Gator?
Yeah, is EWC qualifier since was that just a scrim block for you, or like are you actually just trying things out to see how you would stack up against international competition? Looking at the Korean team.
Yeah, we're just testing things out. I think we're not really overthinking it too much. I'd say. I think we're just using this as practice, nothing else really.
Casares, I'm curious, your perspective on this match. You know, you guys have been so dominant and pretty much every showing we've seen from you, at least at this level. Do you think MAD stands a chance? What's your prediction on the match? Do you think there's anywhere that they would be difficult to take? Any strategy you're worried about?
Look, Jake, I usually don't shit talk, and I love Gator. You know, I coached him before. He was my player back in 2019. But when they can't even beat a team that's fully sick, playing from home, Lenny woke up 5 minutes before the match, and about all they've done so far is typing in match chat. They got
the $1 million roster. So the $1 million roster is yapping.
I think today, you know, we're gonna surely see that. Not having Pelican makes it so there's 0 chance this is going to be a 4-0. You know, I love Gator. He might have scrapped together a team, but I wish them good luck going on vacation. We're trying a little bit harder, and we don't want to just make it a vacation.
That's fair, Cass. That's fair. I respect that.
Anything you want to say to Casares or his team there, Gator, before we finish?
No, I mean, I got nothing much to say. I'd say they're really strong when it comes to online tournaments. So it's going to be a dogfight. You know, they're known for performing, you know, over the computer screen. So I think it'll be a tough match. So we'll see if we can, you know, make it close.
Well, we hope for a close one. Casares, Gator, thank you both so much, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hope
later, Alligator.
Collusion swap the Road Dog after 2 maps.
Yeah, don't have 6 figures to, you know, offer him.
Get him some motivation.
Well, maybe he gets it done.
I mean,
with 5
money
days.
talks. Money talks. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
There you have it. Obviously, good bans left and right there, but yeah.
They perform well over the computer screens.
I like that not so subtle shade on Toronto's lane performance. Not that M80 did any better, but hey. You got to find something when you're talking smack. It's not about logic and rationality. It's about twisting the knife.
I loved how he started off with, "Oh, I coached him."
Yeah.
That's like the deep cuts. The deep cuts. Well, I'm excited for this, regardless whether this is going to be a 4-0 or not, because they smack talk on the server, outside of the server. The proof is in the pudding, and we're about to eat. Ain't that right, guys?
Yeah, it's honestly always a good time hearing Gator talk a little smack and Casaurus too, kind of.
Did we do predictions though, Jack?
Oh,
were there predictions?
Wait.
Yeah.
Did the desk?
Yeah. Was anybody?
Johnny's
anyone riding with M80? Yeah. No.
So
yeah, Johnny's got Toronto anywhere from a 4-0 to a 4-3 or whatever.
Yeah, so he and Jake instantly like, yeah, we know what we're going for, Johnny. A little bit indecisive, mate. I mean, come on. Is Johnny on the desk?
You never know.
You never know.
You never know, Jack. This could be the one.
Could be the one. They did kind of smack him down in their previous matchup in the upper bracket. It was a 3-0 affair. Now we head into the grand finals of the Face It Master League. Of course, both teams have already locked their space in the EWC mats. So it's just for a little bit extra prize money here. A little bit of pride on the line. M80 thoroughly warmed up though, bro. Come on.
Are they? If anything, I feel like that was like worse. they're like I think there's warming up, and then now they're just kind of like all over the place. I'd like to see look, Toronto's obviously the best in NA. Like we know that at this point. I'd like to see like everybody else like try and pick their game up a little bit. Just seeing them kind of like run over everybody, and even in the case of, like M80, right? Like it's obviously a team of veteran players, right? And Tree's been phenomenal. Like they get formed like last minute, and they're able to get second, right? It's like I know we have some great up and coming talent in NA, but like gotta figure out a way to kind of get to that next level.
I'm starving. Spectra has still not eaten.
Like 15 minutes.
You come on, bro. You can get a snack in that time. Okay, well, Spectra wants to end this fast. He's jumping on Fire. It'll be Fire versus Fire, him versus Sugar Free. Tree on the Ash, and then Merit on the Cassidy here, man.
Yeah, they ran these comps pretty much the last time we saw them play, where Toronto ended up making quick work of them with that Maga, but they take Sugar Free out early, so nice pick off there. Some shots from Tree and some help from Lyre finishes them off.
Wow, yeah, Tree taking out both DPS there, having a hand in one and taking the kill from Merit, and well, someone dead too. This is a very fast fight from M80. Look like Sugar Free had no business by their own mega health pack, so nice rotations and the point cap.
Yeah, they were able in the last series to do a nice job of, Tree getting out of the way of the slam, keeping Kaluge up, and then putting down big damage on everybody with the dynamite. Pretty much, I think the last series started off the same type of way. Like, it started off with, a first good-looking fight for M80, and then kind of, ended the way it did end. So, you see someone get to that position there, and the U makes it very difficult for Kaluge to stay on the point.
The point's being currently contested right now by Sugar Free, who's closing in on that barrage. Lamp used pretty early as M80 try and get out of the way of Toronto Defiant, and more aptly someone who's been charging into their backline at every opportunity they get. And Vega dies to a rock. Okay, M80 putting up a good fight here. There's a rush coming through from RuPaul, but it's a 3v5 right now. Made that 3v4 as a Lyre ends up going down, but how long can they actually sustain in this fight? It looks like quite a considerable amount of time with RuPaul securing yet another kill. Someone staying up can rotate these cooldowns on the point now as the barrage comes in. That's Suzu from RuPaul, a little bit too late, but Sugar Free with the revenge kill there onto Spectra. Kaluge also ends up falling as Toronto claw themselves back into this fight in a 3v5.
Yeah, but you're going to have Tree coming back here. Both supports as well. You end up losing UV. You could have maybe ended up using the Bob there. But even being down a few players, right? You have your Maga alive with Cardiac Overdrive and also the Kitsune Rush rolling. Like, you can turn any fight, it feels like, in that kind of situation. But he does get a good amount of percentage. I think this will be pretty difficult, though, retaking with this type of comp.
Yeah, Cage available from someone in like 5% or so. Sound barrier comes through from M80 and Vega. Flux.
I don't think the barrier does. The sound barrier doesn't connect with someone there. It didn't look like he got the benefits of it.
Well, despite him getting the benefits or not, he instantly fluxed and picked off before he hit the ground. So Toronto, they're going to have to forgo the point now. There's a good response there from Kalush.
Yeah, as they want to get aggressive, right? They come on in, ends up using the Flux there. Sound barrier in response to that from Vega, but you lose your Maga, and I mean, the tank's so important right now. There's nothing you can really do after that, but Toronto, they'll step up on the point here to fight this pretty fast.
Yeah, High Noon from Mara might be the tool that they need, especially around the sidelines, but here's someone that starts off the fight with a Cage, and now Merrick can channel this one up if you really want it, especially without that lamp. It's tough for M80 to kind of get back into this, and yeah, even that window too, it's quite far back there, so they can really interact with the rest of the fight.
Yeah, the window kind of like ends up breaking the cage from the cage fight with some of the damage going on through it, but they're still not able to keep Kalush up. They ended up trying to heal him through the EM Matrix, the Immortality Field. It's just too much damage with the Maga and the Cassidy in the mix. As now it'll be a fast play here behind this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, rush push, barrage in hand, push Sugar Free as well. Oh, Spectra! I don't know how many rockets came out there, but it was probably 1 to 2. Oh my god, he is starving. He is hungry. Feed my boy Spectra. No, well, the Ashes in the corner. Yeah, no chance for Tree to survive there. Final fight coming up, Matt.
Yeah, no, you're going to wait a little bit here to get the Ash back in play. So just a little bit of a delay here for M80 as Spectra now decided to make a change over to the Tracer here. This will get a touch, try and put some pressure on the back line, but you may not even get another really good fight. I mean, you're losing Kalush here. There's no way you can fight that Maga one-on-one now.
Yeah, no shot. Maybe the Tracer ends up touching here, but it looks pretty unlikely. Oh, the boot! Can he get the kill? Oh, did he just get stomped on? No, he hit the recall just in time. OT triggered. Sound barrier here, later one from Vega. They just push on forward. I mean, this is M80 just getting run over here. Decent control, and M80 had a very good opening start to that round, but it's Toronto that ended up taking the win.
Yeah, pretty similar to their match we watched the other day, where M80 gets off to a good start, but once they end up losing control of the point, very difficult for them to kind of push in and get control back, where Toronto starts to go on the offensive and play at a pace that the Sigma and M80 just cannot play at. So we'll see if M80 can do anything here, maybe try and play for some of that high ground potentially around that Sig.
Let's have a little look. Yeah, I still kind of reeling in the fact that RuPaul managed to turn that fight around in the 3v5 unlock of the rush. It was him getting a double kill like that. I mean, RuPaul has just been so good. Obviously a championship winning player in the Overwatch League. And jumping on to Toronto Defiant now. He's just been a superstar for North American region.
So it'll be Toronto controlling the high ground. So talking about M80 trying to get control of it. Spectre comes out on the Tracer early, but now actually goes we'll swap over and play the Far here. So trying to knock some of these players off the high ground. Gets a few, it looks like.
Yeah, got a few. A lot of people have mobility though, so it's pretty easy to get back up. Ideally you knock Merit off, but didn't end up working out, unfortunately. Tough rotations here from M80. Tree's got a long sideline to kind of look down upon that point. But the problem is, everybody's kind of looking his way as well. They end up trading Spectra for Mario. Someone just jumps into the back line. Just kind of, again, walk all over M80. This is a real
You will see sometimes they just ignore the Sigma, right?
Yes.
Like someone just kind of stomps on in and like, who cares about the Sigma damage coming in? Just delete the back line and get rid of Tree. And then at that point you kind of turn and the Sigma's in a really difficult spot, right? Kind of stuck between the Maga and the rest of the other team. So they're doing a nice job getting past that Sigma shield. And really, I mean, there's nothing, we've seen this comp kind of play out so much over time now. I feel like the Sigma versus the Maga, where the Maga is just so strong. A little bit of a different look with the Ashe in the mix, but it still seems like the same results.
Yeah, Tree kind of predicting that. Two people were going to peek. That barrage so good from Sugar Free. Still the cardiac overdrive mixed in there with it. So every single rocket that's landing is connecting. A little bit of healing, plus obviously the damage resist. Good team kill by Toronto Defiant. 50% of building on the percent bank.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if they go aggressive with the rush. We saw them do it in the last round. Kalush steps out, gets some extra help with the kinetic grasp, then now come back, get ignited by the Maga and lose all of it. But yeah, do not be surprised if they try and take a fast fight here behind this rush.
And they're going for it, called it perfectly there. Matt Barrage from Spectre to try and even the score. Unfortunately, once again, shut down by someone. Very strange fight to actually take place. RuPaul, oh, he's dodging a weave it. He ends up killing the Lamb, no one else to fall. There's the team kill on Toronto Defiant, but still made it a little bit costly for MAT. They managed to burn their window and the Barrage.
Yeah, Barrage and Matrix ended up used there, right? To use a rush really early on. You can come back for Toronto. You're going to have your own sound barrier and cage fight. So cage fight potential here with Deadeye, cage fight potential with Barrage coming up here for Toronto. So still in a fantastic spot.
Deadeye for Merit is going to be, once again, hard to weave around the fight, but they've been doing this over and over again. Sugar Free takes one angle, Merit takes the other. Just pincer M80 in this small corridor. Sugar Free gets the better of Spectre in this regard, and with this cage, it's going to be a tough fight now for M80. They do end up using that sound barrier to stay alive, and Kalush just hops into the cage, and that's a giant flux. Someone is so low. A rock to the back, and he's sent back to Sport, as M80 still control this point here, Matt.
Yeah, that's huge that they're able to live through a lot of that, right? The Deadeye ended up being used to just kind of get rid of the Bob, but the sound barrier plus the cage fight used there for Toronto, and M80, with their flux in their own beat, able to live on through it. So pretty big fight win there for M80 if they're going to get back into this one.
All right, wonder how Sugar Free is going to use this barrage. I feel like most of the time it's just used it to counter Spectre Zone, which is kind of in the air at the time, just stationary, and then an easy kill for Sugar Free, just lands on top of his head.
It's going to go high here.
He's going
to go over the top, it looks like.
Oh, expecting a whole team there, but everybody's already gone. Who do you need?
No, they're just circling each other here.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to, if you're M80, you can stall this out for OT. There's the window on the high ground. Sugar Free instantly jumping up onto the... yeah, a little rough, though. Getting up onto that high ground's pretty easy, but you get instantly deleted. Even if they weren't even shooting through the window, the focus fire was too good as M80 on 90% trying to punish someone who's almost going to get away. Gets the mega health back, but the barrage on top from Spectre. Perfect play there from the far.
That feels worth. Yeah, it feels absolutely worth not letting the Maga live. Nice shot there on the Sugar Free. M80 looks like they're going to be able to steal around here, so they're battling back.
Okay. Yeah, really nice proactive play there by Spectre. You let someone get away, there's a chance they get someone back to the point. He sustains everybody with a cardiac overdrive, and the fight could look a lot different. But very worth using the barrage.
Toronto looking to potentially change things up. We saw them run this comp the other day during their match. They bring in the Winston, they bring in an Ana into the mix, right? As the Sigmund not really great, against the Ana, not like a Diva, for instance. So, and then also obviously the Ana awesome min combination with the Winston.
It was a 2-on-1 affair last time they did meet on Oasis, so kind of reminiscent of the last series they played together in the upper brackets. But yeah, like you were saying, someone on the Winston. A little bit of Ana action from RuPaul, who went crazy on the Ana last time around. It was ridiculous showing from him. It looks like it's actually going to cause M80 to do almost a wholesale swap up here.
Yeah, so they'll just have a Tracer to kind of mirror, and then same with the Cassidy, right? The Cassidy way sturdier than the Ashe, especially against the Winston, who even with the coach gun can definitely catch them out. That's going to be a 3-player bio here.
Oh, so
everybody getting wiped up.
So clean with it. There's all the backboards to throw those nades on. He's one of my favorite support players to watch, I think, that being RuPaul. Unable to save Merit, unfortunately, but I'm going to be honest, it should be an easy clean up here for someone. Everybody is pretty damn low, and they've already got the point as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to kind of push on in. They want to allow Vega actually ends up dying. They actually wanted to allow RuPaul to end up farming up that nano on someone, just kind of taking some free damage in the choke, but they lose to Lucio, so definitely a bit scary here for the Defiant.
Yeah, nano boost onto someone. Here we go. Playtime's over for M80's backline, although someone decides against it, is actually going to turn tail and actually look for a kill onto Kalush. Yeah, Kalush, the only person from M80 that didn't manage to escape through hookah. And now Spectre just trying to get as much damage in, maybe find a random pick here. Merit is going to be the target, but doesn't fall over to it. And that'll be 50% and counting for Toronto to find as M80 regroup.
Yeah, and the last time there was no answer for like when they have the nano, they have end up with primal rage, right? There's really no answer for it. So RuPaul getting in a corner.
Oh, the classic. Oh, surely Kalush. Wait.
There's no way he didn't see him, right?
He didn't see him. Oh, the nade. It didn't end up landing. Sound barrier comes in. Liar. Just gracing everybody. Oh, wait! What?
That was like, we're going to make such a sick play, and then they just beefed every portion of it.
An unbelievable beef. MV boop.
Yeah, I mean, it started as a pretty awesome play, a pretty awesome flank there from RuPaul, and it ended up as a sideshow flank. The nade really kind of didn't get much, and then someone at the primal gets knocked off the side. So it could be an opening here for M80, right? You get high ground, you have the point control now, and some ultimates used in that previous fight. So could be a window to bounce back.
Nice boop there from Liar. Oh, an even better boop from Vega. How about some of your own medicine, says Liar. Trying to boop Liar away. Sorry, not Liar, Vega away. Kalush, unfortunately, off of the map. Quick reset here from M80. 75% for Toronto Defiant. 3 ults to use too. They might just go early.
Yeah, it's a really nice play from Vega, right? Getting to the high ground, the M Matrix dropped, and just knocking, just getting the boop off the side, right? Preventing any kind of that damage kind of coming on through there. Is you'll be able to get the nano boost onto someone here. You got a Deadeye here as well as Toronto in a fantastic spot to close it out.
Good rock.
It's going to be the Flux in response to the nano on the Winston. Nice stick there from Spectre.
Perfect pick from Spectre. Yeah, that pulse bomb connecting to RuPaul. You see someone there, Matt, he was like half HP, kind of looking around, like, where's my heals? Like, RuPaul's right behind me. Little did he know, he had a pulse bomb stuck to his face.
Yeah, and he had the benefits of the nano, so they get absolutely no value there from that nano boost. So, the first time, obviously a pretty decent nano. This next time, though, they've really got absolutely nothing there, where it was Spectre getting a huge pick on a RuPaul. So now, I mean, still a long way for M80 to kind of get back into it, but probably got another 2 fights here they got to win.
Spectre dancing with death there against Sugar Free, and with Merit on and off angle. Point is going to get capped. Wow. M80 just let that one go for free. High noon too to push them all the way back. It's going to be emergency touches here. Dodges the rock. Spectre on the sidelines, low HP, potentially 1. Throws the flashbang around the corner, does end up missing, but Spectre is still kind of struggling to get any work done on the off angle because Sugar Free is just hounding him down. Primal Rage for someone. Oh, and this is his playground right now. Although a high noon from Treat does send him back onto the high ground. Does M80 try and find this flip? Is there someone from Toronto to touch? No, there isn't. So M80 actually get the retouch and reflip.
Yeah, as Kalush got hit with a bio, so had to back up, and that was allowed Toronto to get onto the point first. This is huge, and you have sound barrier. Looks like M80 wants to go.
Yeah, get out of there, get out of there. Toronto out. Use your sound barrier, that's fine. We've got double support coming up. No one can die here if you are Toronto Defiant. In fact, it's actually a tree that ends up falling. I mean, this is just too easy now. Yeah, just nano Sugar Free, why not? Just get him in there, cleaning everybody up. Well, he spots Ultraviolet, who's made a nice little escape there up onto the high ground, but quickly chased by someone. Oh, and that's all over now. 99% for Toronto Defiant, and what looks like a perfect fight there from M80. But just like their upper bracket game is a 2-1 affair on Oasis. Well, wait until people die first. But Tree and the last stag.
You never know, Jack.
M80, they could come back.
Kalush back on the Doom.
He's back. Oh, Sugar Free. No, there it is. A 2-1 affair on Oasis as Toronto Defiant locking their first map.
Yeah, a pretty competitive map between these two teams, kind of really similar to what we saw earlier in the winner bracket between the two. But Toronto comes out on top, and but M80 definitely had an opportunity to take that one, right? Tree gets picked off though, maybe pushing up with the rest of the team, maybe trying to go into the spawn, trying to get a stagger. But those are the type of mistakes you can't make against a team like Toronto, because they get that kill on the tree, and there's nothing M80 can do. Toronto just kind of storms on back, takes the point, and it's not competitive after that.
Yep, let's jump into some highlights for the next map. Midtown, by the way. Toronto's choosing. Yeah, so really close. I mean, felt a little bit closer than their game yesterday. We'll see if this is still the same kind of vibe here as we jump on to Midtown's our next map. I think Laya, I'm assuming got the Laya highlight package here with the boop onto someone. Very rarely do you see a booped Primal Rage straight off the side of the map. I mean, how much ult charge is that? Near 1,000 HP is something disgusting.
And I'm curious, kind of, with Midtown coming up, I think the thing that is so good for Toronto is just the versatility, right? You can play, Maga, they can play Sigma, they can play the Winston. So we have not seen, M80 kind of, move away from this Sigma type setup. They do have obviously a lot of time before EWC, but I think that's going to be like essential, right? I mean, don't know kind of what's in store in terms of patching and balancing and whatnot, right? But you feel like you're going to need to be able to play something other than this, especially when we see NA versus like EMEA and then APAC.
Yeah, I mean the Korean teams, they look as scary as ever. Who's really surprised? They might end up just taking it all, but you never know. I mean, maybe NA's got something up their sleeves. They want a little bit of revenge, I think, especially against the Korean teams.
I think right now they're just playing not to be like the bottom region there, right? So you look like you have a Oceanic and Latam, right? Who don't have like a OWCS, so it's kind of expected, maybe not as developed, right? But when you look at like the EMEA competition and then APAC, right? China going to be at EWC. It's like for NA, you're like, all right, like let's try and find some map wins somewhere. That's kind of what you're looking at, where especially with what's going on with Timeless, you're really looking at these two teams to step up.
Yeah, there was a really good video that Toronto Defiant released recently on their YouTube channel, just kind of showed the behind the scenes and the insights to the team and the players individually going into Dallas, and also after their loss at Dallas as well, how they were kind of feeling, how they thought the whole event kind of went as a whole. And it was a really nice insight to the team. I love documentary style videos like that. It's a really nice insight into something that the general audience doesn't normally get to see, so it's worth checking out. And of course, just claiming maps off of some of the Korean teams is what they want, because Toronto Defiant and M80 probably NA's best hopes, man.
So give us a breakdown. What'd you learn from the video?
What I learned is that they were extremely disappointed with their performance, and I think I remember RuPaul saying something along the lines.
I mean,
I was going to elaborate, man. If you just let me finish.
Yeah. Oh, what I learned from their, video was that they were extremely disappointed by their extremely disappointing result.
RuPaul was saying, I think if I remember this correctly, he was saying, I think we went a bit too hard in the paint, and we just put too much stress and pressure on ourselves. You just didn't let me finish, man.
You should just let off with that. Well, I mean, Johnny asked that a little bit ago. I think somebody. I think they were interviewing somebody in Toronto. He's like, "Oh, how do you feel after Dallas?" Like, well, they obviously don't feel great. But I think going a little bit too hard in the paint, I think that can be a thing, right? You can over practice, you can over scrim, right? I think that's definitely a thing, especially when maybe your practice you don't kind of feel is the best, right? You're just kind of practicing to practice as opposed to getting something meaningful out of it. So I definitely think that's something that's really interesting that now we learn from that. I think we all had a good idea though that they were sad with their performance.
Like I said, worth watching the video if you haven't done already. Well, we're jumping on to Midtown now, Toronto's pick. What do you expect we're going to see from M80 here?
Sigma. That's all we're going to see from M80. You're not going to see anything else. It is going to be Sigma with an Ashe or Cassidy, and then either a Tracer or a Pharah. That is all that M80 kind of plays. Toronto, they can play. We've seen them. I think they played Winston maybe even on this map the other day when they played against M80, so potentially to even see some kind of like dive come out here.
I'll have to wait and see. Toronto on the defense. Do like RuPaul's Ana, yeah, Ana defense, Merit on the Ashe. It's been cool to see a lot more Ashe recently. Obviously, it was just Perma, Soj, Cass most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe is always a super fun hero, right? You know, ever since she kind of entered the game. Liar as a really, you know, is kind of thinking about
very compassionate
Toronto,
human
ask
being.
if they're feeling any better.
Very compassionate.
Yeah. Nice guy, Liar.
I like Liar. My goat. So Lenny has worked from home. And Ham. Oh. Another pigeon there. See? Devilish eyes. Devilish.
Lenny never putting in the Spectra. I am starting to worry about
Spectra is
Spectra.
starving. 5th or 6th time that's been brought to our attention. Vega doing the classic dad joke. High starving. Let's get an M80 listening though on their first attack here. Or first defense.
Use that.
Carry left. Carry left.
In a lot of position. Where's
Carry alley. Carry alley. Carry alley.
I'm fighting two.
I sure. Yo, I wanna. I can't do it.
Yo, kill it. Come left side. Liar.
Okay, I'm coming.
I have the recall. Kill it.
I don't their main stuff.
You can shoot her a little bit, Colin. I think. I have the recall. I have the
Slow, I'm slow.
Play long fight. Stay there, Anna.
Yeah.
I'm marking there.
Yo, keep left.
Yeah,
GT beat out. Tracer's still behind us. Care.
Colin slow. I'm going left.
I'm in left.
I'm in left.
Yeah, I'm tapping. Ash main right now.
So Colin.
I need care. Monkey above.
Really slow.
I'm a little stuck here. We need to push our right side.
Tracer by.
No nade.
Please.
Nice, we're even.
I'm killing.
I'm calling.
Keep going.
Tracer Q.
How on earth are Toronto Defiant with this after Tree just went diabolical like on that point, showing why he's one of the hottest prospects in NA. That was ridiculous performance from Tree there.
Yeah, Tree, I mean, every time we go to his POV, he does something that is just like unreal. Being able to just turn, you know, headshot 2 players on the Cassidy, kill them instantly. But it doesn't result in a point take, right? I know it's still a lot of time here for M80, but Toronto just so, you know, well-trained in those situations to be able to kind of extend.
Oh yeah, and that's another big stagger here. 2 minutes gone, 1 tick on the board for M80. Real rough, yeah, like you said, very well drilled and practiced there. You can see the discipline.
Yeah, it's also pretty difficult for them to make it through the choke for M80, right? You're not running the Lucio. You're kind of playing with the Brig in place, right? So you want to try and deter someone and Sugar Free from just getting to the backline and causing chaos. It seems like they end up doing that anyway. So that's a nice accretion that you just burn someone down.
Yeah, burn someone down. Yeah, Primal Rage 2, you definitely know who's trying to click that. Riley gets popped for Liar, trying to keep the team alive. Spectre also pretty low, needs some desperate assistance, but with UV dead, Kalush trying to make something of this fight. At least hits the Flux and the kill onto RuPaul, but how long can Kalush actually stay in this fight? Because someone is already back.
No, and I mean, you're not even going to make it to the point, right? I mean, this is where you don't have the speed, right, to kind of close the gap. Ana, I know some of these players coming back from the spawn. So now Kalush goes over to, okay, yeah, I was going to say he's not going to play Doom. Kalush goes over to the D.Va. So this this feels like the exact same kind of series we watched the other day, where now they'll try and play this D.Va into the Winston. I know D.Va pretty good at dueling the Winston, but now you have Primal and Nano. I mean, fantastic setup here.
Yeah, it's going to be a horrible day to be a backliner if you're M80 right now with that delicious combo from someone. High Noon popped. Oh, he's only just out of that. Oh my god. I mean, come on. He was only just out of that lamp there as someone just rips the Primal Rage straight in front of his face. Takes a little bit of damage, but the Nano absorbed a lot of that. 18 seconds to go. Tree with the emergency Genji switch, but Spectre's already dead. It's actually back to Casti already.
Yeah, it's just a dash in the spawn to get a little bit, you know, closer. Try and get even further towards that point as Kalush trying to get a touch. He gets slapped.
Oh no! Someone woke him up.
Wakes him up.
Someone woke him up.
And Tree gets Sugar
There's no
Free.
way.
You have to win now. Tree, antied, looking for Merit. He's got to find these kills. Oh, someone waking up the D.Va, although they don't sleep for too long anymore, of course, tanks. But that might have been the difference maker. Merit is down. Kalush has lost the mech, but Liar's got Rally and he's holding firm. Tree is, again, just unbelievable on this Cassidy.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush used here by Toronto, so they still obviously want to fight this, but man, Tree too strong is, I know that ended up waking up Kalush, allowing him to touch the point, will get M80 a cap. So they unlock that first checkpoint. We'll see how far they can get the payload, but not a ton of time.
We'll call that like the flu brain, like, whoops, my bad. Jumping on the Winston and yeah, accidentally Tesla canceling. Can happen to anybody. But that could have been the round too. That could have been a full hold there. At least Toronto Defiant do get high ground pretty quickly. They did reset fast.
Yeah, so, I mean, Liar ends up falling there as, do you get a trade of the Tracers, though?
Use your shield.
RuPaul informing him to use his shield.
10-4, surely, not 2-4.
Well, I think he potentially, we don't see the scoreboard, could be saying that he is 2-4.
Oh, I see. So true, actually.
Right.
D.Va just getting rolled. Classic D.Va style in this meta. D.Va, Jake was saying obviously before, like, really not that much of a good pick right now.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good to have to play D.Va, right? You'll see a Sigma swap yet again, but we kind of know how this goes, right? Without, especially look at this. I mean, playing from this position without the Lucio, right? Like, how do you're gonna have to take like a full team fight just to get out of spawn?
Yeah, the payload's moving back this whole time as well. Pulse bomb lands on Vega, all good. Puts the pulse in the wall with his shield, and he lives to tell the tale. High noon, Tree push back into the spawn doors. Sees another angle to shoot the gun, but no, someone just leaps on out of there. Now Bob is going to come join the fray. Tree a little bit more scared of that than perhaps he should be, but the door right now is being held by him and the rest of his team. Well, they're getting torn to ribbons right now, Matt, as they're getting spawn held.
Yeah, somebody was on the payload for a little bit, but you know, not going now, as yeah, you're just getting spawn killed. But you also, you know, can't really get down. I mean, you're just gonna have to manufacture picks to get out. As Tree goes over to Hanzo, fires off some storm arrows there, just trying to get maybe get a cheeky pick onto the Ash coming out of the spawn.
All right, Spectra. Just trying to make someone move. Yeah, there you go. He's off the point now. Doesn't want to get rocked by Collusion, just blown up. No Primal Rage to kind of back him up there.
They could engage with Rally here if they really wanted to.
Very well could. Or maybe just wait for Sugar Free to get a pulse, and then if that doesn't successfully land, maybe go for something else. Overtime in section. Spectre on the point. Here comes the rally. That nade is absolutely ginormous, though, from RuPaul. Can they focus down Liar? That whole time he wasn't healing. That Inspire was not proccing for him. So despite the rally going off, it did not matter. Toronto Defiant holding that payload just through car wash. As, well, what should have been realistically a full hold there.
It should have been a full hold, yeah.
M80 getting some decent ground on second.
Yeah, M80 is pretty fortunate to even kind of get the payload moving, like you'd mentioned, right? Where, you know, they're able to kind of make something happen in OT. A phenomenal bio grenade there from RuPaul. It's a rally on both sides, but obviously the Toronto one a bit better. I know with the anti going on to M80, the immortality field there from UV probably kept it going a little bit longer than what it actually should have been. So really nice stuff on defense there from the Defiant as I mean, look, they've just continued to be awesome here in NA. I think it's definitely, I mean, how close are we getting to these pitches? I mean,
too close.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting like inside of them at this point. But I think though, you know, Mitch and I have talked a lot about it, where you expect this from Toronto and NA, right? Like, I want to see them do it against international competition, right? I think that's kind of what this team was designed to. Like, I think it's awesome that they, you know, they're the best team in NA. They obviously are. They work extremely hard to get there. I think though that everybody wants to see them do this against, you know, teams from APAC, teams from EMEA, right? And I think they have the talent to do so.
Yeah, the talent's there. The classic phrase. The talent's there.
We don't have to say that anymore.
Well, the talent is there, though. But that's fine.
Well, in this case, you're actually correct. The talent is definitely there.
Whoa, Merit on the Widow. I love what I'm seeing. Oh, Widow on this map, a little bit tricky sometimes.
especially when you go into enemy tracer, but I think Sugar-Free will be playing point guard, making sure Merit has a bit of a free time to shoot on the back line.
Yeah, you can force some really long sight lines though, right? And going against the Cassie, no Ashe on the other side, you can definitely make it scary for Tree to just kind of like poke out.
You see Merit it's like a 3-person rotation through the streets there with Vega and Sugar-Free. Merit still hunting for that headshot, but they are suppressing M80. Just Merit's sheer presence, the literal aura from Merit right now. Quite strong, powerful, most would say.
Yeah, they're just like forcing them into really odd positions, right? That they obviously would not want to play from. That's a huge pick-off, though. They push into the choke, they get someone. That's pretty huge.
Now it's do not lose anybody challenge. Unfortunately, challenge failed. Tree and Lyre end up going down to RuPaul and Merit. Merit still hunting for kills. Spots the BAP. Oh, what a predictive shot. Needs to kill Lamp first. Oh, and he wins the duel. Of course he does. Merit with 2 kills in this fight. And, well, guess who's back? It's someone.
Oh, and they lose Kaluj. I was like, oh, maybe you can do something here with Spectre with a pulse bomb, right? But someone's able to get back, obviously, on the Winston so fast. And now look at this, Jack. I mean, Toronto doesn't have much for the payload to run as Tree takes a shot there from Merit. They don't have much for the payload to go. Nano turns into Primal, right? Because you're that close with some of the damage. And then you have Kitsune Rush, Infrasight. I mean, you're going to have everything here. They're in such a good spot to just end it.
This is such a tricky head glitch as well. Where Merit is playing right now, it's so hard to kill the Widow. This little box here, yeah, good luck hitting an arrow like that. In fact, Kalush is just going to use the shield to stop Merit getting away with anything crazy. Infosight's popped as they now make their move.
Yeah, this is going to allow the payload to just kind of like move up.
They're moving
no real defense here from M80. Yeah, I mean, you're getting all this space for free. M80 has to jump down and contest here. So Kalush goes down to half HP. So, oh, that's kind of brutal. Now the Nano Winston coming through.
Kitsune Rush. Okay. Matt, I think it's over. I think that was it. I think all ults were popped.
It looks like...
and that's pretty much over, yeah. Toronto Defiant,
it looks like
in a blink of an eye, just destroy M80's defense there. Everybody hit Q at once. Merit didn't even need to do anything. All good.
Kalush goes down, and he's like contesting the payload at that moment, gets hit with a pulse bomb. Then just someone on the Winston goes up to the high ground with the Nano. They TP in Kitsune Rush from there as well. I mean, it's just over. Yeah. I mean, there's just really nothing you do.
Yeah, I mean, Kalush is stepping forward too. I mean, you said like, oh, he's half HP. He's having to like get back, using the hands, and then whoop, straight around the back, Sugar-Free, popping that pulse bomb on the back of his head, and that was it. Nano boost, rush, everything. The payload was in such a weird position to hold as well for a team that wants to play poke style with the Sigma. In the car wash itself, in the underground, like good luck playing that. Like you forego the high ground or you just have to have your Tracer perma touch point. And yeah, it just got rolled over.
In the way I kind of felt about the series the other day, and I'm starting to kind of feel a little bit about the same way the series today, is that like if Tree wasn't on M80, this would be like a 15-minute ordeal. It feels like every time like they're seeing success, it's like off the back of Tree rounding a corner, ending up just two-tapping people with Cassidy or whatnot.
Look at these kills, by the way.
I mean, yeah, insane.
There was the first kill from Tree came onto RuPaul. Just 1, 2, 3, just boom, erased him from the map. And that's like a big go sign too, because with RuPaul dead, like you're not going to fear the nades. You can just jump onto the back line. Like Tree was just gross in this map, especially on their attack. It was just rough for them to get it done. It's just Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, I mean,
a team diff here feels like.
Like it's so phenomenal from Tree. Like obviously in a loss, right? But I mean, you can't see the talent. I mean, I think you're just stupid. I mean, he's so good.
Yeah,
as this is Merit here. I mean, Merit also fantastic, right? I mean, the shot on the UV, then just get rid of the immortality field. This is the end. This is I mean, look at the amount of damage, and then also still has the primal, right? I mean, still under the effects of even the Nano after that, right? So no way M80 was going to be able to fight through that.
Yeah, absolutely no way. 2-0 right now for Toronto. Is it going to be a 4-0? I mean, Zoe and Jake were There's signaling to me on the desk that it was going to be a 4-0, but I mean, Johnny was also, you know, he was never any of that. He was waiting for the
Johnny's never sure.
New Queen Street.
Yeah, I see the Discord. He tries to get as many predictions as he can.
Did you see the edited thing on the Discord? Like, just every map, like, updating it.
They're like, no, you can only predict one score for this game, but he still picks like 3.
We're going to jump to a quick break. New Queen Street up next. That is M80's pick. Don't go anywhere. All right, lock in. Toronto are up 2-0. We've got a new Queen Street map.
Yeah, home buff here for Toronto.
So true.
It's,
so true.
It's, maybe, you know, for M80, you can definitely play like Sigma and Colosseo, right? Esperanza you probably stay away from, but we don't really know kind of how the ban went down as we end up here on New Queen Street, which this could be a map where Toronto could definitely play either Winston or Maga, right? I know pretty close sightlines here on Toronto, so could end up being a pretty good map pick for them.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, M80 been running mainly with the Sigma. We'll see. Little Kaluge Winston.
This would be a big change, right? We have not seen really Kaluge play anything outside of Sigma. Yep.
Still starving, guys. Vega is still fifth time
like
in a row.
reads this guy or something.
He's getting paid per joke, I think. All right. Toronto rolling out with Winston. No surprise there. Merritt actually on the Soldier. Saw a little bit of this the other day, actually, from Quartz on this map. And Spectra on on the Trob.
M80, it is the Torb
time.
Cassidy Diva. So fairly well, it's like odd. You're like somewhat anti-dive, but then you're also playing Karika Lucio, so you're like you like kind of want to go fast and have fast fights. So we'll see how they try and play.
Hits E.
Torb can potentially be fast, yes. Would not categorize him as a hero that would like to continue to go fast, though.
Yeah. Once the E runs out, you're a little sorry for yourself, in all honesty. Uh-oh. Tree dead. Not good. Carry down. Come on, Spectra.
Hey, I tell you what, when we did that thing at the Telestrator with you and Johnny, you looked Torb height.
Everybody looks Torb height with Johnny standing next to the map. What?
Not really.
Not really. He's like 6'9".
Matt, you look like a garden gnome I purchased from Home Depot.
I've had pictures next to Johnny. I swear I didn't look.
No, you are trolling.
Yeah, you looked extra tiny today.
Matt, come on.
Would I troll?
Would you troll? Yes. Your whole persona is that you just troll and you just say words that you don't understand.
I mean, that's just quite hurtful. I feel like I was just stating facts.
So am I.
What
facts hurt, Matt.
All of us observe.
Spectra's dead.
Spectra gets hit with a bio grenade.
Dead.
The fact is he is now dead.
Unfortunate circumstances there for Spectra.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, at least his turret's still alive. Oh, it's dead.
They could have never predicted these events.
Yeah. Well, checkpoint unlocked for Toronto.
Checkpoint, man. All right. So that's both support ults used there, though, for the Defiant. Merit getting sneaky here on a flying.
There's no way this works. Surely not. Yeah, most of it eaten by the Matrix. Yo, what's going on? That's why you play D.Va. All right. Well, that was an ult of all time. Pulse bomb coming through from Sugar Free as well. I did hear that Suzu go off from Ultraviolet. They get down. Good start. All right. M80 locked in. So is Spectra. Look at him go. Look how fast the Torb is. Look how fast he goes.
Pretty nice. But can they get anything out of it, right? I mean, you're down now 70+ meters. Trying to play the Torb here is someone in co. They'll be back. This is sleep bio combination is nice cleanse there.
Just in time. Cluj loses mech. That is disastrous, although there would have been a remech at the very least. All right, Primaration, someone. He sees blood in the water. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye, Spectra. Goodbye, my guy. High noon from a tree. Okay. Toronto, they may be having a little bit of fun with this one. Kaluj now asleep once again, and anti. RuPaul hot on the trigger with the antis and the sleeps onto D.Va. And Kaluj taken out before he could get the remake. My word, this is a map of all time.
And now the bot going to go the obviously other direction, deep into M80 territory. And you have this nano for someone yet again. They may actually try and push up and kind of get some players off of spawn. So 76 now here for Tree. So they'll bring out the legs here. But someone coming on in here on
Molten Core.
Torbolt.
Oh, someone is getting rolled by the Molten Core. Okay, spent a little bit too much time there. Actually kills Sugar Free of all things. 93 meters and counting. Still got to get Kaluj to touch that bot so it stops moving. There it is.
Another sleep on the Kaluj.
We take those any day of the week, and a nade too. But they are going to get wiped in the end, but still 90-meter lead.
And I love this weapon skin that Tree has as well. It's a phenomenal make. See, Tree's got all the camos on. If you saw, he's got the brand new Ash. Mid
yeah, he does. One. Yeah.
I mean, he's got everything.
It's camos like it's from COD. He's got the red tiger. He's got the. I don't know what other camos there are.
Yeah, you literally just named the one camo that everybody
knows
can name from Modern Warfare 2.
Autumn,
like,
no, full camo. And then Blue Tiger, obviously digital.
There's Blue Tiger and the Red Tiger. Yeah, you could just say Tigers. Kasune rush here.
Dead again. TP there away for Vega. Trying to demake Kaluj has been quite difficult there for someone in the 1v1. Soundbarrier comes in for M80. Spectre's trying to make his way back ASAP, but someone pops.
Soundbarrier's pretty good.
Soundbarrier is pretty decent.
Soundbarrier kind of keeps everybody out.
Apart from Kaluj, they've got to get this demake surely. There it is. Yeah, force the self-destruct, but they should be able to kill him just beforehand. That bubble, no, not quite. Sugar Free had to hit the recall there to avoid himself getting blown up by the self-destruct.
Yeah, you're able to form these nanos so fast, right? As RuPaul feels like every other fight has one, so now able to kind of give that over to someone, see if they can kind of maybe track down Tree up here at the high ground. It's actually they just get Kaluj right away.
Instantly just collapsing on Kaluj. Tag visor from Tree from downtown. Sounds good on the gun too. That skin's got a couple extra sound effects as well.
And they just kind of needed to get something going, right? I know you're down tremendous here. Is M80 trying to use the visor there on the high ground? Maybe you feel like you can get a pick or two. But now they're going to come back with a pulse bomb, being able to kind of go into your spawn, and then also attack visor from Merit as Kaluj now will play the Winston.
All right, yeah, deciding against the D.Va eventually. Yeah, the Winston does feel a little bit better. Even with historically D.Va being good at kind of taking down Winston, it just feels so weak against so many other players. And the amount of sleeps and stuff RuPaul has been landing, it's real tough for him to get anything by.
So you do have the brig now for Toronto, right, to kind of help protect RuPaul with a potential dive coming on in. So you don't have the kind of strength that the Kariko has, right, in terms of having the Suzu and the rush, but a little bit more defensive. Nice
Good.
Suzu there from
good
UV.
Suzu after a decent stick there, but wow, look at that. You saw Ultraviolet jump in, hit the Suzu, and like almost like animation cancel the ult, like threw everything into that fight to try and turn that one around, but wasn't that good. He's like, you really playing the Winston? That's not like you. Oh my god, dude, I love Sugar Free. All right, back into the spawn with you, M80.
It was a really good attempt from UV, I'll say.
Someone help Spectra! No! Oh, Shufri dies to the Molten Core again.
Shufri just stands in
once
it.
again. Unfortunately, though, someone, Juggle Master extraordinaire there on the Winston, and this might just be a full cap. Oh, what a boop onto Laya. Oh, they can't quite get it. Nano boost deployed onto Merit. Ultraviolet desperately trying to heal his frontliners up. A nice sleep, in fact, onto the Soldier. But this rally coming through from Toronto Defiant should see them through the map. And there it is. Toronto Defiant with a full completion on New Queen Street and on match point.
Yeah, they look great. Yeah. I mean, M80 not really kind of posing much of a threat here at the moment. NA has really been Toronto dominating people and then everybody else reasonably close with each other. I would have loved to see actually kind of like a competitive match between Timeless and M80, but obviously things happen and we don't get that. So this one though kind of going the way we expected. I'd love to see M80 though, between now and EWC put together some other comps. I'm sure they probably will, right? I know they probably felt that it was pretty straightforward for them to qualify, and I know maybe they need to kind of go that hard to do so, but I think to actually make some noise at EWC, you're gonna have to put together some stuff better than this.
Well, Toronto still looking like the good old selves, honestly. 3-0 match point. Desks. So he's laughing at me.
Well, why are you shrugging?
I'm not shrugging. It's
he's doing the select smiling. He's just like, oh well.
Desk, shrug.
Desk. Thoughts on that?
If we have to talk to the desk.
I agree with Matt here. You have to agree with Matt here. Surely when it's about $1 million prize pool, even M80 will wake up and prep a little bit for this one. Maybe Kalush comes out of his not retirement. So we see how that works out for them. For now though, let's still break down the action, even though it was a more one-sided affair. For Toronto Defiant, they're not dropping a beat. They're still having fun with it. All chat is going crazy as well. Also, please, can someone feed the M80 guys? Now, Liar complained in all chat that he's not being fed.
Give him a piece of fruit or something.
Yeah, just give him something.
Somebody give this guy a banana.
Some fructose.
Someone give him a banana.
Yeah. But, I mean, Toronto Defiant, they came out, guns are blazing, they want to wrap this thing up as well. And Sugar Free on the Pharah, as well as someone on the Mauga, just feels like they've leveled up their composition, being able to have Merit and Sugar Free take different kind of flanks to hit poke damage to force abilities that then give someone the opportunity to go in with the overrun and get on top of your opponent. Did that really well, and then close things out with this Winston composition, Jake, that has just been kind of like the ace up their sleeve against the M80 as a roster.
They're really the only team in North America that really is confident when it comes to the Winston Ana style, but so powerful into the Sigma. RuPaul with his Ana, so impactful. Even against the Diva, I mean, he's finding sleeps and nades. So against the Sigma, it's light work for RuPaul. And then you've got a tank like Winston, or like someone on the Winston, just diving in, cleaning up, cleaving things apart. And I mean, it's just textbook play here. This is the counter to Sigma. This is what I would tell anybody to play. But, just NA, people just don't have the skill to execute a comp like this consistently every time. Toronto are making it look easy, but this is a pretty complex comp to play. It's very easy to be punished, very easy to make mistakes. Ana doesn't have a whole lot of support. You could get run over on the front line, but if everybody is this good, this is one of those comps that just has some of the highest potential in all of Overwatch.
But this is what makes me so worried if you're looking at the international competition, because we're looking at the Korean teams and they love to play dive. They love to play Winston, and they're so good at it. So if you don't have that in your wheelhouse, You're going to struggle.
So one thing though, and it was funny we saw Merit come out and play the Soldier 76, which is actually something he's done on Busan Sanctuary as well, because you do a lot of rotation there. But now, especially with the Soldier nerfs, Soldier 76 might even be a better card on a map like that, for example. And I remember that you actually told me a story of when you were trying out Merit for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah.
And you were impressed.
We tried out hit scan meta, and we were like, we had everyone play. At that time, it was like, Cassidy and Ashe were like the only hit scan you would ever consider playing, maybe a little bit of Widowmaker. And so in our tryouts, we had people play mirror matches to see, who's better, not have too much comp matter. But I was like, we should make sure everyone plays a Soldier game, even though Soldier was like really, really out of meta. Because I'm like, you never know. And it turned out that season we had a Soldier meta. So Merit, just one of those players who, for me, can kind of bring it to any of these hit scans. His mechanics are so good, but he's a very, very intelligent player as well. So I'm not worried about anything thrown his way.
Gator is getting ready, taking a swim as we're heading into this next map. You guys ready for this? This is going to be a quick one, 4-0. Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Pineapple pizza. Everybody was like, yes, yes, no, no. Spectra, I'm starving. I'm starving. Yeah. Okay. We know. Don't worry, Spectra. We'll end this soon. You can get some food.
It's like he's in the, when they show like sometimes in the movies where they're stuck in the desert and they just see like a lagoon just out there. Yeah, Mirage. Kalush flexing a little bit. Ramatra.
Okay, yeah.
So we get a Merit Farah game.
Legendary, honestly. Don't mind this whatsoever. They are taking some serious punishment there in the back line. From Merit specifically.
Yeah, Ultraviolet consistently low. Both supports here with a bio.
Oh, what a play from Merit. Conks the Immortality field, then directs Ultraviolet as he's flung into the skies. Luckily though, Lyre is also taken to the air. They do have cap at the point, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, M80 ends up getting control early on. I think just kind of like with Kalush pushing on in, but looks like someone back now going to go over the Doomfist here. Should be Toronto, flipping rather quickly. So nice start for Toronto early on in the fight, right? They just don't get the point first.
Yeah, so they lose about 35% or so to M80. God, this chat is as active as our last game.
Yeah, what in the world is going on?
I don't know. They're having a good time, though. Well, maybe apart from Spectre, he's 300. All right, Nano Boost for Toronto Defiant. Nano Merit, maybe? Nano Farah. Yeah, but Nano Farah, there it is. Ultraviolet, I'm not sure you're long for this world, unfortunately. Although 21 HP in a dream, Merit can't stay alive against Spectre. Gets chased down in the end, even the Nano Boost providing a... Oh, that damage mitigation just completely shrugged off by Spectre on the Tracer. Pulse Bomb lands, pancakes on the floor, sadly. RuPaul jumped out of the way, and here's the window as they run it down with Kalush jumping on the point.
Yeah, Toronto's just going to back off here for a little bit. They may end up, I was going to say, may end up giving up the point, but someone just kind of dashes on through. This is a rocket barrage from behind.
That's rough. Whoa, Sugar Free. The lone gunman there on the stairs does manage to find one. And that's the point.
Yeah, Kalush can't step up here. I mean, he's so weak.
Oh, they beat it. Oh, Lyre's hitting that two-man beat on Kalush. Kalush is dead, surely. Yeah, that Nemesis Form's going to run out. It was worth a try, Lyre. Did force Vega to use Sound Barrier, to be fair, but that is the first point.
Yeah. But it's still, Toronto pushed a little bit there by M80, but not really scared there in our first point. So for M80, okay, so this is where they actually have a little bit of an advantage now, right? Sigma versus Doom, right? This is where having the accretion's massive here. As that's Kalush hit with a bio. They'll have to just kind of like just keep him alive for now. But this is where they should make it really difficult on someone.
Man, RuPaul was playing a devious off angle. Oh my god, someone is just different on the Doomfist. Oh, and he's gonna get another too. He's gonna get another. Yeah.
He's playing a different game.
They are. Yeah.
I mean, also just tremendous support play, right? Being able to keep him alive, but. He's continuing to just kind of push forward. Like, just obviously zero respect here from someone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, they cut the point first this time around. I mean, RuPaul is ready to go in. Yeah, hits the Nano. Goodbye, Tree.
Yeah.
just gonna uprooted and destroyed by Sugar Free.
Get Jake in the comms.
Jake in the comms. Yo, get that Jake coaching in the comms.
Hey, it's me, Jake, in the comms. During the fourth map, just have him there the entire time.
What is happening right now? Merit is decided to go to the spawn. Now, bro, what am I witnessing? Massive coach gap this series. Why is Tree now on the Sombra? I mean, whatever, it worked to kill RuPaul, I guess.
To stop the Doom, they weren't able to stop the Doom.
You're actually not wrong,
so.
I don't think. And like, genuinely.
No, yeah, they weren't able to stop the Doom. So, and then Spectra, some reason, is now playing Cassidy, but so the point flips here.
Yeah, Sugar Free dead.
You also have RuPaul move away from the Ana, play the Krika here, so better for the cleanse here for the Doom, but that's the point flipped right back.
This has definitely been a day of Overwatch, I will say. The SA Finals just, I would say this pales into comparison to the SA Finals. The SA Finals was just legit insane. Oh, Kalush.
You know, I would say, like, you know, EMEA was like a really nice dinner, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, the SA Finals were like, you know, a really elegant dessert.
Sure. Yeah.
And then NA is just, you know, everybody went to the dive bar and got too drunk.
I was going to say,
and that's kind of what happened
dishwater you
here.
found out the side of a restaurant. Like, what is this? What am I witnessing? What am I witnessing right now?
The point is still the previous point.
Get a job.
What?
They're just chasing down Sugar Free to hack him. Oh my god. North American Overwatch. I'm here for it. I love it. Absolutely love it. He's doing it. He's doing it.
It's for M80. There's an opportunity for M80 to take this point. He's going to spawn camp him again.
Meanwhile, in the real fight, Spectra got a Deadeye kill onto Vega. Sound barrier used by Vega as well for Toronto Defiant. And M80, man, they claim the point.
Yeah, they take it.
Yeah.
Tree just spawn kills Sugar Free for, I don't know, maybe like 70% of the point. Fantastic stuff there from M80 is they get a point here tied up.
Hey, G's got EMP. He's been farming Sugar Free that much. Hello. You take those.
And Sugar Free, I mean, he's got to be extremely tilted just from constantly getting hacked.
We gotta find you a tree.
Now the rest of the team's getting involved.
Uh-oh. They want to find him. Sugar Free is also shooting every single corner possible, Matt, just to try and spy check him. EMP lands, and it's a big one too. Hits 4. Visor on the sidelines from Sugar Free, trying to spot the player up on the high ground, but unable to do so. Someone ends up diving into the back line and, yeah, quickly dealt with.
Hey, the Sombra's proven pretty difficult to deal with. I think Toronto may end up now having to make some more kind of serious adjustments to deal with it, right? So Sugar Free will end up playing the Tracer here. So typically you would see Merit kind of like play more of the hit scan, right? And Sugar Free end up playing, you know, something like a Genji, but at least now with the blade in hand, you're not gonna have like a real swap.
It's hard to dive in on these targets though. Oh, misses the virus, got the hack. There's the blade though. Nice little deflect, dashes straight out of that flux from Kalush. Still manages to connect with RuPaul, however. Merit doing a lot of damage with this blade, and speaking of blades, it's a primal one from someone trying to clean everybody up. Yeah, look at that. Chases down Tree, spots the Translocator being used. M80 lose control. Might be Toronto capping.
Yeah, I think actually RuPaul TP's in there on top of Merit. Merit actually, but as Merit's dashing out, so he actually ends up getting stuck in that flux, and the official, oh look at this, so now we have Kalush Maga. It's taken this long to see them play the Maga, as it'll be a Maga tour.
Two very burly gentlemen made their way to the point. I mean, he can't chase down Sugar Free anymore, sadly, I guess, on the Sombra, because he's playing Tracer, so... Well, the window's available. It could be pretty big here as someone gets out of there. Merit hits the deflect through the window, and here comes the sound barrier. Toronto Defiant having to try and deal with Spectre right now, unloading that high noon into their team, but it's all good. They out of the overhealth. Easy way to survive that Deadeye. And that'll be Toronto Defiant, you'd imagine, just capping this point now. UV getting staggered too. Trying to kill Mera, but it's not to be. Oh no, they're not duo staggering the Torb Lucio. Oh, liar.
No, liar's hiding.
No, my goat.
As we get a double tactical crouch and then an emote there.
Get in the heads of your enemies. They won't expect it.
So one more round here. One more point here for Toronto to end up closing it out as I mean, what is this? Okay, so it was like Sugar-Free Widow here potentially, but now it'll be the Sojourn here for Sugar-Free. Kitsune Rush plus Blade here. I mean, this should be very difficult to defend with no support all on the other side.
All right, the Rush is used as well. Oh, the Anime Blade from Merit takes Spectra clean out of the skies. Oh, and it's going to be reset after reset now. And there it is. Oh, Kaluge left on his lonesome, sadly. Torb Jax. No, he missed the Molten Core. Oh, Merit ends up going down. There we go, Toronto capping. Nice blade from Merit, though. Looking clean with it.
Yeah, really nice stuff. I mean, gets up high, no deals with that Pharah. Now back to the Bastion setup here for M80. So Bastion, no Lucio. I miss us, but then I miss Team USA.
Team
I think
USA
as well.
2025, let's go. Winnable. All right, Tree's 17th hero swap here. On Bastion now, rocking the London Spitfire skin with the little hat. Sugar-Free on off angle, 50% Matt already. Big flank as well. Ultraviolet not really standing a chance against this railgun. Luckily, though, he did end up missing. Tree in a little bit of trouble there. Got railed by Sugar-Free from across the map as someone used that Primal Rage. And yeah, he's just bunny hopping around the map at this point.
All right, but Spectra returns with two. Yeah, Collusion, the Roadhog, trying to make his way back to the point. You have Sound Barrier here if you want to, probably here for Toronto, but I don't know if it's even, yeah, I mean, you're not going to use it, but also would have been just probably extremely unnecessary, right? Is Spectra extremely low? Oh, there we go. Huge.
Okay.
Roadhog pops off. For a second there, Spectra was so weak, I thought they were just going to be able to finish him off, and then that was it.
What is Merit doing? What is he cooking? He's looking for somebody. Are you a little bit lost, or what, do you need GPS?
Yeah, he may have forgotten where the point was currently.
He's old said he's just turned off the HUD.
Or he's like trying to find Tree over there.
Yes, they're all on the point right now. Kalu's body blocking for Spectre, but yes, he just gets booped up into the sky. Matt, I think this is about it here. With Toronto Defiant just taking control of the point again. Who'd have thought? Spectra, you can finally go eat. Toronto Defiant are going to take the point up. Okay, well, after they kill Tree and then give him a little bag. And there it is. Toronto Defiant take the grand finals in a 4-0 fashion. And now, Spectra can feast.
Yeah, really dominant stuff from Toronto. Not too surprising with how they've looked throughout the entire Face It League thus far. And finally, Spectra can eat.
Whew. That's Saga.
Some really riveting stuff. I made a cup if you want to see my cup. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. So this will be some good entertainment for you guys. I went to a ceramics thing, which, you know, I was invited. So I went. So I made a cup and painted this myself.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Yo.
They were like, only put 3 layers on there, and I was like, oh, okay, sure. So I put more, like, it feels like 10. So I got the sticks. Sticks represented here. And then here's the coolest part, right? It says at the top, start, and then at the bottom, it says the end.
The end. Okay, that is
well done, Matt.
Well done.
Pretty cool.
I really want to be supportive, but I'm struggling.
Matt, you always struck me as a ceramics guy.
Yeah, a true artist.
Yeah,
I went to my ceramic painting.
You know what you should have written inside? Team end.
Oh, I like that.
You think Matt drinks tea?
Yeah, Matt's not drinking. not drinking tea.
No, there's just
90% of his body is
black coffee going into this cup.
I mean, this muck was very much more exciting than the game we just watched, so there is that. Matt, Jack, thank you so much. Absolute beatdown from the side of Toronto. All chat was going crazy, though. I'm very glad Spectre and Lyre, they finally get to eat. Nourishments will be acquired.
The Merit Genji, pretty clean.
Pretty clean? Yeah. Any other takeaways? What else have we got? Johnny?
Well,
Analyze.
Analyze.
Analyze. Go.
Impromptu analysis.
Yeah, better be good.
I will say though.
Please do.
Even if Toronto Defiant hasn't faced the stiffest competition here in North America, I am genuinely, truthfully, this game aside, really excited to see what they can bring against the Korean teams. Because I feel like they're taking it more seriously, and they don't have the opportunity to show it in this game because everything going on in NA, I don't need to talk about it. But I feel like they are taking it so seriously, and they're trying to push their limits regardless of the competition they're facing in NA. And so genuinely, I am excited to see what they can do against the likes of the Stella Division and Fnatic, and even once again, I mean, the Chinese team we'll see at the Esports World Cup as well. There's a stacked roster, so I am looking forward to see what Toronto can do on the international stage, because I think they were really disappointed by their performance in Dallas.
Yeah, as they should be, and I think the competition was disappointed in them as well, because if you ask Crazy Raccoon or Falcons, they did say that they consider Toronto Defiant to be the strongest team. That's the one team that they all thought they can bring it. Obviously, having a bunch of very famous and good Korean players in that mix may have helped with getting a vote of confidence from the other Korean teams. But overall, I'm
They were
confident.
supposed to compete with those teams.
They were supposed to compete, and they did not. So obviously, everyone and their mothers have been very disappointed about that. Now they get a chance to rerun it. EWC, they will make it over to Riyadh, and that's where all those teams will face off against each other. We do actually have a winner's interview for you as well in just a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean right now. It's RuPaul, it's our man. How are you doing, RuPaul? Congratulations.
I'm doing good, thank you.
So that was another day in the office. You don't look like you broke a sweat there. Did you guys even prep for this match, or was this just like, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be easy?
I think we thought a little bit about the first map, and then after that, there wasn't really much prep at all.
I mean, fair enough. I'm curious, just Esports World Cup, right? I feel like this match, kind of done and dusted. No surprises. Toronto, you guys looked insanely good. But I also feel you guys have kind of hit a new gear. I mean, I don't know that NA is really testing you or allowing you to fully show that. But just from the eye test, I think you guys have played really, really well ever since getting back from Dallas. The team looks really focused. And so what are you bringing to that Esports World Cup? Like, what does that mean to the team, the opportunity to kind of have a new chance in the international competition?
I think in the international events, we're really looking to play more aggressive, which is more our style, I feel like. I think in Dallas, a lot of times we were trying to play around the other teams, and it led us to being almost like just a weaker version of them. But I think when we focus on ourselves, we're a really strong team.
What have you learned about preparing for an event like that? Because obviously, you get some pretty decent practice. You're able to practice the top teams in EMEA, like SSG, for example. And, ahead of Dallas, you were able to scrim some of the Korean teams as well. What have you learned about preparing for a big event like that? What are you going to do in the next month leading into the Esports World Cup to maybe give you a better chance this time around?
For us, I think we kind of learned that it's all like scrim bucks. Like scrims don't really matter, because in scrims, I think we were a very dominant team, even with the Korean teams. But in the matches is where we struggled. So I would say we're going to spend a lot more time regarding like match prep than scrims.
Which region do you think is going to come out on top of EWC?
Of course, North America, of course. We have to make a run back.
That confidence you still need, so yeah.
Come on.
That's right. It's a salty run back. Man, we're here for the storylines. We're with you. RuPaul, if you had to give out an MVP award for this grand final, which player would you give it to?
I'd have to give it to Merit, because he started talking and he's just been dominating, and he pulled out the Pharah on the last map. He showed he can play every character, so I'm giving it to Merit.
Merit calling in the match. Wow. This is a rare moment indeed.
Well, sorry to break it to you, RuPaul. We got news.
Yeah.
Wasn't Merit.
That you are, in fact, our MVP of the NA region for the Esports World Cup. That's right. Well deserved. So, RuPaul, you popped off. You made some big plays.
Brought the Ana gameplay. We love to see it.
Gameplay. You played that Ana. You hit those nades into Diva players, okay? So that's no small feat. It was actually
Kaluj was caught slipping. It was looking a little...
I did hit some 5-man nades on them on another match. They were not happy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen 5-man nades in pro games. I think you hit 2 of them in this qualifier, so I had to give you the MVP.
Yeah.
That's right.
So much.
Well, no, thank you for gracing us with phenomenal gameplay. We hope to see more of that at EWC stage. For now, we're going to say goodbye to you. Congrats once again to you and Toronto Defiant. Thank you so much for joining us and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, RuPaul. Good luck.
Yeah, congrats. What a series. I mean, what a dominant showing from Toronto, right?
Yeah.
No one in the region really able to come close. The only thing I'm worried about for them is, does that limit their potential that they can't grow stronger? And yet, I feel less worried about that after this stage because I do feel this was an even stronger Toronto than we've seen in the past, right? Maybe it's the motivation.
Yeah.
They weren't playing around. They weren't playing around with it. Whereas we saw like SSG obviously hailed the best team in the EMEA region, but they were using the EMEA, the EWC qualifiers to test things out. Toronto Defiant, they were not testing things out. They played to their strength. They made the appropriate swaps. They showed flexibility and versatility, but they took every single match serious, and that's how you just sweep through the upper bracket like that.
Yeah, and they realize like the pressure they're facing being part of this Toronto Defiant team because they're getting a lot of support that some other teams might not, and with that comes pressure to perform. I know myself, when I played in my career, I was on a team at one point and we got a lot of support. That meant we had a target on our backs. That meant a lot of teams were gunning for us, like, oh, they're getting paid more money than us. Obviously, that makes us an easy target, right? Same thing for Toronto Defiant here. And so, like, losing to both, or not necessarily losing, but finishing below both SSG and ENCE. That was a disappointment for this Toronto Defiant team, considering how much this organization believes in those players to come out and perform on stage, right? So definitely a learning experience. They put out some great YouTube content, by the way, if you want to follow more about Toronto Defiant. They put out some great YouTube content where they reflected on that journey in Dallas. So yeah, this is a really interesting team to follow, and I'm eager to see what they've learned from Dallas and how they're going to apply it at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. For now, let's take a trip down memory lane, even though it was a very short lane because the games were quick. But we have some amazing plays that we want to share with you in our $1 million plays. Still love
There's guaranteed Torbjorn play in this.
There's got to be.
At some point.
Let's
okay,
go.
this was the
Vroom,
best.
Actually funny.
The best high-speed Cassidy ult that we've seen yet. I mean, they're certainly the biggest.
There were a couple of those in South America too.
It looks so dumb. I just can't.
I love that it just gets faster and faster. It's
ridiculous. It's so silly.
That's a great mechanic, If it was just fast the whole time, I think it'd be less funny. But
it also feels like the Cassidy is like hurrying, just like.
It's not gonna listen.
He's power walking, so
Anime Blade. Ooh,
okay.
This was nice. The jump, saving the jump in the air.
Yeah.
Comes in for the cleanup. Merritt, your resident hit scan player, got that Genji unlocked too. No problem.
True hero moment.
Nothing like flexing over to heroes you're not known for and showing you got it on other heroes.
Oh yeah, Merritt's got it.
Yeah.
Even the Pharah was kind of nice, low-key.
Actually, high key.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Actually, really?
Lock in for this one.
Oh, that is.
I'm surprised the high ground Torp didn't win. Actually,
well,
I mean
no, because Tree, like he gets the benefit of hitting the toes.
Yeah, but then technically,
look at that small hammer. That small hammer, you expect that to reach that far down?
You can hit the head.
You know how much it would hurt if Torb smacked your toes with his hammer? He's strong.
I think hitting the head.
He's got muscles.
on his feet, on his toes.
Torb has a little helmet, though. He's got a little helmet on, so he could kind of take it.
Torbjorn is kind of buff.
Not even a helmet.
He's strong. You see him? He's
engineer.
Yeah.
Swedish engineer.
Swedish engineer.
Yeah, that makes him more of an engineer.
Strong.
His Torbjorn's factory on Gothenburg goes hard.
So super hard. You know what else goes hard? All the team that qualified for EWC. Let's take a look who made the cut. Some of them, of course, came through the OWCS qualifiers, through the stages, as well as through the major in Dallas. We had some teams that got invited, such as, for example, LGD, the super team from China. Other teams like Bleed, they slipped in thanks to the performance of other teams who opened up a box for their region, or rather a slot for their region. I don't know why I said box. And these are the teams which qualified through the qualifier that we have played for 6 days now here in the Face It League playoffs. So a huge congratulations, of course, to every single player from these teams who made their way to to the big stage, the Esports World Cup. And this is where it takes place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, from the 24th to the 28th of July. And the total prize pool is $1 million.
Biggest,
that's a lot of money.
Biggest tournament of the year. That's a large chunk of money that it's going to matter to a lot of these guys, right?
Yeah, it's a huge
along the line.
Biggest in the year, and I think honestly a huge reason why so many people are competing, giving their all. This is the tournament where it's kind of all on the line. OWCS definitely matters a lot for like the long term, but for right here, right now, I think for a lot of people, EWC is the #1 tournament.
Yeah, it's what people have been looking forward to all year.
Any final thoughts before we wrap this up and send it on its merry way?
I wonder what Spectra ate.
Same, actually.
I want to see the Great Showmen play. Actually, they're the one team that's qualified that we haven't seen. Yeah, so I'll be curious. And they actually have some really strong players on that team. So who knows? Maybe they could,
and
slip under the radar.
Pick things up. Yeah.
After always a good time. Yeah, but honestly though, like obviously there's some front runners which people know. There's a lot of tape on those though, and then there's some teams which might come in with the element of surprise. They can win a match here and there. And quite frankly, if you're looking at the prize pool distribution, like even if you're featured more in the bottom of it, it's still quite a bit of money you're taking home.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see LGD, to see that formerly Hangzhou Spark, formerly once again now LGD. I think it'd be awesome to see those players compete at the highest level again. Honestly, in their rightful place. It'll be awesome to see if they can take it to some of the rest of the top teams in the world. Wu Shui, the Monkey King.
Yeah, the Shui is back, and we're ready for it. The Primal Blade himself will be taking it to the EWC stage, and we hope, of course, that you will be watching all the action in Riyadh in July. For now, though, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us for the past 2 weeks for the EWC qualifiers, and we hope that you had a great time. Make sure to hit us up on socials, and we see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
This is about to be a rough.
All right, they find an opening. There's the shadow. Oh, it is big. 4 men on their backs as GGPeps are just routed by Space Station. The pin misses, but it doesn't matter. Echo duping into the Malga. Exodial onto the side. Well, unfortunately, there's 3 people looking at him. Naga might be getting a little damage in here, but that is a C9. Be worried about this free cage. Psycho trying to build up ASAP, and there it is. Chasing a whole heap of hurt, and Psycho brings him down. Space Station Gaming are going to wipe the floor with ENCE.
Some things never change.
It's the fight again, so this is going to be a tough one.
High Noon round the corner, doesn't want to get interrupted. Kenny using all the CDs. Oh, it jumps straight around that window. Loaded thought that would be the tool to disrupt the High Noon, but Svenko with 4 kills. Alive. Here comes the rally on the high ground. Huge barrage from Sloth. Oh my goodness. What did I just witness? But I think it's all over. Loaded have done it. They deny and they say the win, and they're going to lock their ticket in to EWC. Ozo needed to go for the flying hit there.
Well, he did.
Yeah, but
I feel like that was bad too.
Yeah, I think Tree just kind of backed up at that point. And the problem is, too, you are unfortunately wearing the Summer Beach skin, which is the best skin for Torp.
Ready to deploy. You're powered up. Get in there.
Support all on the other side.
All right. A rush is used as well. Oh, the anime blade from Merit takes Spectra clean out of the skies. Oh, and it's going to be reset after reset now. There it is. Toronto Defiant take the grand finals in a 4-0 fashion. And now, Spectra can feast.
Well, that was honestly, if I knew in advance that was going to be the turnout for the last 2 matches, I wouldn't have finished watching because that was a very lukewarm follow-up after the last. I understand the last game at least. That one, the third, that match before this one was, I think, justified in terms of, well, even then, I would have really wanted to see some stellar performances there, but because the new tank was thrown in right away since yesterday, as far as M80's lineup went, I think it was, like I say, justified in terms of the level of performance that we saw there. And then, you know, that being followed by some hilarity going on with the Torb versus Torb on the underpass on Midtown, etc. But the next match, you would think that the winning team from that troll match would have actually tried to do well, but they just twiddled their thumbs. They didn't even try. They just kind of, okay, threw around some different comps, chose the Torb again. Then Kalush kind of just becoming more a little bit too relaxed throughout the rest of that. I don't know. And yeah, you could argue and say, well, they've both secured their slots on the next stage, but this really how you want to leave your mark before that time? You're playing for money. Mind you, you're playing for, I don't care if it's not for a whole lot. You're still playing for an audience. You're playing for the esports scene. Do you even care to represent that scene well? Or are you just going to fuck around and, you know, you don't even know if your career would stop within the next year or a few years? Thank God Overwatch is still relevant. Thank goodness we still have something like a slot for Overwatch in a World Cup that we're about to have soon in July. So I just, seeing some of these players take it for granted is really rather disappointing. They don't think about the ramifications of how their attitude towards the pro scene could be. They don't understand how negatively that can impact not only esports at large in the NA region, but also for Overwatch in the long term. And it irritates me a little bit. But it's all right because we still have the APAC scene, which they take it to a completely different level. And you know, if you really care about something, if you really care about making a career out of a passion, you're gonna give it your all. You're not gonna be going for half-assed performances. It doesn't matter if it's esports or an entertainment or programming or what have you. If you really are in it, if you found your purpose in life, if you're deeply aligned with that, which brings you passion out of you, there's no space for half measures. You either do it, you give it your all, and you try different things. You go outside of your comfort zone, or you don't even do it at all. So, but like I said, in the case of the Timeless roster being suddenly switched up because of a tank player that was found to be deeply inappropriate on public platforms. That's a different case, different storyline altogether. But that also is relating to this, to the topic. You know, if you're passionate about a career that puts you in the limelight and you're already an adult, you better have some social responsibility too. It's about responsibility towards yourself and others. You have a responsibility to perform well. You have a responsibility to act appropriately and with principle. You can't run your mouth however you want. You ought to evolve as a person, you know, if you're going after something you deeply care about that puts you on the world stage. So things happen, shit hits the fan, but it's also not an excuse to keep that same level of mediocrity, whether it be in your attitude or output in the thing, that purpose which brings the best qualities out of you to the surface. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude the last day of online qualifiers. Thank you so much for hanging out, for tuning in. I highly enjoyed myself over the last few days, and I do look forward to the next month when we're going to be headed into the actual World Cup. That'll be hopefully an exceptional stage to look at. But in the meantime, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the follow button. That way you stay notified for similar streams such as the one that we did today. Tomorrow, however, we're going to go back to our usual content. So we're going to be playing ranked Overwatch. Our second day of season 11 is bound to happen and continue. So tomorrow we're going to be playing Overwatch 2 solo queue ranked in the role of, I believe, tank. We're going to be playing tank. It's happening. We're back to our regular training Overwatch 2 cycle. So tomorrow's tank, followed by DPS after tomorrow, support on Wednesday, tank on Thursday, etc., vice versa. And if you're not a part of the Discord community already, you can go ahead and hop on over to the following link at discord.gg/iceevil for the community beyond the Twitch chat. If you want to keep up with me and the other members of the community from the Twitch, Discord's a great way to do that. I usually ping everyone on there whenever I hit the live button on Twitch anyway, so it's also a surefire way to not miss any of my Twitch broadcasts. Lastly, we have the Twitter, the social media on there, and as well as on TikTok. I've been kind of working on putting out some clips on TikTok as well. Short form stuff or little highlights from Twitch streams on there lately. I've been working on doing that. And we also have the Instagram, of course. But that's going to be it for today. I am going to head to bed soon. I have work at 5:45 in the morning. So I'm going to work, then work out, and then head back home for our Tank Overwatch Season 11 session. Thank you so much for moderating, Sai. I know you didn't have to moderate, but I want to thank you for being great company nevertheless. Lurkers, chatters, everyone included, thank you for tuning in today. We've had one hell of a day of Overwatch, pro matches. Not the best stuff on the later part of that, but nevertheless, it was a great day. And I look forward to, like I say, the actual World Cup matches in July. But until then, we're going to be playing a ton of solo queue Overwatch to build up that anticipation And with that said, I bid you all farewell. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day, whether it be the morning, afternoon, or evening. I will see you on the flip side tomorrow for a new day and another dawn of Overwatch ranked play. We'll see you soon. Signing out, Spicy Icy Volk. Out of here. Peace.